Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I think we're a bit loud actually at the moment, which is interesting. But hello and welcome to RC Racing TV's coverage of Kia Club's Round 4 from West London. You join us at the start of qualifying Round 2 here in super sunny Uxbridge Way?
Uxbridge.
Uxbridge Way.
Uxbridge.
Somewhere near London anyway, yep. So it's great to have you all here. Just a quick check. John, you can hear us? You can hear us. That's John on the camera. My name is Nick Damon, and by my side is someone who actually knows what they're talking about. After the fumbling between Matt and I in Colchester, we brought an expert in who was... Well, we brought James Stewart in fairness. So, James, good morning. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you, Nick.
Excellent stuff. Can you say a few things? I want to take your sound levels.
Okay, so just been observing round 1. Got that all out of the way. Getting ready for round 2 here. Warming up. So going to be quite interesting. See what happens with regards to people running tyre strategy. Expecting not really anyone to run their second set of tyres in this round.
You're leaping ahead into the rules and everything, tyres
the rules,
and all that sort. No, we've got many hours to fill when you can tell us about all those sort of things.
Okay. Well, we'll keep that out of the way. But looking at this heat just about to go live, I can spot a couple of ringers out there, I suspect.
Ringers?
Late booking in. I'm expecting Ben Kane and Soteris Liazzi to be pretty rapid. Out there in this one, and I believe they are starting off first and second. So Soteris away from, it was Frazier starting second. So Soteris, the orange-coloured car. Or the lead, the light orange-coloured car. He's just coming round up through the D now, down the main straight. These are the 17.5 powered cars. Soteris already starting to make his way through traffic. Frazier going with him as well. And it looks like Ben with car number 1 leading. So let's see if we can pick up Ben. He looks to be, where's Ben Kane? He's just making his way through the middle of the track now. Just going around past the scoreboard and through the D. So it's this orange-coloured car. Let's just double-check we've got him on screen. We have. So Ben Kane leading this heat. Looks like he started out late. He is exactly matched on time with Soteris as they cross the line. So you're seeing the difference already in the racing on the clock rather than positions on track. Ben Kane now about half a second in front of Soteris. Started at the back of the heat, so he's going to be fresher on tyres. See Ben now making his way through the traffic quite nicely. So next car in front of him is Soteris. See if he can start closing him down. Ben's car looking fairly hooked up there. Ben, a very quick driver, multiple National A finalist. So expecting him to be right up at the pointy end of this meeting, down the main straight. You can see the car through the sweeper, nicely balanced. Changes direction very crisply. He goes on the brakes through the middle of the circuit. Through the D out onto the main straight, quite perilous that corner. Let's have a look where Ben is. He is about quarter of a second in front of Soteris on the clock. Ben still leading, Soteris making his way through traffic. Just have a look as they cross the line again. It is, where are we? It's less than 0.2 of a second. It's 0.18, so Soteris now starting to drop the hammer. Perhaps Ben losing the slight advantage he had from fresher tyres at the start of the run. Ben still leading now by about 0.4. Cars nowhere near each other on track. Ben starting to come up through some traffic. Soteris has already cleared this lot. Ben right in the middle of the traffic. We're following him. One of them gets out of the way very nicely for him. Nice straight line there through that little chicane. Most people tend to have a little bit of a confidence wobble, but Ben driven many laps around here. Through the sweeper again. Car looking nice and calm, nice and balanced. Little pop over the curb, rides the curb very, very well without unsettling the car. Really easy track to overdrive this. Through the D once more for Ben. Ben leading this one by around half a second still. One car between Ben and Soteris on track. Let's see if we can pick up Soteris, the other orange-coloured car. He is just going through the middle of the circuit now. There we go. We just had him, and he's just coming through the D onto the main straight now. There we go. So this is our second place man. He shows us being in the lead when he crosses the line. When Ben Kane crosses the line, he flashes back to the top. Still around half a second between them. Ben doing everything he needs to. Soteris got clear track in front of him. Just seen out the corner of my eye, Ben had a little wobble going through the D. 0.4 of a second now, the gap between them. Good runs coming together for both of them. Soteris through the sweeper. Just to see what happens when Ben crosses the line. Ben crosses the line, and the gap is still around that half a second. Seems pretty much pegged there. It's ebbing and flowing as they make their way through traffic. What have we got? Couple of seconds left.
Sorry, I just cut the camera for the first time there.
Oh, through the D?
Yeah. I was quite impressed by that because I was just guessing.
But yeah, it's quite an impressive shot, that, isn't it? The change of direction through there. So Ben Kane has got that in the end by, let's have a look. Oh, in fact, they haven't finished yet. Soteris has crossed the line. Ben has and gets it by, just under 0.6. So pretty close between those two.
Good. Good morning to Chris Draper from Florida. It's early over there, isn't it?
It's very early over there.
It's quarter to 6. Oh, someone's dropped their car next to me. We're right next to the on-off ramp. And hello to Sumise from Portugal. Hi to Bingus and hi to Ducky Gaming. That's everyone. I think hello to everybody now. So tell your friends we're live. We're live all day. Finals aren't for many hours, but I don't think the finals will start until about 5. I think, which can't be that bad, surely.
It's about 4:30, something like that. Looking at the timetable, I think we're on air till about 6 o'clock. I think.
A bit more than that last time.
Well, okay, but that's according to the timetable.
Everyone loves a bit of timetable. Right, so yes, to just give you the idea, that's race 1. We then have another 3 rounds of 17.5, getting quicker. Then we have 2 13.5s. We have the modified. So race 7 is the fastest of all modified. Then we go to the Tamiyas and the Tamiya GTEs, the Montex Formula 1s, which look good. And then a couple of junior races, which of course what King of Clubs is all about, trying to encourage and establish juniors. So that's good stuff.
Absolutely. Talking of juniors, we've got a couple of juniors in this race, sons of some very quick drivers.
Double sun race, is it?
Double sun race. We have got Casey Granger off of car number 6, and Harry Jeffries, car number 9. Also, actually got Niall Quinlisk as well, car number 10 as well. Matt Quinlisk's son.
So Casey versus Harry, really, then, is it?
Well, yeah.
Carry on going what's been going with their dads for however many years that is.
Absolutely. Battle of the generation. And they're both running their dad's race paint as well, actually.
Well, that makes it cheaper, doesn't it, really?
Well, yes.
Let's not paint another car.
Here we go.
Who's he going to go with?
Let's have a look. So Bryce is led off. Harry is the car in P3. Let's run with Harry for a little bit. So he is the white, pink and yellow coloured car. Looks like he's running in second place at the moment on the track. There we go. So, in fact, Harry to the front now. So Harry passed 2 cars on that opening lap. He's going to lead as he crosses the line. Jeffries leads. That probably won't be the first time we say that today.
No.
Or the last time we say that today, sorry.
No, again, yeah.
Heading out through the middle of the track, out through the D.
That's very wide.
Down the main straight.
Very wobbly-wibbly, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's an odd corner.
It's a virtual straight line, in theory, isn't it?
It is when you stand there and look at
I'd like
it
to
on the
point
camera.
out, I mean, how old is Harry? 7, 8?
Yeah.
I couldn't do that now, and I'm 56. So hey, you know.
Well, I think that's the thing. It's like if you look straight down the line of the camera, it looks like a straight line. But when you're up on the rostrum, it feels like anything but. And it's an odd corner, particularly in the stock classes. In a weird way, it's almost hard, not harder. It's a different challenge than it is in modified. With stock, you want to carry as much speed through there as possible. With modified, you've got no choice but to lift. So, bit of a difference, something to look out for.
Oh.
Let's see let's have a look at Casey Granger's car then, the white, blue and pink car. He is just heading down towards the middle of the circuit now, making his way past some traffic. That is he's one car forward from that, John. There we go. That is Casey's car that we're watching. Casey running in, where is he? He is running second place in the heat. So Jeffrey's leading and Granger running second. Again, possibly not the last time we're going to say that today. Casey running his dad's race paint through the D onto the main straight. Both of these juniors having done some fairly extensive running and testing, grown up around tracks, so it's only natural that they end up going there. Car pivoting around the front there, so Casey looking like he's struggling for traction a little. Still managing to get the car around nice and cleanly though. Some decent laps going in. Scott Hargrave leading this with car 2. Let's see if we can identify car 2, the leader. He is the white and green car. So just going past the WLRC sign now. This is our leader as we come in towards the 3-minute mark. Scott Hargrave through the D, out onto the main straight. Looks like he's lapping fairly consistently. A little bit wide on the exit of some corners. It's quite an easy track to overdrive this.
I've never been here once, you know, I think racing. I think I've raced it once and filmed here once. Both many, many years ago.
It's kind of...
And the filming has a lot more resonance in my mind than the racing.
It's strange because it's a relatively easy track to drive. And you come off and you think, yeah, the car feels good. You know, you've done a fairly decent run. And then you look at the time, and it's just not there. And you sort of you just wonder how other people have done the time that they've managed. You feel some sympathy for Daniel Ricciardo, I think, in that situation.
That's normally talent, I find.
Well, it is, but it's knowing where the time is. It's quite for want of a better term, a local heroes track. There's an awful lot of people who have done an awful lot of laps around here over the years, and they are very, very quick around this track in particular, and know where all the bodies are buried. In terms of finding that lap time. Well, it's it's difficult to. It's a difficult track to find time on. And to know where the time is. Still running with the leader then, Scott Hargrave. Last 10 seconds. So Scott leading this one from Harry and Luke Jury. Trevor Little and Bryce Little out there. And David standing. I think most on the roster are standing, actually.
Well, I hope so, yeah.
But
No, they're leaning after a heavy day. They'll be wilting later because it's a bit of a toasty one here today.
It is, yeah. It's rather warm. And we had this discussion earlier. We're going to say that very British thing at some point today about it being a different kind of heat.
No, it's just too hot.
It's too hot.
It's just heat, and it's too hot.
Yes.
It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Doesn't get hot. It doesn't heat the max until 3.
No, what are we? We're showing 25 degrees at the moment in terms of temperature, and we're expecting like 29 or 30 by the end of the day. So pretty warm. Heat 3 ready to go. Starting to get some more recognisable names in this one. Gareth Hobson, Dave Clift, Michael Chapman, Mark Payne, Andy White, Mal Cool, Chris Sheldrake, Mark Passingham, Gavin Clinch and Emily Robbins. Gavin Clinch is actually here at a race meeting and racing.
Wow. Hello to Jim Lee from Northern Ireland. Why have I done Northern Ireland in a West Country accent?
Well, you sounded more like a pirate to me.
Oh, it's Northern Ireland, the pirate capital of England.
Arr.
Northern Ireland, there we go. I have to, in my head, I have to run up to a kind of a concept of some very angry, preachers of both sides.
Northern Ireland.
Har, Jim Ladd. Yeah, it's gone again, you see.
Yeah. I'm sure Alan Bickerstaff and Andrew Smith will be wanting to kill us if they've heard stabs at their accent.
I think they're probably very used to it.
Well, quite possibly.
I think it's like, oh, right, some more idiotic English people trying to do accents. Oh,
Yeah.
that's annoying. I just closed the page down. I didn't want to, never mind.
30 seconds till race 3. No one really too worried about losing temperature from their tyres sat on the start line today. There's no desperate hurry to take the tyre warmers round and onto the circuit. Normally a feature of racing in the UK.
That's it, because they're not exactly going to underheat, are they? Cool down is the other word for it, obviously.
Yes.
Tyres underheated recently. No, they're cooled down, though.
Malcolm leads away then, the yellow coloured car. One of only 2 yellow coloured cars in this heat, actually. Although there's quite a few single colour paint jobs out there. Malk done many, many laps around this circuit. Expecting him to be right up there come the end of the day. And would expect to see him probably in the middle of the A final somewhere. Mark Payne running in second. Let's have a look at Mark's car, the green and white coloured car.
Is that Mark Payne we know?
That's the Mark Payne we know, yes.
Which is obviously great commentary. So the Mark Payne we know, he says to the world. Oh, yeah, it's Mark Payne we know.
It's the
Oh,
Mark Payne
marvellous,
we
yeah.
know, yes. Mark Payne, an experienced racer.
That's the one for it. Mature.
Yeah, so...
He's so mature, he's retired. Lucky B.
Yeah, he started racing the same time as you, didn't he, Nick?
I think probably, well, I started so long ago, it's a tragedy and a travesty.
I think we did have this conversation with Nigel Hale at one point, actually.
Oh, he started before me.
Well, he started his first race meeting was closer to the end of the Second World War than it is to today.
Well,
That's a comforting thought.
so was mine. 81.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, okay. There you go. So there you go. Your first race meeting was the year I was born.
Oh, yeah, well, I was quite young. I wasn't that young, actually. I couldn't drive, so I wasn't 17, so that was good.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant RC. You couldn't
Well,
drive.
I couldn't drive them either.
No, I've never been able to. Let's see
No,
how
I had a period in my life when I was actually quite good, but it's so long ago.
I had a period of about 1 month in 2013 where I looked semi-talented, and I've got no idea where it came from.
No, my quite good period is 84 to 88.
Okay. No.
And by quite good, I mean regionally good, not nationally good. Because in those days, of course, you could only be locally good. It could be nationally good. You had to have all the equipment that you couldn't get.
Yeah, that's very different now. Most of the stuff is pretty much...
I don't think there's anything you can't get now.
No, not really. Malcolm still leading this one. Michael Chapman running second. Gav Clinch is running in third. So Gav on a decent run. Let's see if we can pick Gav up. He is the white, purple and orange car. He's just exiting the sweeper now. So he is just coming through into the middle of the circuit. I think Jan's got him. 1 car forward from that, Jan. No. Let's have a look. He is on the main straight now. Our leader.
He's got lots of paint because he does painting, doesn't he?
He does.
He does lots of painting.
There
he does.
Go. Gavin Clinch, painter to the stars.
Oh, which stars does he paint for? Like Mel Gibson?
Well, Okay.
I'm not sure I picked Mel Gibson out for the stars. Again, we're right back to the mid-80s again, aren't we? Because his star has completely waned.
Okay, he doesn't paint for he paints for me. He doesn't paint for the stars.
Again,
he paints for me.
Well, you know.
That's a... Gav's car looking quite restrained, actually. Although, in fairness, Gav is he's quite an accomplished touring car driver. It's into old scale where everything's a bit more manic, I think.
Yes.
For him, certainly towards the second half of a run in modified. But Gav on a decent run. He is closing in on some traffic. Car looks fairly well balanced out there. Just makes his way through the traffic. It's always a slightly risky manoeuvre, passing someone on the outside like that.
I don't advise it.
No, unfortunately, if that's what they happen to do, if they make a little bit of a mistake and it sort of puts you there, it's you tend to shut your eyes and wince a bit. But good run coming together for Gav. Gav running second in the heat to Malk now with 30 seconds to go. So we'll run with him to home. I think Malk is quite comfortably in the lead of this. He's got it by around 3 seconds. So no real danger of Gavin catching Malk. They started out in 2 different places on the track. Malk started right out near the front of the heat. Gav towards the back. Remember, this is qualifying, so they are racing against the clock rather than each other on track.
Terrible idea, but let's not go into that now.
Well, it's been like it for many, many years.
I know, and I'm starting what was a one-man campaign to change it. It's now about a 3-man campaign.
Okay.
The backlash has been impressive.
Yeah, I can imagine.
There's a lot of people who don't like change, do they?
Where was that from?
God knows, but there were people who didn't like change from all around Europe, so that was quite funny.
Okay.
And then there were people who thought the change wasn't enough and made up some really ridiculous kind of conceptual changes to it. How is it ever going to work? It was like, you perm 2 from 3, you add an elephant and think about the first number you thought of, and that gives you a qualifying position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hot topic, isn't it? Methods of qualifying at the within motorsport.
We're going to have a sprint qualifier, are we? That was pointless. God, we got a minute now. What did you think?
I didn't necessarily think it was the thing itself was fine. It's whether it should be used to set the grid for the main race.
Well,
I think I think there's possibly some merit in having a sprint race for points. But
no. Actually, I'm a sad purist, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, if it ain't broke, why fix it? And yeah, it was. They say it was 17 laps. It was like 3 laps of action.
It was.
And then everyone hung about him really. And if Perez hadn't fallen off, the only interesting thing was that they gave Verstappen 2 goes at getting past Lewis in the first corner, and then he needed 1.
Yeah, pretty much.
So and they've actually managed probably to ruin the race.
Well, that is the downside of it, isn't it? We do know we do know now what's likely to happen at the start of the race and what the start of the race.
Well, I mean, the only thing that it might be interesting, they might have to. I wonder whether they might start on the harder tyre because of the blistering. That's all.
Possibly.
But that's obviously not about radio control racing, about Formula 1, which is where 140,000 people who are normally watching this stream are at the moment, obviously.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So
all up there.
We're here with the largest motorsport event in the UK today.
Can guarantee there'll be no spoilers on the event because I don't know the result either. So
absolutely.
I think we all know who's going to win. He doesn't break down though.
Well, yes.
What I like though is when everyone knew who was going to win before it started, it was Lewis. It was just terrible and boring. Now we all know who's going to win. It's going to be Max. Apparently, it's exciting. I've never really followed that. If it doesn't matter who's winning. If it's a walkover, it's it's a walkover. It doesn't. But people are desperate for change and they're getting change, which is good.
Absolutely. Top heat of 17.5 away. Jay Westwood leads off.
I'm going to do one of those through shots.
Running with Jay now as he heads out towards the D for the first time. There we go. You can see that straight line. Tail out there for Jay as he went through.
I'm doing the whole lot. I'm going to have the whole field go through this. It's just like, I'll put that camera down. We're going to use it.
We're going to make use of it.
Because last time I had a second camera, which I think Matt cut to about 3 times in the entirety of the event. So I've already beaten that one. So I know it's not a competition. Oh, it's a competition.
No.
It's a competition.
It's not a competition at all. No. Not competitive. I bet you're not competitive.
I bet I'm not.
Absolutely.
I bet you anything you like. Bet you £5 I'm not competitive.
Make it a tenner.
Yeah, make it interesting.
Make it interesting. Lead 2 heading away then. We're running with Jay Westwood just in the back of shot. Matt Quinlisk running with him.
Mike Humphreys. Hey, Nick and the other bloke.
Oh, the other bloke.
Yeah. I hope you both have your sunscreen on. Enjoy your day. Well, we have, but luckily we've got a gazebo we managed to select a selection of sides, so we're actually sort of in the shade. And I think we're going to lose shade and gain shade, but I would say we're 90% in the shade.
Yeah.
However, I expect, given that my legs currently look paler than some whitewashed piece of wall, there'll be some redness.
They're whiter than some of the body shells out there.
I've got a one-can leg, absolutely. But it's not fluorescent, thank God, because that'd be a real issue.
Well, bit of tan going on.
Possibly.
Lead 2 still going away. Kind of the class of the field. They started out 1 second apart. Gap between them. Oh, in fact, Glenn actually's made me look a bit stupid there, because Glenn with car 3 has made a bit of a leap forward. He must have started at the back. Let's see if we can identify where car 3 is. Okay, so car 3 is the white, of course, blue and yellow car. He's just heading down through the middle of the circuit. So Glenn, Jay's brother, heading through the D now. The second of the two cars just gone through the D. There we go. We've got him. Jay now running in second. In fact, half a second covering the top 3 at the moment. Jay and Matt starting out at the front. Glenn starting out further back. That was very close there as they crossed the line. So, yep, still 0.4 of a second between the top 3. Going to be a bit of a shock there for probably Jay and Matt, because they're going to be circulating, kind of keeping an eye on the distance between themselves, knowing it's around 1 second. And, oh, mistake. Nope. From Matt there, so that's going to drop him back down the field. We didn't catch that on camera, but saw it out the corner of our eye through the sweeper. It just took a little bit too much curb coming into it, and the back of the car stepped out. So distilling into a battle of the Westwoods. Matt pops up into second until Jay crosses the line.
A Westwardian battle, yeah.
Absolutely. What have we got between them? Gap is around 0.6 of a second, just under 5.5 tenths. Running with Glenn at the moment as he makes his way through the traffic. In fact, he's completely clear of traffic. Again, car looking well balanced. His advantage maybe that he had at the start of the run will have disappeared. If he started towards the back, looking at the pace that he's got, that suggests that he had some kind of issue in the first round. So he will have sat some of that out. That meant his tyres would have been fresher. He would have had an advantage certainly at the start in terms of the... Typically it plays out in terms of the amount of steering that you feel like you have on the car, and stability in the middle of the corner. You can just get the car into the corner a little bit harder, carry a little bit more corner speed. As the race goes on, that tends to disappear. Performance becomes a little bit more equal. Bit of a tyre strategy consideration going on, with them having 4 rounds of qualifying and 2 finals to complete. This is partway through the second round. They're allowed 2 sets of tyres over the course of the day. You would think with 6 runs to do that would be a relatively easy calculation to do 3 and 3. Typically, you will get people try and save new tyres for the final, or for the finals.
So what is the drop-off then?
It's not it's not huge. It's something around. It's a couple of tenths a lap probably. So over the course of a run, it's probably 5-6 seconds between new tyres and used tyres. Once you're on used tyres, they don't degrade a huge amount more.
So run 2 to run 3 and run 3 to run 4. If you do 4 runs, isn't that big a difference?
It's not a massive difference. You'll just find that the car picks up a little bit more understeer.
Okay.
and as it goes on and feels a little bit safer. But when it actually comes to racing, having that extra sharpness to the front end is quite a distinct advantage.
I realise I've not been doing my job properly. I do apologise, but I haven't been doing what I should be doing, which is change the number of the heat each time.
Oh, okay.
I am an absolute fool. I'm a buffoon.
Just to confuse everybody slightly?
Well, yeah, that's pretty much part of the course when I'm involved. But yeah, it's not been round 2 heats run the whole time. This is now round. What's the heat coming up now?
This is heat number 5 coming up.
Yeah, I only forgot 4 times, so that's quite good.
So,
I was thinking, I'm sure something I should be doing.
moving on to the 13.5 class. So the first heat of.
Yeah, luckily I haven't got that. I haven't got that cut up as something I have to say.
Who have we got then? In this heat, we have got Jack Collins, Victor Georgiev, Julia Bacconi, Tim Tims, Nathan Goodburn, Michael Penfold, John Gray, the man with no name, and Paul Chambers.
Man with no name?
Car 8. There's
Well, it hasn't pinged through to me yet, but it's going to be car 8.
There isn't a car 8.
Car 8, it doesn't exist, you're right.
So, yeah.
There's a couple of points where they've taken, I think people must have not turned up who entered, have had their numbers allocated.
Possibly. Either that or we've got an awful lot of people in witness protection or something.
Probably in COVID protection, to be honest.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. With 500,000 people being pinged, I mean, some of them must be racers. I noticed we haven't got Ollie here. Ollie Meggett was here the last round. He's the captain for the team, so I'm sure he would have been there if he was able to be.
Is he, captain for Colchester?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it might be he just got too hot wearing the coat he's got from RC Racing TV. I don't want to keep mentioning that coat that he's got. There's only 3 coats in the world. He's got one of them. Don't want to say anything about it.
I've never had a coat.
Do you know why that is?
Because Ollie's got it.
That's right. Ollie's got the float coat. It's still quite. I mentioned this in the last one as well. It's not actually the end of the world on the coat front, but you know. he's probably long since sent it to a charity shop.
What, you're going to see it on the news somewhere in an African warlord in the back of a Toyota Hilux?
That'd be fantastic, though, wouldn't it? That is almost a dream come true. RC Racing sponsors the latest coup in deepest, darkest somewhere.
Someone with an AK-47 in the back of a Hilux.
The good thing about that is most of those AK-47 issues tend to be in hot countries where you wouldn't need a really good raincoat. So it would probably be an Eastern European problem where it's quite chilly.
Well, maybe. Okay. Has it got lots of pocket? No.
It has, yeah. Okay. No, it's pocket-tastic.
Pocket-tastic.
Great coat.
Tim's leading.
If I told you how much they were, you'd have gone, but you never spend that much money. And I'll say, no, Matt ordered them.
Okay, blame Matt. Tim's leading this heat. Is he or is Nathan?
Nathan Goodban officially.
Nathan Goodban is officially leading it. So
who are we with at the moment?
Let's have
just had a crash.
Let's have a look. See if we can find.
There he is, the orange car we're with, orange and white.
Orange and white car. That is car number 4. So orange and white car is Tim's. Tim is another body shell painter.
Oh, you're all right, aren't you?
I don't paint body shells. I definitely do not paint body shells.
Daniel Kearney wants to know, are they still serving gravy with chips at the track?
No.
Huh.
No.
Is there a story behind that?
No, there's actually a very nice catering van over the other side of the track.
The only reason I say that is a guy called Kevin Asner has kind of said made a disparaging comment about Daniel Kearney's question. But there we go. But anyway.
No, there's no story. The only real story we've got from here is the one about ice cream wars. But I don't know if that have you ever heard that one?
We'll hear it in a second.
Okay.
Unknown G, can you shout out for Team Finn Racing? No, I can't shout out for Team Finn Racing. I won't be shouting out for Team Finn Racing at all. There's no way you would make me shout out for Team Finn Racing. Are you going to shout out for Team Finn Racing?
I'm definitely not shouting out Team Finn Racing.
Fantastic. So no shout out to Team Finn Racing. I'm sorry, Unknown G.
Ice cream wars. Yes, that was.
We'll save for the next race. Oh no, hang on. We've got 2 fast races now. No, I'm going to save Ice Cream Wars. Is that all right?
Okay,
because
we'll
it sounds like a great story.
Okay.
And we're still getting used to. We're still working up to the day a bit. You see, and I've got a feeling when it gets really hot and slow in the middle of the day, we may need a full Ice Cream War story.
Okay. Well, yeah, but that'll make us want an ice cream.
That's fine. We can have ice cream.
Okay, we can have ice cream. Jack Collins.
The budget stretched to ice cream.
Jack Collins leading this heat. That's actually making me remember the story.
Jack Collins really is like a combination of Jack Daniels and Tom Collins, isn't he? So he's obviously very much a whiskey drinker.
Well, quite possibly, yes. His performance not on the rocks, so.
We are. Obviously, you've not overheated yet. That was way too quick.
Way too fast.
Unlike these cars.
But no, this is the 13.5 class.
Is there really much difference between a 17.5 and a 13.5? Now they're not boosted.
It's more.
Can I ask you a really geeky question?
Yeah.
Is the difference between a 13.5 and a 17.5 the same as it used to be with a 27 and a 19?
Yeah, kind of.
Even though both of them are faster than the 19s were.
Yes. But it's not necessarily at top end. It's how quickly they get there. It's the drive that they've got off of the corner. I can put it this way. I can look moderately talented driving a 17.5. 13.5, it's got just enough power to get me into trouble.
Your talent's gone already by then. Wow.
Yes. Yeah. That's basically it. 13.5 is unless it's somewhere like Halifax. Halifax, I can get round.
Yeah, it's just long straight in two corners.
Yes, basically. I can just about manage that.
I can't remember the last time I actually did touring car racing, and I think I had a MI3.
Would you like a go?
I'd love a go one day. Yeah, I had an MI3. I think it's the last time I did it.
That sounds like a show. Perhaps we ought to find a track somewhere and do an RCTV track day.
Well, I know that Zach's desperate to prove he can drive. Yeah, no, I think I'm pretty sure. I'm going to go back 2008 was the last time I did touring cars. I've not raced anything now in a year because of COVID.
Last weekend was the last time I raced a touring car.
So I haven't raced since anything at all. Well, I obviously haven't done. Last time I did 12th was about probably 4 years ago, and I've been doing GT12 since then, just club level.
Okay.
But I haven't done that for a year because obviously the club's not been open indoors.
No, we've been quite lucky with the local sort of Tamworth club. Been open to do some 12th scale racing.
Milton Keynes has been a lot more kind of prescriptive, let's say it that way. Now, why is that all shifted to the left slightly? Someone shifted the blooming screen. Oh, it's shifted. Oh dear, honestly. Let's see if it shifts back this time round.
Nathan wins that heat then from Tim. John Gray, Mike Penfold, Jack Collins, Victor Georgiev, Paul Chambers and Julia Bacconi. Getting ready for the top heat then of 13.5. So some known names out there. Marcus Askell. Ash Whiffin. I sort of managed to combine Ash and...
That's very good. You got two of them together. Makes it much easier to commentate when you can say two names at once.
Absolutely. Ash Whiffin, Billy Fletcher, Andy Murray, Ricky Copsey, James Davis, Bailey Graves and Charlie Colby.
Genuine world champion in this one.
Yes. Andy Murray.
You were too ill having COVID before it was described.
I was there.
You thought you had flu.
I thought I had flu, and yes, but I had completely lost my voice that day as Andy became world champion.
Well, you see, therefore that's his talisman. You need to be ill for him to be successful.
Don't say that. He'll be taking out a contract on me.
Well, you know, it's worse things happen. Oh, hang on, wait a second. I almost forgot my only job again.
Oh, okay. Just waiting as we come down to 30 seconds.
It might take me that long.
I think...
I've done it. I've done my only job. I am a star.
Looks like Marcus and Ricky were the quick cars last time.
Yeah. We've got some shades. It's not quite so bad. What we know now is a breeze. No. Oh, look at the cameraman going with the last car. Well, sort of. Whereas with the first car now showing.
No,
off.
that was looks like the last car was Billy. So
he's not with that now. He's with the first car. No, I think anyway. I'm doing a through shot of the chicane.
Getting the through shot. Let's see. See what we mean about it looks like a straight line, but I think just about everybody has a confidence wobble through it. Weirdly as well, it's an odd corner in that you know that you've got it wrong when you're right down in the bottom corner by the scoreboard. but you're powerless to do anything about it.
I thought you got it wrong when you slapped the boards at the end. Your car's in 17
no,
pieces.
just as you come through this corner here, you know that you've got that corner there wrong.
Right.
But you're powerless to do anything about it. You just sort of preset on this course that's going to take you into a...
going to result in a terrible, terrible moment.
Yes, but you're just powerless. Everything goes into slow motion and you're just powerless to do anything about it. Ash Whiffin leading this one. He is an all-white car with
That's not narrowing it down much, to be honest.
No, there's some black decals on the side. I can see him. He is the second of the cars, the first of the cars just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is Ash, our leader. Again, Ash has done many, many laps around here. Like Ricky Copsey running in second with an all-yellow car. And Marcus Askell running in third with an all-white car. Moral of the story is one colour seems to be.
The professional painters obviously aren't having much luck at the moment.
The weird thing, all of these guys will have race paint, but I think there's that much turnover at the moment of different body shells and flavour of the month in body shells. Until you're sure that you've got the right one.
The good old day of the Mazda 6. A Predator Mazda 6.
Well, it was the
run for 7 years.
No, it was the LTCR was the one that was around for forever. And then, yeah, it's most of them now running the looks to be the Extreme Twister.
I'm not quite sure how this is again a point, but they've managed to make them look not like touring cars. One thing about touring cars, they actually did look a little bit like touring cars at one point, and now they just don't.
I'll come to that in a moment.
Well, it's probably. I'm sure it's the fault of some awful person from a governing body, something like that. But
no, it was kind of an unintended consequence. We'll cover it now because we've got plenty of time later on in the day to watch what's going on with these guys. There was sort of in the late 2000s, there was a thing developed called the GBS or Global Body Spec, which prescribed the dimensions of certain areas of a body shell. And at the time, the nose height of them was never specified because the shock towers of the cars limited how low the nose could go. And unfortunately, then everybody started cottoning on to running very, very short shocks. And in the case of the automatics, no shocks. Well, they have got shocks, but they're rotary dampers, so there's no traditional upright shocks. And it removed that blockage, and there was nothing in the regulations that limited the height of the nose of the car. So all of a sudden, we've ended up with these cars with very, very low noses. So there you go. That's where that's come from. So a sort of unintended consequence of developments and
bad
loopholes.
rule making.
Someone making the rules, not necessarily having the foresight of what the car designers were up to.
He's assumed. What does assuming do?
Yes, absolutely. Who have we got leading? Ash still leading this one.
Yep.
And we are still running with Ash by the looks of it as he comes out on the main straight. He's just catching some traffic. Looks like Charlie Colby he's catching. And the other ones...
Joanne Hunter asks, is it 13.5 blinky or boosted? This is
Boosted.
blinky. This is blinking.
This is blinky.
Hello from New Zealand, says Julian Hardy. Do drivers put on their vests prior to race and wear them straight out to marshal? Yeah, this is one where they have to bring your own vest because of COVID, isn't it? They've all got their own high-vis these days. They're not sharing them.
No, you don't share a high-vis. You have to, because you go straight out to marshalling after a race, you have to take it with you onto the rostrum, as well as your own gloves for marshalling as well. Most drivers tend to wear the vest on as they go up onto the rostrum. You don't have to. But it's easier. You haven't got to put it down anywhere. You may as well wear it. So that's how that one plays out.
So that was the last of the 13.5s, and the winner was Billy Fletcher by the massive amount of half a second from Ash Whiffin second. Marcus Askell was third. Ricky Cosby fourth. Then Charlie Colby, Bailey Graves, James Davis, and Andy World Champion was last. Honestly.
Well, Billy starting out towards the back of the field there. So, again, you're seeing the advantage of having a tyre offset relative to everybody else. Getting ready for modified now to go out. So Ollie Jeffries, Zach Smith, Harley Eldridge, Chris Granger, Damien Giddins and Liam Brooks. Although actually I haven't seen Zach Smith about anywhere today, so I don't necessarily think he's here. Getting ready for the modified cars to go down. These all experienced drivers with pitmen, not wanting to put the cars down on the track too early.
Oh no, what'll happen then?
What, if you put your car down too early?
Yeah.
It's just about, it's more about maintaining consistency and
Yes.
making it repeatable. They always want the car putting down with 1 minute to go, having warmed the diff in the car so that it's got consistent performance.
At least they've still got diffs in these.
Yes.
All this going to spools that's happening in carpet racing is very depressing for me.
Yeah.
It's taken me so many years to learn to build a decent diff.
It's, well, you can't really get building a spool wrong.
I have a chance. So we appear to only have 4 starters for the modified class.
We do. So who are we missing? I mean, I can see Ollie Jeffries out there. I can see Chris Granger.
Got car 3. That's Harley.
Harley. And it looks like Liam. So we're missing Zach Smith and Damien.
Yeah, Zach.
Oh, Damien's just making his way out there.
So I think Zach had a problem. Or it isn't here, one of the two.
I don't think Zach. I haven't seen Zach.
There we go.
So Ollie launches off the line. You can hear these modified cars just spin the tyres up as they launch off the line. So Jeffries leading from Granger. I'm sure we said that earlier today.
I'm sure. I'm sure we said it for the last 20 years. Well, perhaps not 20 for Ollie, but certainly 20 for Chris. And then Harley, of course, is third. This is the class that you're going to see featured on the forthcoming documentary, that hasn't got a title yet, but will be on and out in probably about a few months' time. There's a TV crew filming that. Specifically looking at Ollie and Harley, but everyone else around the event as well. People from the Formula 1, they're having a look at the world of RC racing in a documentary format. And certainly last time around at Colchester, we had a great race. So much so, because Ollie didn't qualify first and had to really fight for the win, and that's Harley off already. That's bad news.
Not necessarily. Could be saving tyres. So recognising and... looks like Liam Brooks into retirement as well. So Harley and Liam out. So we're left with 3 cars running. So we have got Ollie Jeffries, Chris Granger. And in fact, there's not an awful lot between them. Ollie's still leading. Chris. I mean, it's quite an interesting thing. And one of the things that these superstars can do is drive to a gap and conserve tyres. I mean, you or I
can't drive these things full stop.
But they can only drive what they need to. At the moment, they're not interested in doing necessarily a quick time. Ollie will know that he is more than 1 second in front of Chris. He knows he'll have seen Harley pull off the track, so he knows really that it's only Chris who he is battling with for the round win.
Yep.
So long as he's 1 second in front of him, he doesn't need to make that gap bigger. It's better for him to keep that gap around 1.5 seconds, and just sit there, just manage it, not take the load out of the tyres. You can hear his car as he goes into the sweeper. Ollie is he's feathering the throttle. He's lifting off going into the sweeper. So he's only taking it at sort of 95% of the car's performance potential. Whereas you listen to someone like Damien's car as he goes through there, and he'll be more flat out taking everything that the tyres have got to give. And the car's capable of doing it. Ollie's car's capable of doing it, but he's just taking life out of the tyres that he doesn't need to. So bit of clever race management going on from Ollie, and it's just a sign of that extra mental capacity that separates the the people who can drive a car quick from the absolute superstars.
That's right. And there is a big difference. Can we drop back one, John? Let's get a bit of Chris on camera, because otherwise it's just going to be 5 minutes of Ollie.
So, yeah, running with Chris, the white-coloured car with a pink rear on it.
He was not exactly a slouch. Is he 6 or 7 or 12-time British champion?
Absolutely, yeah.
How many do you think? 7? Is it? He won a lot in a row, and he kept changing chassis and still winning it.
He did, yes. And yeah, I mean, he for many years, he's been sort of revitalised with his chassis change to run the automatics car. That's really got his mojo back.
The thing I remember about Chris most is we were in Bangkok for the 2008 Worlds.
The fire ant story is
when he put his pizza down, didn't notice, picked it back up again, took a mouthful. It was a mouthful of ants as well as the pizza, and he had to go to A&E.
Well, Chris is famously unlucky at international events. I remember, I think it was a relay race at Snetterton or something, where he was onto TQ and the sticks fell into his transmitter.
The what? Sorry.
The sticks fell into his like they actually.
Oh right, he actually the transmitter collapsed at that point.
Basically, yeah, the sticks just fell backwards into the transmitter.
That's impressive.
Yeah, but Chris doing a good job here. He TQ'd last week actually at Colchester for the national, with quite an impressive run. He sat out the first round to save tyres and had an issue at the start of the second run, so he therefore needed 2 rounds from 2. And took rounds 3 and 4 to TQ. Unfortunately, to do that, he'd used 2 fresh sets of tyres, which meant that he was a bit of a sitting duck for the finals. But impressive to see. He's still got it in terms of speed. Like I say, both of them changing to new chassis. Ollie now back with X-Ray. Officially this year. He was running it as a privateer last year. But these two still the standard bearers really in modified in the UK consistently. Starting to see sort of interlopers in there. Harley starting to find some good pace as well.
I didn't realise Elliot had retired.
Yeah, Elliot retired earlier this year. I think COVID was a lot of time off for everybody, and everybody sort of felt new or had new opportunities to race outside of that. So, or find other things outside of racing. So there will be a few people not coming back. But yeah, starting to see some new people coming back into or coming in towards the front of the modified class. Harley, as we've mentioned. Zach Smith starting to be consistently competitive. Kyle Branson normally up there at the pointy end as well. So more and more of them. The Tamiya GTE class now. We believe it's Tamiya TT02s. So we have got Tim Harrop, Steve Adams, Carl Matthews, Carl Osborne, Ian Hill, Gavin Lanaway, Martin Reeder, Harry Hontzer and Morgan Banks. Cars forming up just behind the line. 30 seconds to run.
It's a long way to that camera, and I'm kind of regretting putting it so far away. Tamiya World, how we all started. You start with the Tamiya? I start with the Tamiya.
I think most people start
with
a
Rough Rider, who sounds much more dodgy now than it did then.
Have you bought a re-release?
No, I didn't do the re-release stuff. There's some stuff I wish I still had, but that's long gone. You know,
my first car was a Mardave Cobra.
Ooh, you know, you lob all these cats thinking there's millions of them, and now they're worth a bloody fortune. I had an original short wheelbase cat and the long wheelbase conversion to the short wheelbase cat, which apparently means that I've got something that if I still had them brand new in the box, I'd have thousands of pounds. As it is, they're just in the bin somewhere. Or
well, that's kind of got a historical significance because that was the thing that Masami turned up to the Worlds in Romsey, didn't he, with a short wheelbase cat. I think Cecil gave him the conversion
Yeah,
there.
because only Phil Davis could drive the short wheelbase cat.
Well, I think Masami did a fairly good job of it, but he got given the conversion to make it the long wheelbase car, and that sort of transformed it for him. And as a result, he won the Worlds in '87, Masami's first world title.
Was that the Robinson warm-up?
Schumacher's first and only world title.
I competed at that. No, it was not.
Well, until
not anymore.
No, until the beginning of last year. So
yes, I actually was at that Romsey warm-up back in '87. I drove down from because I thought that I was quite young and didn't know the concept of hotels. I drove to and from it from my house in Kent every day.
To Romsey.
Yeah,
that's quite a long.
I know, it was a stupid idea.
Yeah, it's not.
Also, when they originally ran the track, it was running on shale, and they swept the shale back on every lap, after every race. When they got to the actual Worlds later, they didn't bother doing that anymore. They just left it dry.
Martin Reeder leading this, car number 7. Well, we got 4 cars out there circulating. Martin is...
Which car?
Just trying to find him. I think he's the blue car, because that looks to be the one that is...
Most
speedy.
Actively driven.
Yeah.
In an active driving sort of way.
It looks the most likely to be doing a quick time. I can't quite see a number on there. I think he's helpfully stuck it on the flat surface of the...
Oh, the sun's gone in for the first time the entire day.
That's quite nice, actually.
It must have found one of the very, very rare fluffy clouds.
That's very refreshing, actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got about 13 seconds of that.
You know, it'll also make the track quick. It will. The track will speed up.
So I'm trying to work out if that is actually car number... Sorry, bud. Is that car number 4?
I believe that's car number... it's not Carl Osborne. It's car number 7.
The blue 1-7, is it?
This one is car 7, yes.
Who is?
That is the leader.
Martin Reeder.
Martin Reeder. Martin going quite nicely there as he makes his way through a couple of cars. Oh, and
no, it was
barrels
going well.
over.
It was going well, then he hit the...
He hit a stationary car who had parked up.
So a lot of that happens, the stationary car parked up issues.
Yeah, it's probably a bit more prevalent in classes that haven't got that many drivers in them because you get a bigger spread of talent across.
You do.
Across
Drop back one, John. Let's just look at somebody else.
Let's look at somebody else.
It's these two are battling. It's the greeny car of car 2 and then the car behind him. So that's Steve Adams is 2, and I assume it's probably Gavin Lanaway behind him. It might actually be Carl. Actually, probably might be Carl Matthews.
Car 3.
They're literally divided by nothing. This is a battle on the track for the Tamiya honours for 4th.
They come through the D.
Adams now in the green and white car. There we go.
Green and white car, quite wide through there.
Yeah, there's the racing line, then there's the survival line.
Got
away with that.
I think with these cars, the rules are quite limiting in terms of what you can do. Obviously, they haven't got a spool in the front of them. They've got a diff. I would imagine that whatever is in the diff is fairly heavy in terms of an oil, but it does still have a differential action. So they're not going to have the steering off the corner that the touring car would do. Look like they're running normal touring car tyres, but definitely running wider on power on the exit of a corner than a touring car might do.
Yeah, when I was doing touring car racing those years ago, I always remember I ended up running a almost completely locked up diff rather than a spool, because indoors you ran a spool, you just broke everything the whole time. But if you ran an almost locked diff, it had just enough slip if you clunked it not to break the out drives or anything. So.
Yeah, well, obviously we're onto gear diffs now rather than ball diffs, which you would have had then. So, big accident there, crossing the line. But yeah, so when you run a gear diff, you can alter the viscosity of the fluid that you put in there. And in some cases, you're running like 3 million centistokes.
Stop swearing on live on camera.
Sorry.
turn around and say centre Stokes, weirdo.
Yeah, it's incredibly heavy fluid that takes an age to put into the diff.
It doesn't sound very fluidy. Good morning, Steve Ware. How are you doing? It's Charlie Ware's dad. How are we all?
Hello, Steve.
Many, many years since we've crossed our paths on a track, but we're still buddies in racing. I'm quite sure I was going with that one then, but I got to the end of it.
Absolutely.
So heat 9 is your next heat, which is the Montex Formula 1. This is the one that, of all the classes, looks most like something rather than an approximation of something, apart from the fact that Formula 1 in reality is obviously the fastest, one of the fastest class of all in motorsport. These aren't.
No, and I think that's as a result of a desire to make them look scale. As a result, they're
impossible to drive fast.
Yeah. I mean, some are very good at it. Michael Lee is one such proponent of it. I'm sure he'll be quick, as will Dan Robbins. Actually, they'll both be quick. I'm expecting to see them go away quite well.
So back on the chat, by the way, Daniel Kearney and Kerry Aslett continue to have a row, which is always quite amusing.
Okay.
They're kind of give you apologies for Kevin Aslett. He's one of my teammates. He gets angry when we call him a Northern, especially if we're in Australia. Daniel always likes to look at the track. And how they got 12th here? They've got 12th here, but they got a few bits and bobs of other stuff that you normally have. So we've got a couple of sets of Tamiyas, we've got some young Tamiyas, and we've got these, the Montex Formula 1, described to you by James Stewart.
Getting ready to go. Michael Lee leads off from who was running second? Paul Ellis. Michael Lee, the all-yellow car, Jordan-inspired livery. Team Aldershot, just been reminded by Mark Payne.
Hello, Mark.
So Jordan leads a Brawn by the looks of it. In fact, the Brawn, Paul Ellis, leading this one. So one car back. There we go. That our lead car. The reason he's leading, even though he's behind, he started out 1 second behind. And he is less than 1 second behind now. So is actually in front on the clock. Got a gap of about 3/10. These two edging away from the rest of the field. You can see these cars a little bit hesitant to turn initially, and actually Paul now takes the lead. It's a small mistake there from Michael as they prepared to go through the D.
Oh, it washed out, didn't it?
It did.
Second car.
It's quite easy to blow through the front tyre slip angle on these cars if your entry speed's a little bit too hot.
Just explain what that is. The slip angle is there's only a finite amount of grip for a tyre.
Yes.
And when you run out of that grip because you're pushing it too hard, you turn it too sharp an angle, it just slides across the surface rather than gripping, and therefore you understeer off.
Yes, essentially.
There we are. I've decided to be trying to do the basics here, but I've failed miserably so far. So.
No, that's a good explanation. We're heading towards the traction circle. We've just seen a change there, and Paul letting Michael back through. Paul still leading. It can be quite a valid thing to do sometimes. If you're leading on the clock but feeling under pressure, sometimes it's better to be the one that's following. And if you know that you can keep that gap within 1 second, but these two still going at it. Paul still leading, and you can see through the front of the shot Michael Lee. Less than 1 second between them still. So it looks like Paul
going on.
Yep, past some traffic. So it looks like Paul is more comfortable running behind Michael than he is in front of him.
He's going to drop off the lead quite quickly, though, isn't he?
I don't think so. He let him go a few laps ago, and he seems they seem quicker in different parts of the circuit. I think Michael looks better on the high-speed stuff, coming through the D and out onto the main straight, and then Paul looks like he's got an advantage with stability in some of the low-speed stuff. But gap between them was 0.3 of a second last time round in Michael's favour. What are we, 3 minutes in? Still got the lead 2 in shot. We're running with Michael Lee at the moment, the all-yellow coloured car. The not quite Jordan-inspired livellery, but
what is it actually? It's just yellow, isn't it?
It's a nondescript yellow with
hello,
black.
I've got yellow.
Yellow with black, but there are a few.
We've got a Braun, we've got a McLaren.
We have. I think we've got a 2013 Sauber out there, but quite why you would choose to paint a car tarmac grey.
You've got one that. Oh, don't talk about that. I made that mistake once. You've got a Rocket Williams look to it.
I think there's
an
an
AlphaTauri.
There's an AlphaTauri, definitely. I've seen out there. There is.
Let's go somewhere else.
Let's have a look.
John, have a look at the McLaren that's going through the centre of the track at the moment. That's the orange car for those of you who are watching in black and white.
That's the great Murrayism there.
I think wasn't that the snooker commentator?
It could well have been, actually.
Yeah. For those of you in black and white, the pink ball is behind the blue.
It looks like James Greener's car. Although James Green is not here, so it can't be here.
It's unlikely to be. Realistically, it's a very low chance of being someone who's not here.
Absolutely. So normally James Green are running that colour scheme, but let's see if we can pick up what number he is.
Has he got a number? Has he even got a number on that car?
It has got a number on the roof of the note. Whoever knew, look, numbers are difficult to spot on F1 cars.
Yeah, also, especially these numbers where they've actually put something in the background of the number. I'm now leaning at jaunty angles trying to see it. It's number... No idea.
Number no idea. There we go. It's
We'll
number no idea, and
if he pulls off at the end of the next lap, we'll find out who he is.
We'll get these by the end of the day. Michael Lee going to take this one from Paul Ellis, and actually Michael having pulled a decent gap now.
Hang on, let's have a look. He's go on, pull off. No. How many laps there? How many extra laps are you going to do? Come on. It is 5. That's ridiculously difficult. It's 5.
That is 5. That is Jonathan Ellis.
Honestly, if I was a professional referee, I'd be going, I'm not doing that. I can't see who it is.
It's all right. You don't need to ref.
Sometimes some of us need as much reffing as possible.
They're responsible drivers. Here we go into the Junior E.
As one of our sponsors, thank you to Tamiya and Junior E, thank you to Schumacher, and thank you to MB Models. And of course, thank you to the Park the Bus, who are putting together the documentary I was talking about, which you'll be able to see soon. As you say, it takes a long time to make these things, probably not until next year.
Be interesting to see, though.
Well, yeah, I mean,
a new thing.
Particularly interesting to see as you and I will be featured voices, but not faces.
Well, that's good.
We're just going to save the camera some serious damage.
Voice for radio.
Voice for radio, face for print, yeah. Do face for radio, voice for print, yeah.
Can't even get that right.
Well, you know, we're still building up to it. This is your first time doing this for a year and a bit.
It is. Quite out of practice. Very rusty. So
Terry Lee, said he thought Michael's is a Renault base from the previous Renault. So we've already moved on. Renault, as far as we're concerned, it's Alpine or nothing, isn't it, really?
Oh, well, yeah. In fact, I think the Alpine scheme would look really good. You know, nice metallic
Yeah,
blue.
but that involves someone who's actually bought the car quite recently.
There is that. But yeah, quite a nice rich metallic blue. That's I'd imagine in the sun. Have you seen any of them this year
Not in the flesh,
in
no.
the flesh. I'd imagine that looks quite good.
No one offered me any tickets for this event. I'm not paying.
Don't they know who you are?
Well, oddly, no. I used to get offered tickets, and I've been offered tickets for years. I think last 4 or 5 years. It's very depressing. Heat 10.
Heat 10.
Take the first car away, John.
Finley Lanaway leading off. So Finley straight onto his roof.
Well, you know. This new track interpretation is particularly useful, isn't it?
It's a difficult track, knowing how aggressive you can be with some of these curbs, and how much you can ride them. And I'd imagine quite a lot of these cars not running normal shock absorbers, full shock absorbers either. They'll have the friction dampers in them, so maybe not quite so compliant over some of the bumps. Bit of action going on towards the front there, but still running with Finley up on 2 wheels. See if we can move back one car to him. In fact, let's go for the yellow car, yellow and blue car just down the straight now. There we go. It's quite a nice line there. Good example of, oh, a little bit too hot, just lost the rear into the corner. Especially that double change of direction can just upset the car very, very slightly. In fact, struggling to make out a number on that car. I don't think there's one on there.
Well, that's
that we're
not fair.
following.
Well, the yellow one.
Yeah. Just
many old eyes make yellow car number C.
This one just coming.
It's on its tail. I think it's 1. Is that car 1? I think it's in between the stanchions of the rear wing support.
Oh, okay.
I think it's car 1. Which would make it Archie Matthews the leader.
It looks to be the car that's making the best progress out there. Yes, I would agree with you that appears to be car 1. Now I know where we're looking.
Archie seems to know what he's doing, in fairness.
He does. He's making some pretty good progress.
Well, the first part is I've noticed, I've been watching for 2 laps. He's been on all 4 wheels down those entire 2 laps.
Yeah, and actually the lines look.
Yeah, they're good.
They look pretty good.
No, it is good.
Look pretty sensible.
Oh dear. Oh, the Alpha's broken in half. Have you got spares? Oh, that's it for the Alpha. Do you know what I'd do? I'll go off air and do this because I'm going to try and mend an Alpha.
Still running with our leader. Just getting involved in a bit of accident with the back marker. Waits for him, which wasn't strictly necessary.
That was a very dead car, that Alpha. Snapped the front end of the chassis off.
It's probably not the first time that the front end of an Alpha has been snapped off with a minor accident.
They tended to rust it off, in fairness.
Well, who else?
There's a high attrition this week, I think, due to all sorts of reasons. But you know, we are losing drivers left, right, and centre. This is whoa.
Ooh, yeah, there's some fairly robust.
I'm loving the word robust.
It's BTCC style, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although even that's cleaned up quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's theoretically. So we go with the black car. Who's the black car?
The black car is. There isn't a black car.
Yes, there is. It's just there. Oh, it's dark blue. Very dark blue.
Very dark blue.
Very dark blue now going around the bottom corner.
This is car number 5.
Ethan Webb.
Ethan Webb we're running with.
Very disappointed about the Alpha braking.
Just
goes to show those TTO2s are not indestructible.
You've owned several Alphas, haven't you?
Not several, just one.
Just one.
And more importantly, it's the best car I've ever had.
Quadrifolio, wasn't it?
Fabulous piece of kit.
Fastest car you've ever had?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The current car I've got is theoretically quite. I don't know which one's quicker, to be honest. I don't even know whether the Trackhawk was faster, to be honest. I mean, it's aerodynamic's a brick, but it had 700 horsepower, so.
Well, yeah. That tends to get you over most things. Just coming to the end.
It probably was. I've got the RS7 might be quicker. It might not. At the moment, it's been in the garage for 6 weeks. So who the hell knows? It's far slower, indifferent.
I suppose it depends on your definition of quicker. Is it like quicker from point to point or? In
well,
a
no.
line?
The Alpha it was the quickest in the dry. I'm sure the RS7 is quickest in the wet because it's got 2 extra driven wheels.
Well, yes. Well, not at the moment, by the sounds of it.
It's got no driven wheels at the moment. It's sitting in pieces in Audi while having an argument with the warranty company. But that's my personal problem, nothing to do with the broadcast.
Don't they know who you are?
Not yet. And when they do, they won't care.
Ready for heat number 11.
Just coming to the end then of this second round of qualifying. 2 more rounds of qualifying and then 2 sets of finals. I'm quite pleased that now, ever since I remember to do the heats, I've changed them every time on time, so I'm feeling quite smug about that.
So who have we got? Tyler Standing, Maverick Adams, Elliot Griggs, Amelia Adams, James Binney, Elliot Smith and Frankie Fletcher. So this the final heat of the round. Cars getting placed down out there. A little bit of tyre scrubbing going on out there, by the looks of things.
Well, you always like to see some scrubbers, don't you, early on?
Absolutely.
This is the junior Tamiya, so I think there's no one up there who hasn't needed a stool to get a little height, see over the edge of the rostrum.
Very junior, yep.
Very junior.
Good to see.
Not just slightly junior, but very junior. Right. Yeah, take the first car away. And let's work out who it is. 2.
So this is Maverick.
Maverick Adams. The only problem is the 4 car, and another car went completely the wrong time.
I think that was the number 7
Elliot
car.
Smith just went because he got spooked. Yes, I think you can. That's the right. So, Adams, Amelia Adams. So it's Adams, from Fletcher, from Stanley, from Binney, from Griggs, from Smith. The Porsche, I think, is a first-time racer.
It's the number 7 car. Elliot
Who
Smith.
are we with?
We
Right,
are
with
running
the first
with
2, yes.
First 2 is that Tyler Standing and Maverick Adams.
Yes, so Standing's in the Petronas coloured car 1. And and Maverick's in the black car. That's one way of getting past, isn't it?
It is.
So these 2 are cutting different lines, but they're a bit wide there.
They're similar on pace. So,
where have they gone? First cars to actually go out of frame there on the
yeah,
camera 2.
Maverick leads across the line. And not sure Tyler's particularly enamoured with that, so trying to hunt him down. So Tyler makes his way past Maverick, and Maverick is inverted.
Now the weird thing is both those cars.
Tyler on his roof as well.
They're both number 7. One number 7, one number 8.
I think there's the Porsche out there's got both number 7 and number 8 on it. I think
Yeah,
number 7 is its race number.
The good news is there isn't an 8. So who went off too early, who we also think is number 7?
I think that might have been Frankie Fletcher.
Who's not number 7 then. He's got the Red Bull side livery.
So we're running with number 7 is Elliot Smith, the leader.
You'll be with.
So
right, let's pick up the orange Porsche about to come on the main straight, whatever number that is. It's Tyler. I think it's Tyler. Is it Elliot Smith? Is it Tyler Stan? It is Elliot Smith actually. Which is unlikely because I don't think he'd be winning, but he's.
No, I don't believe that is.
It'd He's doing all right, actually, in fairness to Porsche. He's driving around the track without crashing, which is obviously the key point in a number of areas when you're a beginner.
Absolutely. I think this is getting a little bit confusing because a lot of them have used the Tamiya decals, which have by themselves got numbers integrated. So
both those cars were overlined just then were car 7. But I think actually it might be the lead. That Porsche might be the lead, just because he's carried on trundling round.
Yeah. So the
Red Bull car is flanking. Well, who's the Porsche? Oh, it is. It is Elliot. I was right. I was right.
So.
Oh right. Okay. That's good. That's worrying for a start. So right. So we. Blimey. Pick up the car, which is white with the Red Bull logo. It's just going around the bottom of the circuit right now. John, he's going to go through the switch back in a second. You got him. It's not a great difficulty in keeping. No, not that one. He's going to the main straight now. He's the leading car on the main straight. Red Bull logo. Right, that's Frankie Fletcher, who apparently is 4 years old.
So, son of Billy Fletcher and Danny Young.
Oh, right, okay.
Both races.
More annoying thing is he's 4.
Well, there is that. I think my socks are older than him, obviously.
Well, I guarantee most of the equipment we're using here is older than him. The cameras aren't, they're quite new. The rest of it's older, though. Especially after a year since you get a garage doing nothing.
Yes.
Well,
Frankie still getting round okay.
Holding a fine 4th place.
I believe this is bit of a coming together there.
It's amazing how even with very few cars they manage to hit each other.
There is, and it's also you don't realise how much energy there that they contain until they have an accident. You don't really get the sense of the speed. But 5 cars out there, and they're kind of all converging on each other at the moment.
They're clumping. It's a well-known effect called clumping.
Yeah, so all the cars ganging up together as we come towards the end of the run.
So, not quite. I think Elliot Smith and the Porsche had to retire. Oh, no, he's just coming around now.
No, he's not. He's just coming across the line.
I think his transponder's retired because he's not being counted. There's a transponder issue with the Porsche. Amelia Adams officially scored as a winner in that one. And then Tyler Sterling, Elliot Smith, Frankie Fletcher, James Binney. So that was the beginners and the learners. And now back onto the 70.5. And I get to type 2 things into this piece of paper.
Oh, you get to type what? Round 3.
Yeah, I get to
round 3, race 1.
Actually, I don't think I type the 1 because I've got 11, so I just delete 1 out of it. It's far less exciting. Okay, so we're now rotating round. We've done a complete set. It's not overly hot at the moment. It's just unpleasantly warm.
Yes. Close.
It's quite. Yeah, I'm surprised it's quite so muggy.
Yeah.
Do you want a donut, John? No, he doesn't want a donut. No one wants my donuts. He's disappointed about that. Is that flavoured water?
That is flavoured water, yes.
Oh, God, you're so posh. It's from Marks and Sparks as well. It's not just water, it's flavoured water. What flavour is it?
It is lemon and lime.
Oh,
lemon and lime flavoured water.
Tell you what, I'm not sure we can afford to have someone as posh as you coming doing this.
Out of my cool bag.
He's got a cool bag. He's shopping at Marks and Sparks. What are you paying next?
Steady on.
Unknown G wants to shout out to Team Finn Racing, which we've already done. Oh no, we haven't. We refused to.
We refused to do a shout out to Team Finn Racing. Absolutely, definitely.
Right. So I'm glad we refused. I'm not refusing to do it again. I'm not shouting out to Team Finn Racing. No matter how many times you ask me, Unknown G. Right. We've seen the beginners, and now it's the earlier heats of the next thing up.
So Ben Kane and Soteris Liazzi going away. The start of this one, Fraser Tucker was also pretty rapid. 3 variants of an all. Well, they're not really orange, are they? They're fluoro red, 2 of them. But
do you know, I love the disgust you said fluoro red with. Then they're fluoro red.
Fluoro red. or as David Gale might call it, canary red.
What?
It's not fluorescent red.
I know he's getting on a bit, but really.
Yeah, apparently so. Lead 2 gone away quite nicely. Ben Kane from Soteris Liazzi. Soteris looking like he's leading this one. Ben led away. Soteris will be within 1 second as they cross the line. So he's the orange coloured car. You can see Ben in the front of the shot. Gap between them is about 0.3 of a second. Starting to come up through some traffic. That gets out of the way quite nicely. Just see now, they're on their third run of these sets of tyres. You'll probably notice that they've picked up a little bit more understeer as they come through the D.
And they're not going fast on their best because we can hear the timing loop, and it'll go beep if you're going faster and boop if you're going slower, and they're all booping. But of course it doesn't matter because it's not about ultimate time, it's about individual times against everyone else in the round.
It is, absolutely. I wouldn't expect to see improvements at this time of the day with this heat in the track either. We'd expect to see the track going slower and slower. Let's have a look at who is running in third place. Car number 3, Fraser Tucker. He's running around by himself, so he's just coming past the WLRC sign now. Just heading through the middle of the circuit by himself, the canary red coloured car. Out onto the main straight. There we go. It's the car of Fraser running in third place.
No, sorry.
Fraser getting around nicely. Doesn't look quite as hooked up as the two leaders do. The car just sliding a little bit more. Might be a indication he hasn't quite got the tyre prep as good. You can see tail just stepped out there. So the car's being well driven still. It's just not quite got the same level of traction. You can see he's a little bit enthusiastic on the throttle as well, coming off the corner. You just see the way that the car picks up and squirts forward, that little bit of understeer that it picks up. Still getting around quite nicely though. This is what I meant about, there we go, as he goes through the D. This is what I meant about having a car that probably feels quite nice to drive and it looks perfectly acceptable by itself in isolation, but it'll come off there and go, yeah, that was good. I didn't really make any mistakes. And then wonder why he's a lap down. And yeah, it's
soul destroying.
Yes, little bit of a thing to get your head around. Let's see who else is out there at the moment. That we've got Ross Delander, car number 6. Let's see if we can spot car number 6 out there. Just try and find him. Car number 6 is the green coloured car. He's just come off the sweeper now, the second of the two cars. In fact, he's running around behind Soteris. Ben Kane pulled a lead. So we've got, there we go, Ross's car on screen. Ross's car looks like just dragging the inside tyre slightly. You can see there, just as he goes through the D, it hooks up and it just makes the rear rotate a little bit. Easily caught, but it just costs you time. That drains away. And again, going through the D, especially in with a 17.5 car, any speed that you don't carry through there, it affects you all the way down the straight and all the way through the sweeper.
And that was an accident.
It was.
That was the result of going a little bit too sharply right onto Main Straight.
Easy to do.
There's a desire to fix the hose. It's not being fixed, though. It has been fixed now. The hose has been fixed. The fixed hose has been fixed, Hosley.
That was Marshall number 4 out there, fixing the hose. Ben Kane taking this round again.
So 4 heats of 17.5, and the second of those heats will be underway in a few seconds.
It will. So Ben from Soteris again. So we have the Granger and Jeffrey show again. Everybody putting their cars down at the track entrance, driving their way around to the line.
Sun's gone in.
It has.
Gives them an extra couple of tenths.
It does. Oh look, Chris Granger sent Waldo out there with his pitman out there to do Casey's car.
Blimey.
He's getting proper treatment there. And Ollie as well, being pitman for Harry.
That's more you're supposed to do when you're a dad, isn't it?
It is. Ollie a little bit faster than most racing dads, though.
For now.
For now. Yes. I have a feeling that Jeffries Jr. and Granger Jr. will soon be added to the list of people who I used to be able to be beat.
It's just for everyone after one, isn't it, really?
Well, yes, pretty much.
You sit around and go, oh, it's fine. Take the leader over there. Take the first car off, the green one.
Scott Hargrave leads away. White and green coloured car. Had a good run last time.
A lot of licks and scraping. I think some of these cars actually are dragging the bodies a little bit when they on full lean, aren't they?
They are, certainly through the sweeper. You can hear them. You can hear them touching down. It's quite a high load area of the track.
Oh dear. I think Casey Granger made 2 mistakes in the same set of corners there.
Still running with our leader as he makes a mistake through the D. That's going to have let Harry close right in, and Harry Jeffries collects him. I think that's some kind of breakage for Harry. You just saw him peel off in the back of shot. Luke Jury, car number 3, leading. Let's see if we can spot car number 3. I think he's the white, pink and yellow car. So he's one car in front of... There we go. I think that is our leader.
There's a second car that looks like Harry's car, but it's not Harry's car.
That is car 3. That is indeed our leader, Luke Jury.
So if he broke down... the jury's out.
Well, absolutely.
Don't mind using this one so early.
So the third place car currently of Scott Hargrave. In fact, the lead 3 all in one shot. Scott Hargrave moves past the leader. He now needs to get that gap up over, I think it'll be 2 seconds, because Luke started out 3rd. So needs to extend that gap. Certainly looks like he's faster over a lap, to Scott, but he's been making mistakes, which is how he ended up back there in the first place. So lead 2, both in shot now. Leader, the car that we are running with. Second place is in fact 3rd place. So all 3 cars in shot together. Down the main straight. See a small mistake there from Scott. In fact, David Standing goes to the front. So we have a standing jury at the front.
Hey! Oh dear, sir.
Waiting to get a marshal out
All
there.
the marshals were just looking at each other. In fairness, there's no real obvious place for the person to marshal that car.
There isn't. I would probably 0.6 is probably the closest one, but 0.5 took it. David Standing then, car number 7. Let's see if we can pick up car number 7. He is our leader. He's one of the cars on the... He should be one of the cars on the main straight. No, there's...
Who are we trying to find?
Car number 7. David Standing. There he goes. The white, purple and pink car. So he's just coming past the WLRC sign now. Through the middle of the circuit. There we go. Out onto the main straight. Excellent camera switching there by Nick.
Thank you. I've literally, it's my life's final desire. I've switched a camera. I wonder if I can assign a number to it.
David Standing still leading this one with 30 seconds to go. Trevor Little and Bryce Little running 2nd and 3rd in the heat. Early leaders Scott Hargrave and Luke Jury having coming together.
I can't remember any things you can do on this. I've just done another thing that might make my life a bit easier. Might not work. Might just crash the entire system.
Leader go through some traffic now.
Oh yeah, I'm on a key now. Oh. James will be proud of me
backwards across the
stuff.
line.
What did he do? Belt came off. Harry's there. How old's Harry? 8. Oh, I thought he was 7 or 8. Talked to Adrian by his dad, his granddad. So. It's quite good being 8 because you haven't got a marshal. He's got Adrian to marshal for him. He's too small.
He's got Ollie to put his car down. He's got an all-star cast, a who's who of RC.
You should enjoy this. The waiting on hand for ends.
Yes.
Hit about 13-12. Now, I really want to do it. And then you think, no, I'm doing that. I don't really want to do it anymore.
Yeah, it has a novelty the first time you do it, doesn't it?
Mm.
Ready for heat 3 to go. Gareth Hobson, David Clift, Michael Chapman, Mark Payne, Andy White, Malc Hall, Chris Sheldrake, Mark Passingham, Gavin Clinch still here, and Emily Robbins.
So did you explain Ice Cream Wars?
Oh, we've got ice cream. We've got ice cream wars is still to come in a quieter period.
Yeah, Ice Cream Wars will be explained later.
We're not gonna rob our listeners and viewers of ice cream wars.
Yeah, it was quite fun. I was in the middle of it.
Car's just pulling up on the line now. Just as the sun comes out, just to slow the track down slightly.
Yeah, it's just not fair.
I know.
I demand exactly the same conditions the previous people had.
Well, technically, that's what you need for round by round to work.
Round by round's stupid.
Round by round has its place.
No, round by round's fun actually, but it should be races, not. Anyway, let's not get into that loop of things I personally believe in. Not long to go. Hobson, Clift, Chapman, Payne, White, Hall, Sheldrake, Passingham, Clinch and Robbins. Malc Hall won the last one. Away with the first car, please, John. Which should be Malc Hall.
Malc Hall, the all yellow coloured car, I believe. There we go. Starting to get towards cars I recognise now because I've raced with most of them. Malc Hall are leading this one. Again, Malc Hall having done many, many laps around here at West London. Little bobble as he goes through the D. Manages to maintain the speed. I think Mark Payne's probably leading, is he? Yeah, he is leading after lap 1, looking at where he is on track relative to the others. Mark Payne, the green and white car. He's just coming through the sweeper now. There we go. That's our leader. Kind of an Alex Hagberg tribute. Although not driven quite as quickly. I'm sure Mark will forgive us for saying that. He's made his way past Gavin Clinch, though. Mark not looking completely confident through the D, but Mark and Gav both showing their experience there, not tripping each other up. Someone else joining in the back of that shot as well. Is that David Clift? Quite possibly.
Ooh, nice overtaking manoeuvre there. And
That was through the D.
Car 2, an absolute. That was David Clift got an absolute tank slapper on there.
So that wasn't David Clift. So who is that? Is that car 8? Don't think that's Mark Passingham. No, it's car 1. Who's car 1? Gareth Hobson. You know what? Gareth Hobson's car, car number 1,
Which is leading.
He's leading. He's the car just coming out through onto the main straight now. The white, pink, yellow, purple car. I've got a feeling he's on new tyres. Or he's on fresher tyres. Looking at the traction that he's got relative to everybody else, it wouldn't surprise me. He certainly looks like he's fresher on tyres than anybody else, just the amount of steering that he's got.
But why would you do that? Tell me why you do that.
Well, because this is round 3 of qualifying, so he knows that if anybody's going to want a good round score, they're going to run them in round 4. So by running a new set in round 3 and giving himself an offset, he'll have that advantage when no one else has it. So that's kind of the theory. It's just the attitude of the car. It just looks more alive, the change of direction. It's not the front of it isn't sliding.
That's it, of course. These drivers aren't just trying to do well, they're actually trying to make the A final. So there's no point saving all your tyres to do in the B final, is there?
No, absolutely not. And if you're on the bubble, then you would normally, when I say on the bubble, I mean you're at the risk of making it or not in round. Obviously they'll be aware of that at the end of this round of qualifying, which will be 1 round of qualifying to go. But then if everybody runs new tyres in round 4 to get a good score, then that advantage is negated because no one's got any tyre advantage over anybody else. So running them this time round could be a very valid opportunity to score some good points. Whilst you've got a car that's quicker than everybody else. So Gareth leading this one by about 1.5 seconds from Malk Hall. Malk probably not aware that Gareth's there. I mean, Gareth started out, where is he? He's about half a lap back on the track, so Gareth started out towards the back of this heat. Of course, there's every possibility that Gareth just has the tyre advantage because he didn't do one of the earlier runs or didn't do one of the last runs, which is why he started towards the back. Car starting to pick up a little bit more push now, which would fit with the idea that he was running older tyres, that he was running newer tyres than anybody else, and that advantage has now gone away. But the car still carrying good speed through the D. It's just not quite as crisp on the exit of it, and it's just pushing on that little bit. What have we got now? Coming up to 30 seconds to go. We have got a lead of, let's have a look when Gareth crosses the line. So it's around 2 seconds still. Mount probably a bit surprised at the 4-minute call because he started off first and no one's overtaken him, and he'll be surprised to have been called out in second place. Gareth definitely making good progress towards him now though. There's the 5-minute call. Gareth gets that one by, it's about 1.5 seconds in the end.
Go Gareth. Hello to Matt Guppy, who was doing your job in Colchester. He's asking, is it hot?
Yes.
It's very hot.
It's very, very
hot. Very hot.
It is rather warm. Good job at Colchester, Matt.
He was all right.
It's probably a bit of a culture shock to him watching on-road stuff.
Yeah, I think that's one word for it.
Not used to it. Everybody making their way back in as we get set for the top heat.
It's all right, heat 4.
Heat 4, top heat of 17.5.
The sun comes back out again. It's coming in. We've got a bit more intermittent cloud cover. Personally, I'd like permanent cloud cover.
Yeah.
Just to reduce the oozing more than anything else.
Yeah, that would help. Also makes life an awful lot easier on the electronics in these cars. Particularly these stock class cars, because they tend to be timed and geared to the moon to get any kind of speed out of them. They run fairly warm.
Yeah, so they've got fans and stuff.
Yeah, you tend to run a fairly big fan, normally a 40mm fan, blowing air straight at the motor.
Because it's blowing hot air at the moment, so...
It's blowing moving air, which is the most important thing. Although weirdly, you can't sit the fan too close to the motor because the magnetic field from the motor overcomes that of the magnetic field of the motor in the fan.
Right.
And stops it spinning. You look completely disinterested in that fact.
No, I'm not. I'm sitting there trying to remember my O-level physics and trying to work out how that happens. But, you know, never disinterested in your facts. Let me just say it right now. Out and away with the leader.
We've got our leader, who is Jay Westwood with... I'm not sure what colour that car is.
Ugh. Sort of got a silvery undertone to yellow. Oh, no, it's not. It's actually it's like a kind of sandy beige, isn't it?
I think British Leyland offered that in the 70s, didn't it?
It has got an Allegro look about it.
Has it got a vinyl roof? Anyway.
It's rusting, which is really impressive.
So that is, I think that's Jay Westwood actually, but Glenn also with him and Matt Quinlisk as well. So our leader is, I think it's the second of those two cars, the white and orange coloured car, rather than the beige coloured car. Glenn still leading this one with car number 3. Let's just double check as we come through which one is car number 3. There's 1, there's 3. So Glenn is the white, yellow and blue coloured car.
We are a third of the way now through round 3. There are 4 rounds of qualifying and then there are 2 rounds of finals. There's a short break between the qualifying and the final, I think. About 20 minutes.
Okay.
And it is still getting hotter by the moment.
It is. Expecting it to keep getting hotter till around 3 p.m, something like that. And then it will start tailing off.
It's currently 29, Uxbridge.
Yeah, it'll probably be quite comfortable by the time we get home tonight.
And it's going to peak out at 31 for about the next 3 hours.
Nice.
Which are not temperatures you're used to having in this country.
No, they're not. Still, it means our cups of tea won't go cold.
Yeah.
Quite so quickly.
Yeah. I think it's very much always looking on the bright side of light to the nth degree there, I think you'll find.
Absolutely. Still running with our leader, Glenn Westwood, number 3 car. Let's move back to the car of Matt Quinlisk, the white and orange coloured car. There we go. This is our 3rd place man, but lead 3 covered at the moment by, well, in fact, Matt is about 2 seconds down, but between Jay and Glenn, there is, exactly 1 second, actually. It's a good effort.
Yeah, the Westwoods have been doing this for years, haven't they?
They have.
The Westwood brothers have been racing in, you know, not quite the fastest groups, so stock races effectively for as long as I can remember watching this sort of thing, even, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Both incredibly experienced. Aldershot Club regulars, but we're not a million miles away. They'll both done their fair share of laps around here as well. And looks like, in fact, Jay had a small coming together there with some traffic. That's going to let Glenn close in.
Never a great fan of Aldershot because I went there many years ago to see Gillingham play and we lost 6-0 on a Tuesday night. So I drove down on Tuesday night to Aldershot from my house to see
That's
us lose
almost as far as
6-0.
Romsey.
And our manager got sacked the following day. I can't remember which match manager it was. I don't suppose he had much of an argument, really. You've lost 6-0. Fair enough. Not gone well.
4 minutes in. Jay leading this one with car number 1. So Jay actually the sort of goldy beige coloured car.
Unpleasant. Just call it Allegro bronze.
Let's see if we can pick him up. He's just coming through the D onto the main straight now.
I was literally about to do a cut then.
Oh, sorry.
I was thinking, I'll cut those 3 cars are all coming through the thing. I'll cut for them, and you just changed the camera.
Just switch the camera.
Just used your powers. My fingers are. I'm doing it now for him now because my fingers are poised. And I'll get RSI if I don't do it.
Don't worry, I won't switch now.
I'm liking that John's getting a bit more now. These single car tight focuses are happening now. Obviously, either he's got heat stroke or he's feeling more confident. Probably, unfortunate combination of both.
That's not going to be pleasant up there, being on the rostrum.
He's got an umbrella covering at least half of one arm. Not sure health and safety would approve of our cameraman being literally burnt to death for the last God knows how long.
Is he going to have trucker's arm tomorrow?
I think he may have a heat stroke, so it'll probably be an A&E, so it won't really matter.
Still, he's not got to drive home or anything, has he?
No, I'm driving.
You're driving. Okay, that's all right. Will he be all right for the next one in 3, 4
It's
weeks?
got a month, yeah, it's fine.
4 weeks.
Race over.
Down at Ada. That could be even hotter.
Oh, it won't be because the weather. We got away with the rain last time. It's a few water scorches today. It's got to be chucking it down next time. Jay Westwood from Glenn Westwood from Matt Quisling. Dan Morey in 4th. Dave Ringsell 5th. Billy Kavanagh 6th. Steph Abbott 7th. George Munns 8th. Stu Colby 9th. Tim Langdell came 10th because his entered but hasn't turned up.
First heat of 13.5. 2 heats of them running.
Right, it's quite hot when the guy just walked past me. It's toasty indeed today.
It is.
You're right, John. He's okay at the moment. He's still okay. He's one relentless down. He's planning his second relentless for the final. So the first couple of finals are going to be all over the shop as he just buzzes himself with caffeine and taurine and pure stuff.
I think I've got some Pro Plus tablets in the car if we want to top him off.
Yeah, I think that could be a bit of a worry, couldn't it? I'm not sure I want to top him off anyway, but you know.
Who have we got in this heat then? Jack Collins, Victor Georgiev, Julia Bakonyi, Tim Tims, Nathan Goodban, Michael Penfold, John Gray, and Paul Chambers. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see some motors melting today.
Oh, I want to see. Yeah, that's a fire.
Well, it's not a full-on fire, but they go a bit like they look a bit like a McDonald's apple pie. You end up with like the epoxy oozing out of the end of them.
If it's going to happen, the good news is we'll smell it before it happens because they smell it before they go, don't they?
Yeah, they tend to.
The great smell of melting motor.
Yes.
This week on Oh My God, What's That Smell?
Go with the first car.
It's car 4.
Tim Tims leads away.
Tim Tims.
So good they named him twice.
Well, exactly, yeah. I was just wondering, you know, the last time I was worried about the thought process of parent.
Well, his dad's here.
It's like I had a friend whose name was Mr. Ricketts, which isn't a great start. But then his parents called him Richard, but insisted on calling him Ricky. He was Ricky Ricketts.
Okay.
Nice bloke. Almost, he was going to be a professional cricketer, then his back went. He was a fast bowler.
So Ricky Ricketts went for wickets.
Yes. Ricky Ricketts playing cricket game for wickets.
Excellent.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure there's an Ickets which goes with a back injury, but there we are.
So quiet you could hear the crickets.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Jack Collins leading this one with car 1 from Tim Tims.
You sell tickets, you know. Ricky Ricketts playing cricket, sold tickets. He took wickets. And we're just divulging, which is marvellous news.
We are. Our leader then is, it looks to be the white and purple coloured car.
It's Tim's at the moment.
From Jack. Okay, so ahead on the...
Oh.
They started 1 second apart, and there's about 1 second, but Jack Collins now leading.
Two mistakes. Leading. I think 2 mistakes from Tim's there, wasn't there, in the last couple of corners?
There was, but there was a mistake in sympathy from Collins as well.
Oh, that's always good to know.
We're running with Collins at the moment.
A little bit.
Tim's definitely more than a second in front. And
yeah, there's a little bit of a time where you just look at these cars that are just beginning to overheat on the tyres, and sometimes it means the rear end gives up surprisingly, and they don't always catch it, do they?
Well, it's kind of a consequence of the front sliding. So what happens is you turn in, you're lacking steering at this point. So the front of the car slides, and then you back off the throttle. And that does two things.
Lift
One,
off oversteer,
it sends the weight forwards, but also then when the front tyre does hook up, you then end up overloading the rear. So, I mean, there's ways you can combat that. You can reduce droop at the rear of the car a little bit to limit the weight transfer forward. That's normally the thing you'd do to mitigate lift-off oversteer. Obviously, you could look at running a little bit more toe in the rear of the car, possibly.
That's just going to heat the tyres more, isn't it?
It does heat the rear tyres more. It also costs you straight line speed as well. You also tend to run a slightly thicker diff, thicker oil in the diff in warmer temperatures as well. This is the second place car of Jack Collins that we're running with. Tim's still leading as we're 3 minutes in. Let's pick up Tim again. He is the white and orange coloured car. Or he's the second of the two white and orange coloured cars circulating at the moment.
Backing together, white and orange cars together.
White and orange cars.
Oh, that wasn't the track. That was over the straight over the middle bump.
That was.
Surprised to get away with that.
You're kind of okay if you accept that you're going to do it and hit it square on. It's okay. It just pops up and lands.
I just think track limits I want to call him for.
So, what's your name? Derek Warwick.
No, you know me.
Tim going very nicely out there. So Carl, he's done it again.
He's certainly playing with fire, isn't he? Oh,
he
double
is.
fire there.
He's fairly committed, I think, is the word. And actually, he needs to be careful because I can see sort of his lead it's still more than a second, but Jack Collins is not a million miles away. A couple more scruffy corners from Tim, and Jack will be in front of him again on the clock. Tim leading this one, could do with getting through that traffic. A little bit of hesitation there. It was kind of no one's fault. There was an intent to let them to let him through, but it just didn't really come together at a convenient point on the circuit. Got away with it though, so I think Tim should get this one. Fallen relatively well for Jack in that he's not got to pass the traffic that Tim had, but Tim crosses the line with some in hand. So Tim takes that one from Jack by, in fact, it was fairly comprehensive. It was 3 seconds in the end. Cars for the top heat starting to be placed.
Well, it's a
now.
useful question, actually, because Matt Guppy's just asked me a question a little while ago, actually, on the Facebook feed. He said, has 112 stock spec world champion Andy Murray been on yet? Yes, he has.
He has, but he may as well not have been.
Yes. But obviously, we want to see more of 112 stock spec world champion Andy Murray, don't we?
Well, he's about to go out on circuit now.
Hello, James Suggs. How are you? Hello, Andreas Mikalopoulos and Andy Hyde, who's actually here. Hello, Andy. What happened to John? says Andy UK. I don't know who he's talking about. What happened to John? Oh, John Gray did 5 laps. I've no idea. We've had a few cars that have had rather heavy impact, so...
Yes. Yeah, starting to get to the point of the day. Of course, there is also the thing with tyre tactics where if early on in the run you make a mistake, it can be better. You know that you're not going to set a good time for the round, so it can be worth, if it's within the first lap or two, just stop and save your tyres for a later run, save the goodness in them. Obviously, if you're 4.5 minutes in, you've
it's all gone wrong.
You've goosed them anyway, but you might as well take advantage of that. So Marcus Ashkull, Ash Whiffin, Billy Fletcher, Andy Murray, Ricky Copsey, James Davis, Bailey Graves and Charlie Colby. So kind of expecting, because Andy stopped early, he'll be off from...
No, because it's second rounds. We've been 1 round, you see, so he's...
Yeah, but because he's starting from the back and we'll have a bit of a tyre
but
advantage.
how many blooming pure white cars are there?
There's only 3.
Ridiculous. They're all together.
That's all right.
Take a white car. Probably the first one. We know who it is.
So that's Ash Whiffin leading away from Ricky Copsey, from Billy Fletcher, from Marcus Ashkull, from Andy Murray. Andy Murray, one of the transgressors with an all-white car there.
I don't think world stock spec Andy Murray, world champion in stock spec Andy Murray, should be driving a all-white car. He should have a nice painted body. It's not like he can't get bodies for nothing.
So Andy going to be pushing hard from the rear of this train, try and get himself up into the pack. Ash leading from Marcus and Billy. In fact, if we move back 1 car, John, to the yellow-coloured car, that is Ricky Copsey, and in fact Billy's just made his way past him. So if we look at the white, orange and burgundy coloured car onto the main straight, I would imagine that's Billy leading now, probably. Yep, Billy Fletcher is leading. We know Billy set out round 1, so he is going to have slightly fresher tyres than the others. That'll probably play itself out for the first 2 minutes of this run or so. Billy leading this one, having started off in 3rd. He is less than 2 seconds behind Ash Whiffin. Quite a lot less than 2 seconds behind Ash Whiffin on track. Billy's time is, where is he? He's leading by about 9/10 of a second at the moment, which would put him 1.1 seconds behind Ash on track. You can see with this temperature in the track, car's starting to get slightly loose. Ricky now starting to apply a little bit of pressure to Billy. So Billy, the car that we're following, and Ricky Copsey, the yellow-coloured car, just sort of flashing into the back of shot. They're both driving towards the white-coloured car of Ashley Whiffin.
Oh,
A mistake there from Billy, just a little bit too much curve. Lands back on his wheels, but it's dropped him behind Ricky.
he got away with it, didn't he, really?
He did. It didn't cost him an awful lot, and it'll be interesting to see now because Ricky was applying the pressure to him. And I think it's sort of one of those situations where whoever's behind actually feels a little bit more comfortable. Seeing a mistake there,
yeah.
and there we go. Mistake there from Ricky going through the D. Very kind, actually. He didn't shut the door and just let Billy slip in underneath him and open up the throttle as they headed off down the main straight. That could have let Ash break away, though. So let's have a look. Ash Whiffin is, in fact, leading again by, what is he, 1.5 tenths. At one of the white cars. In fact, is that Andy Murray?
He's
no,
all the
Marcus
white cars,
Ashkull.
isn't he?
No, I just noticed someone.
Murray's in 4th at the moment.
He is. It was Marcus Askell that was seen making a mistake. You see, Marcus has got less decals on the side. Ash has got purple decals on the side of his car. And Andy and Marcus have got
A hat.
different amounts of decals on the side of their car.
Can we find world champion Andy Murray?
We can do. He is coming down the. Where is he? He's just coming down the main straight now.
All white car.
There we go.
There we go.
So
He's the second most recent world champion of all. Only Mark Reinhardt is a more recent world champion than him. Has there been no more world champions since January 2020?
By about an hour and a half.
Yeah. So there've been no world champions after those two. Every single world championship has been cancelled for the last 2 years.
They have. Andy, of course, winning after leg 2, whilst Mark didn't get crowned till leg 3. So
it was supposed to be a touring car. This sort of world champion was supposed to be in the Netherlands last year, and then it's supposed to be in Gubbio, Italy this year, and it got cancelled twice. I'm not sure where it's going to be next year. Again, assuming things get anywhere close to normal.
Well, does it move away from EFRA block now? Does it go back
No,
into the normal?
They're literally rolling and rolling. The only thing they are thinking of doing is they're going to. It looks like the Australian one is getting taken out of Australia and going to Thailand. So the 10th IC touring isn't going to be in Australia. If it happens in 2022, it's going to be in Thailand.
So that would be the FEMCA block?
Yeah, it's staying in the block, but they just because Australia's completely shut, they're not risking even trying to put it there.
No.
And also the 1/8 Buggy World, which is supposed to be in Brazil, they're going to swap it with Europe, and it may well be in Redovan, which was supposed to have it this year, but because it was 2 years anyway after it, and then they'll go back to Brazil for 24.
Okay.
So they're staying out because obviously they're just trying to make things a bit easier to work. But who knows? Because we all thought this time last year we all thought there'd be no issue with this year.
Well, we did. I mean, we had planned quite a nice trip to Italy, didn't we?
Oh, it was all super planned. There was a back-to-back. It was marvellous.
There was 2 races in consecutive weekends at Gubbio.
Euro and a Worlds. We're back round to the modified again, so I have to go and turn some cameras on.
Ready for modifieds then. Ollie Jeffries, Zach Smith, who doesn't appear to be here, Harley Eldridge, Chris Granger, Damien Giddins, and Liam Brooks. So remember, Harley sat out the last round, only did a couple of laps. Saving tyres. That'd be interesting. See if she can mount any kind of challenge to Ollie in this round. Damien Giddins on the line with plenty of time. It's Marcus Askell taking Ollie's car out to the track for him. Rather warm, is it?
Yeah, camera 2 is cooking, I'm afraid. So that I'll do it this one, then we'll have to take it and put it in the shade.
Okay.
It's having a bit of a hot flush.
Ollie Jeffries going to lead away. We'll go with Harley this time, the pink car, because she sat out last round. So expecting her to have some kind of slight tyre advantage. So let's watch Harley as she closes in towards the back of Chris Granger to start with.
Yeah, certainly Ollie in the last round in Colchester was on his back foot. Carl Branson, of course, actually ended up winning the overall event due to that weird thing, the 2 final oddity. I can't stand the 2A finals, to be honest. It's my least favourite of all the options.
No, it's kind of it's a strange one. I mean, I think the BRCA sort of scoring system of treating them as 2 separate meetings sort of works. in terms of giving people the opportunity to put into a decent round score if they have one bad final, but it's about the best way you can manage it. But of course, with meetings as popular as this, with 11 heats, you can't fit an extra round in the day because you're talking a fairly decent amount of time for each round, over an hour for each round to work through.
So
running with Harley Eldridge at the moment. The
90 seconds gone. It's Ollie Jeffries leading by a couple from Chris Granger, and Harley's really tucking a Chris. But it's interesting how Ollie's kind of putting down the what is it, experience this track? Is it just extra speed? What is it? Why would he have been under so much pressure in Colchester and not here?
I think Colchester, he hadn't done an awful lot of running round, certainly at King of Clubs. He subsequently put in quite a lot of practice there. In fact, let's pick up Ollie's car now, just coming down the main straight now. But it's a difficult question to answer. Sometimes you just gel with a track. I mean, this track particularly plays to Ollie's strengths. He's always been very quick round here, in that he's quite comfortable in... he's sort of like the new breed of driver, if you like, where he's quite comfortable in braking to get the car turned in. Whereas you look at someone like Chris Granger, or if you watch someone like David Spashett, the way that their car runs around the track, they're a lot more classically smooth. So it's just different ways of generating speed, and sometimes it gels with one track more than another. Ollie leading this one quite comfortably. You can see that the way that the attitude of the car sort of pitches it quite heavily, and in fact there's probably a fairly good example of it in the middle of the circuit, which we'll pick up in a moment. If we watch Ollie's car just as we come down through this little short straight here, he'll get on the throttle and you can see it dive as he stabs the brakes, whereas you watch someone like Chris, if we pick up Chris Granger's car now, which is just coming out towards the main straight now, if you watch someone like Chris through there, he won't pick up the throttle really on the exit of that corner. He'll just carry the speed out of the previous corner and just roll it rather than braking. So you can he's not working the car as hard as someone like Ollie is, and it's if you can drive with the reflexes like Ollie can to get that done, and you can see again with Chris, he's just rolling it through there and just maintaining his speed through the previous corner, whereas Ollie will get the car stopped in that previous corner, stab the throttle and then brake again, all within that really short space of time. We go back to Ollie's car now as he comes down the main straight. Just watch a few more examples of that. You multiply that over sort of many short corners, and it's possible to eke out an advantage over a track that's got lots of sort of short stops and everything. You put that onto a flowing track, which Colchester actually is quite a flowing track. There's not any particularly big stops on it, and you'll see it equally somewhere like Halifax as well. A track like Halifax, the advantage is less pronounced between the two. So seems odd to say that speed comes from braking, but that's where a lot of it does. Ollie going to take this one. Looks like Chris in second with Harley third again. So kind of expecting Harley to have got a little bit closer to Chris that time. And in fact, did Ollie make an extra lap that time as well?
He did. He got the 20.
He did. So and you
it's
can see
all going very well. I think he's on pole now. He's taken all 3 rounds.
He has, yes. So of course that means that he can now save a set of tyres for the finals as well. Talking of tyres, it looks like most of them are running the BRCA control tyres. There's no requirement to do that here. Obviously, the rule book for King of Clubs is 2 sets of commercially available tyres. Most of them choosing to run the tyres that they're familiar with and are racing at other tracks.
Matt Guppy just sent me a picture of his whirlpool thing. I think he's trying to make out he's not as hot as us. Well, yeah. I'm glad that we were able to inform the competitors what's going on. So now we're back to the wonderful world of Tamiya.
Tamiya GTE, Tim Harrop, Steve
Thank
Adams.
you to Tamiya E for their sponsorship. Sorry about that.
Oh, yes, okay. No, go ahead. Plug them. They're
I've
the reason we're here. They are indeed the reason that we're here. Tim Harrop, Steve Adams, Carl Matthews, Carl Osborne, Carl with a K and Carl with a C, Ian Hill, Gavin Lanaway, Martin Reeder, Harry Hontzer and Morgan Banks. Everybody just getting formed up on the grid. Leading away with Martin Reeder. In fact, let's move back one car to the silver-coloured car of Morgan Banks. Morgan actually looking like he might be in with a shout of lead in a lap as he crosses the line. Let's have a look. Very close, 2/100ths of a second between them. Morgan running a little bit wide there. That's making it a bit more comfortable for Martin, but we'll sit there with Morgan for now. Come through the D. Gap's going to have increased now, but not by a huge amount. What is it? It's just under 1 second gap between them. Bit of a different line there and bouncing over some curbs. This silver Merc CLK.
Orally, this is going better than last time. There seems to be less crashing and lecks than I heard last time on this race.
Yeah, I think that might be a function of this being the first time here for a lot of these guys, and they're just becoming more and more familiar with the track. Of course, if this was a 12 scale national, there would also be them being less hungover.
Yes, that's a very key point. Well made.
At this point, but with these being single day meetings and no one staying over, quite an interesting thing actually that King of Clubs have done, because there is no Saturday practice. Although technically the BRCA meetings are single day race meetings. The track's open for practice on a Saturday, which has meant that they're de facto 2-day meetings, and that really you have to be there on the Saturday in order to be competitive on the Sunday. Here, it is only turn up on the Saturday, turn up on the Sunday, and race. So a bit more of an opportunity for people to support their local clubs.
Hello to RC Master, Andy 911 UK 911, and Daniel Rees, and Tuga RC. RC Master says these guys are quick. Cameraman is doing an awesome job, and he's doing it without the aid of any relentless at the moment. It's out of his system. He's taking his. I think his support umbrella's fallen down as well, which is slightly worrying.
That is
because
not worried about our camera overheating. We're worried about the cameraman overheating.
Well, because number 2 camera did overheat, but that's out in the open. That's got nothing to do with it. So I've taken that baby down for a bit for a rest.
Let's pick up Let's pick up the sort of Castrol liveried NSX out there, who is just coming out onto the main straight now. The white and green coloured car number 2. That is car number 2, Steve Adams. Run with him for a little bit. It is great to see these Tamiya shelves way more detailed than anything else out there.
Yeah, you actually get to see it look like a car.
You can tell you can tell what you're looking at. You can tell that you're looking at a Ford GT. You can tell you're looking at an NSX, a Merc CLK.
Where that is.
Yeah, okay. And the Nissan GTR.
GTR. Well, 4 out of 5 ain't bad, is it really?
No. Wasn't that Meatloaf?
No, he was 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Oh, okay.
I want you, I need you, well, we're going to love you. Which in many ways sums up our relationships when it comes to actually having to find someone who knows all about this. I want you and I need you, but I just don't love you, you know. What can I say?
I'm kind of comforted by that fact, to be honest.
Well, you know, let's get that out there right now. There've been rumours.
Still running with Steve Adams. Changing the subject.
Has he got a family?
Steve Adams?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Adams family then?
Well, yes.
Are they crazy and kooky? Mysterious and spooky? And possibly ooky?
There's only one D, though. Not two.
Ah, damn.
Doesn't quite work.
Yeah, but you know, but not everyone's reading the actual score, so it's fine.
Okay. We'll let that one slide. Steve Adams running in second place at the moment, quite close on track there actually to Morgan Banks. Steve's just backing out of it so they don't come together. Kick the rear of the car out, made it slew round. Run with Steve as he crosses the line. They're finished. Motors and speed controllers in those, probably heaving a sigh of relief.
Yeah, thank heavens I no longer have to carry on going around the track.
Actually, oddly enough, they don't, believe it or not. When you stop, they start getting, or they keep on getting hotter for a few minutes.
Heat soak, yeah.
Yes, you do experience heat soak. Quite often you'll find people sort of wiring up the fans so that they stay connected and powered
It's
up.
like it's like on the turbo cars, isn't it? Where they have the fans designed to keep blowing on the turbos after you turn the engine off.
Yes, exactly that.
If you've bought a car, put a ridiculously big turbo in it, to sort of go as you go past someone.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if wastegates are still trendy. They were for a while. I think now it's like, oh gosh, no, I want an electric wine. Thank you, no, for wastegates. Yeah. So coming up heat 9, which is the Formula 1 heat.
Monitex Formula 1 heat.
The best Formula 1 you'll see within a 50-mile radius of here.
Absolutely.
52 miles from here, perhaps different.
Spoken like someone who's driven away from...
Exactly the opposite. Well, I couldn't get anywhere near it because it's an absolute traffic nightmare there. Oh, it's a traffic nightmare. It's terrible. Nope.
And you'll be probably heading the opposite way this evening as well.
I know. I got slightly stuck in well, I think stuck. I had to actually queue for petrol at diesel last night because a lot of people came back from were using the first stop off, which is Milton Keynes, you see, on the way back south on the A5, and they go, "Oh, I have some fuel there." And I went, "Oh, we've got to queue up because there's people with Red Bull jackets wanting fuel."
How dare they?
Well, Red Bull obviously based in Milton Keynes. There's probably quite a lot of people who are. You got Mercedes in Brackley, Red Bull in Milton Keynes. So there's a lot of Formula 1ers.
You have
Around here.
You have Aston Martin at Silverstone itself.
I do, but that's we don't talk about them.
Okay.
And you got Mercedes High Performance at Brixworth.
You have Red Bull powertrains, or
But they're just next door to Red Bull. They're all the same now.
well, yes.
Red Bull, I think, have taken down the Red Bull Aston Martin experience to build the powertrain department. This is on a separate unit.
Okay.
Every single unit around there is Red Bull, with taken over, apart from one small unit that sells wholesale coffee.
Okay.
But I do believe it does supply Red Bull with its wholesale coffee. So it might be due to Match's Coffee Company for all I know. But I'm surprised he looks at any sort of alternative caffeine source.
How does he sleep at night?
I don't think he does. So who are we with?
Who are we with? Let's have a look.
It's the yellow
Come down
car.
the straight. That is Michael Lee.
We've had too much of him. Let's go somewhere else. We had Michael the whole time last time.
We did. Okay. So we've got the Brawn car, one car back.
Paul Ellis.
Paul Ellis. We've got the what I would class as a proper attempt at a Renault of Aidan Gale. Let's have a look at him as
You're going to have to help out because back one more from Paul for the proper attempt at the Renault from sort of like the Jolyon Palmer era. So unsurprisingly, not going very quickly.
Well, I don't know. He's looking a bit more Nico Hulkenberg than Jolyon Palmer.
There's a lot of black, a lot of orange. Yeah, I don't know.
In fairness. looking pretty decent.
He's
though.
got the colours. He's not gone full decal, has he? He's got his map fire decals and everything else on it.
No, and disappointingly, not many of them choosing to go matte paint for the aero advantage.
Well, that's it. I mean, people just aren't putting an effort in, are they?
Well, it's available. You can get matte lacquer that you can you can put on the outside.
I've heard about it. I've heard it. Didn't he used to make songs in the 80s, Matt Lacquer?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. But yeah, you can spray a matte lacquer on a body shell if you want it to be. I'm not sure if anybody's put it in a wind tunnel.
I'm pretty certain they haven't.
I'm not sure quite how one of these body shells would stack up in a wind tunnel.
Drop back 1 to the Alpha Tauri, John. That is the Alpha Tauri of I don't know. What car number is that? It's going straight up. No, it's retired. Oh, curse the commentator there. The Alpha Tauri comes to a grinding halt.
It's the number 22 car of.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, Yuki Tsunoda or
that's Yuki Tsunoda.
Pierre Gasly or whoever it is.
No, Gasly's 10, I think.
I don't think Tsunoda's 22.
No, I think Tsunoda is 22.
Is he?
Yeah. So he'll have pulled over and no doubt be swearing at the.
It's not very Tsunoda-like. Don't we be rounding a barrier somewhere or rounding somebody else? Who have you now picked back up again? We're back up with the Renault again, are we? We're
back
McLaren.
up.
We're with the McLaren. We're with the McLaren now.
We're with the McLaren.
5. We found that last time. It's car 5 with Jonathan Ellis.
It is.
Behind him is a... Drop back 1 more, just the standard bright orange car. Whom, again, I have no idea who that is. Let's see the number. Oh, it's on the wing, isn't it? It's on the wing end plate.
Yeah. Is that Andy Murray?
Andy Murray's not in this 2 classes, is he?
He's on the entry list.
He is. He's got Danny Roberts and Andy Murray. My God, he's cheating. You mean stock spec world champions in 2 classes not winning?
It is. Yeah, it is Andy Murray.
That's Andy Murray in the Montex orange, I suppose. This will be a new experience for him.
Andy Murray, of course, the designer of this car as well.
Oh, it's the new Schumacher Icon.
It is. Not sure if he's running the mass damper on this as well.
We're looking at the rear skipping. I think it's unlikely.
No, it sits in the nose of the car.
No, I know.
But,
is he moving forward? He looks relative. Yeah, he's still running 4th. He's not miles off.
He's just done a donut coming onto the straight. Picked up a little bit of understeer there. It's always difficult running 2 cars in one day. Even if you seem like you've got plenty of time at the outset, it doesn't take much for something to go wrong and put you off. So it's quite brave, quite risky. Inevitably, one class always ends up taking the back seat slightly.
I know all about that because I used to run my son when he was not used to run when he was young. And he ran 2 cars in 7 heats, 8 heats, quite difficult. Especially if one tends to come back in pieces. Mine. No.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, but you know, that's within your power, Nick. You just need to drive better.
Yeah.
Still running with Andy at the moment. Car's looking a bit. I mean, it's well driven. It's just looking a little bit nondescript at the moment. It's a bit. Well, I guess if it was.
It's got the actual meh.
It's.
You're giving him a meh. You give him 112 stock spec 2020 world champion Andy Murray a meh.
Well, it just looks a bit nothing. It's not doing anything bad. It's just not doing anything particularly well either.
Well, damning indictment from the boy there.
That is F1 over. So back into Junior E.
I'm not sure if Bernie Eccleston would agree that's F1 over, but
I don't know. He may have been quoting that yesterday.
Oh, he's always good for a quote.
Yes.
Let's be honest, whatever you think about Bernie Eccleston, he became a dad at 89, so, you know.
Yeah, that's
kind of like, okay.
That's impressive.
That's one word for it. Disturbing is another word.
cars being taken off the circuit. Just tick past 1 o'clock, coming up to 10 past 1.
So race 10 is next, which is the less junior of the 2 junior races.
It is. Here we got Archie Matthews, Finley Lanaway, Kenny Hyde, Ethan Webb, Poppy Hyde, and Harry Standing.
Team X-Ray 101. Great commentary, chaps. James' racer knowledge is excellent. And the other chap. I'm the other chap.
You're the other chap. Well, I got called the other chap earlier as
I'm
well.
very happy being
said
the other
that?
bloke.
Who said my racing...
Team X-Ray 1001.
Okay.
I have no idea who Team X-Ray 1001, but, you know, well done for knowing things. I'm the other chap.
Well, you know what? Those that can do, those that can't talk about it.
I thought those who can't just change the batteries and make sure the cameras never heat.
Well... it has been quoted to me by a world champion on occasion that I know some stuff if I could drive.
Yeah, that is the issue.
That is normally an issue, yes.
If only you could drive.
If only I could drive, indeed. Let's pick up the...
Oh, Dom Shaw says, hello, James. Hope you're well.
Silver-coloured car. Hello, Dom. How are you? Silver-coloured car with the sort of red flecks on it. That is our leader, Finley Lanaway. It looks like Finley Lanaway has got away.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
God, he's just going for it now.
Absolutely. Finley, nice and sensible there, going through the D. Being sensible, driving around the middle of the circuit. Probably not going to do the fastest lap of the race this way, but it will be nice and consistent.
I don't know, actually. In this class, I think turning laps is the key, isn't it?
Absolutely. It will get you the time and being really sensible.
Also,
as well.
avoiding the other cars randomly appearing at strange angles helps as well.
It does, and he was very, very sensible there. As he approached the D, I think he noticed that, backed out of it and waited for them to have an accident
It's not a long wait, is it?
It's not a long wait, no. I mean, I would imagine that being out there's a little bit like driving through downtown Beirut. But it's yeah.
Whenever I've been to Dubai quite a few times for the race and everything else, and you know, to get to Dubai for, I think I worked there once. For some reason, my aged mother always thinks I'm in Beirut when I'm in Dubai. She apparently thinks the only country in the Middle East where the capital is Beirut. I think, honestly, I've not gone to a war zone / place with a massive phosphate bomb, well, not bomb, accident went off. Why on earth do you think I would be there? But she thinks because I'm in Beirut. Oh, yeah. So eventually I've given up and said, yeah, I'm in Beirut. It's just easier.
It's easier. Still got Finley leading this one. Let's pick up Kenny Hyde, car 3. See if we can find him. Kenny is the blue-coloured car, all blue-coloured car, like a dark navy blue. There we go, running with him. Just weaving his way through, out through the D once more. Quite a lot of lock on there.
This is still Finley, is it?
It's still, I don't know. I mean, with this is Kenny Hyde that we're running with.
Excellent. Still the way you've got to do it at this point. You just got to go round, and then as you go round, you learn. And as you learn, you can start getting tighter and tighter to the obstacles, and you gain that way. But
you can, although that normally becomes a challenge for, or a bit of a bet for those watching, wondering how many laps it is before you get closer and closer and closer to a barrier, and they start taking bets on exactly how many laps it is
for you. Oh, that was
before you hit it. That was a little bit too early. He turned in there, but he landed on his wheels, got away with it.
There's a weird. Just oh no, I'll go for the corner now, rather than actually what I should have done.
But quite often that doesn't happen at that point in time. It's as a result of something that's gone a little bit wrong, especially with these like multiple changes of direction. That would have been the car would have been leaning the wrong way when he gassed it up, and it would have just fired off in the direction it happened to be pointing. So that accident would have started probably a couple of corners earlier. Coming up towards the 4-minute mark. Let's see if we can find car number 1, Archie Matthews.
That's assuming he's got a 1 on the car, obviously.
I think it is the car that's just put it on its roof in the sweeper, actually. The yellow, orange and Smurf blue coloured car.
Smurfy blue.
Smurf blue. Or Golf blue.
It's a good looking car, that. I quite like the look of the body shell, and I quite like the look of the car.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what body shell it is, actually.
I don't think it's actually a body shell of anything, is it?
I think it is.
Is it a kind of interpreter? I think it's got. That's a Lexan shell. That's not a Tamiya shell. If you look at the way it's cut up around the rear.
It's some kind of GT shell.
It might be trying to be a Dodge Viper. It's got very cab forward for that.
Yes. Get you cab forward.
Oh, I know all about that, love.
Well, cab forward in itself isn't a... it's the long boot lid that it gives you to clean up the airflow to the rear wing. That is the advantage.
Right, so he's going to pull off. Now we have to work out what body shell this is. So, what is it? It's got a bit of damage on the left-hand side. I can't point it towards me. Is there any indication from the lights? It's hard, isn't it? Shot as John got of it.
It is. It's kind of a...
I don't know.
The rear almost looks like Ferrari 458-ish, but it's
It
certainly not at the
might
front.
be a pretend Ferrari. It's got standard little touring car graphics and decals. Do you know, if I was going to put money in the front end, looks like an interpretation of a Ford Mondeo. But the rear end, perhaps not so much. Well, I'd use the postcard if you know what that body shell's supposed to be. It'd probably be the Punisher Mark III, and it'd be absolutely nothing, of course.
The generic body shell, of which there are many.
No, it's fine. We're popular for our shade, nothing else. Oh, more lemon and like M&S water. This is so posh. Unfortunately, the last comment is still about the other chap. So Team X-Ray 101 hasn't said who actually is, but I am still the other chap, so that's cool. I was concerned I wouldn't be. Right, last heat of round 3. So we'll be into round 4, the final round of qualifying next.
Absolutely. So, Tyler Standing, Maverick Adams, Elliot Griggs, Amelia Adams, James Binney, Elliot Smith, and Frankie Fletcher.
Place your bets. We have 7 cars on the grid? I can't see. Three.
We've got 5.
Ah, that's interesting. Who have we not got? We haven't got the Porsche. That's not turned up after last time's exploit.
No. So we have got Maverick leading away by the looks of it from who is car number 4, Amelia. So I think that's Maverick's sister.
Yeah.
Amelia looking like she's leading, actually. Bit of a coming together there between Maverick and Amelia. Bit of a T-bone going on. So that's left the Petronas car of, I think that is Tyler Standing.
Yeah, that's Tyler Standing. I know that one. That was a very wide line.
It was. So on track, we've got Maverick out in front from Tyler. Amelia is 3rd. I think we have got Frankie Fletcher, his first race meeting, running in 4th place currently. And 5th place car is James Binney, although I don't think he's made his way across the line yet. So Maverick still in front at the moment, with Tyler closing him down quite rapidly. In terms of faster lap, we have got at the moment these two on camera, and unconventional line there from Tyler.
No, they're
side by side as they come across.
Redefining racing, it's not unconventional lines.
Okay, as they come across the line, Maverick in front on track. Tyler is in front on the clock, having started a couple of seconds behind. And,
That's unlucky.
That was a little bit of
getting a little bit of pace up then, and then he's been taken off and got stuck on a barrier.
Yep. So put back on the track and pointed in the wrong way by the marshal.
Oh. Woof.
Woof. That was.
There's only four, amazing how when there's 5 cars on track, 3 of them are on the exact same square footage then.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite impressive. Let's have a look. What car are we running with at the minute? We're running with the car of Tyler. Let's pick up Maverick. Well, he's possibly going to be the leader as he comes out onto the main straight now. He'll certainly lead as he crosses the line. It's then a matter of whether Tyler gets there within, I think, 2 seconds of him. So Maverick is now leading this one.
By 4 seconds.
I think Tyler's certainly lapping faster than...
Yeah, being bounced off didn't help last time.
It didn't, no. So...
Still,
Tyler
got
being...
2 minutes to make it up.
He has. So we're running with Maverick at the moment as Tyler hunts him down. Goes in for the kill.
I'm not sure it's quite that vicious.
Well, okay, maybe not.
No. So Tyler's going to second that time.
Yeah, Tyler's now going to be leading, I would imagine, as they cross the loop this time. That's certainly less than 2 seconds, so big chunk of time that Tyler's taken there.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It's 0.6 seconds ahead, but there's plenty more potential issues.
There is. So they've just made their way past Frankie. So lead 2 together on the track. Maverick, the all black coloured car. Tyler, the silver, blue, and aqua or turquoise.
Who's aqua? It's Barbie girl. Oh my lord, 3 of them. That's amazing.
That was impressive.
That was the top 3 as well.
It was.
All at the same point. Swishing.
So on his roof there from Tyler.
Got away with that.
So Tyler and Maverick still together. Maverick looking like he's got more straight line speed than Tyler has. Tyler being making sure
that Maverick's car's tracking straight. To be honest,
no,
it's hard to tell with obviously with when you've got beginners driving, but it just seemed to me it was pulling very heavily. It was pulling to the right.
It looks like it would benefit from some negative expo on the transmitter if that's available.
There's an awful lot. So many cars need that. Even quite good people need that sometimes.
Yeah. There we go. You can see Maverick just sort of lit the afterburners and flew past. Tyler there.
They're on their last lap. Blimey, how do they miss each other? It's more like a kind of a country dance, isn't it? Where they intertwine with each other but don't quite come together.
There is, and they're managing to avoid each other
That's
quite
brilliant.
nicely.
That's about 11 accidents they've not had this lap with each other. And they're coming up to finish. There's some speed that too.
Yeah, Maverick has got quite a lot of extra
but Tyler
speed.
won.
Tyler did get that, having started out a couple of seconds behind.
So that is the end. There'll be a very brief gap now. That's the end of round 3 of qualifying.
It is. Into round 4. Final round of qualifying.
I like the Formula E. Apparently we had the Formula E driver. It's
okay.
round 4, heat 1.
So this was a good battle last time between Ben Kane and, well, not really good. It was Ben Kane. Soteris kind of hang on to him for a couple of minutes, and then Ben just really edged away. So Ben Kane, Soteris Liazzi, Fraser Tucker, Pete Timms, Guy Dean, Ross Delander, Charlie Leonard, Pavel Snarsky, Anthony North. This will be where we'll see if anybody has decided to go for fresh tyres for the last run. Of course, the difficulty for these guys is they wouldn't have known where they sat in the qualifying order, or they wouldn't have seen an overall round result, but they would have needed to have started prepping their tyres before that, so the decision would need to have been made.
How long do you need to have the tyres on prep then?
It's typically around sort of 20 minutes to half an hour, depending on what you're doing with additive. Normally you'd bake them at around, with your first stage.
Gas Regulo 4.
About 60 degrees for 20 minutes-ish. And then if you're running a second part additive, just to give you that initial bite, which you might want to do on used tyres particularly. But we're running with Ben Kane, who started out first in this one, and Soteris going with him. Hello
to Maureen Ann, said well raced Kenny. Hello to Toronto BB. He says g'day. So I think he might be from Malayan down under.
Toronto?
Tonto.
Oh, I was going to say to Toronto. If I was going to say your geography's not brilliant. If Toronto.
Well, I'm not arguing that point, but I think that's a different part of the conversation entirely.
Absolutely. Ben Kane going away from Soteris. Ben's car looking quite a lot more stable actually than Soteris is. Soteris, if we move back one car to the sort of lighter orange car, you can see Soteris' car looks quite lively.
It's a lively car, I say.
Yeah, it looks relatively tail happy. I don't know if he's made a change to it just to see what he wants the car to do, or how he wants the car to work. Still with Ben Kane leading this one. That's
it's a damaged car off camera.
No, it's a body tuck.
No, I think he's lost. I think that's worse than that. Yeah, he's lost a clip.
Oh, he's lost a body clip at the front. Okay.
Oh, that was a very solid that whap, wasn't it?
Still running with Soteris at the moment as he's trying to make his way past some of the other cars, and they're heading now towards a broken car. Soteris' car still looking a bit loose. Let's see if we can pick up our leader. Where is...
He's the leader.
He is. Oh, Soteris is leading now. Okay,
yes.
So, okay. Soteris leading from Ben Kane. Oh, Ben Kane one car back from Soteris. So, Ben having been off the track, let's pick up Ben. Watch as he tries to close him down. We're saying that we can see his car looks quite a lot more stable at the rear of the car. He can just lean on it a little bit harder. Got more confidence turning the car into the corner. You can just lean on it a little bit harder. It's always when the car's a little bit loose at the rear, you're always a little bit hesitant when you turn in. You're just never quite sure that it's underneath you, and
it's confidence, isn't it?
It is. You're just always a little bit nervous of it.
The more confident you are, the faster you'll go.
Yes, it's especially demoralising when the car sort of swaps ends on your way round to the start line, and you realise that you've got to drive that for the next the next 5 minutes. It's that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. We've all been there.
So you sit there going, "Oh, it's just because the tyres are still wet. It's all right."
You'd like to hope so. You'd like to hope so. Although you've normally got the sort of got the prep right. You can you can cope with it. If you know about it. You can you just become a little bit more gentle on your transmitter inputs. You can see now Ben closing in quite quickly on Soteris. 4 minutes down, so Ben could do with finding his way past. Ben wagging the tail there as he just runs the tyre over the curb. So he's got to catch him, pass him, and pull out 1 second on him. So make their way through traffic. So there we go. And that's body tuck there for Soteris as Ben just gave him a little tag as he went past. So actually that's probably put Ben back in the lead. It will have put Ben back in the lead now, I believe.
But did he tuck Soteris then?
He did.
Yeah, I thought so.
Just as he went past. I think Soteris was trying to let him go, and between them they hadn't quite communicated with each other. And
we've all been there.
Yes.
You go past. Oh, you taking me out.
Yeah.
I was letting you go. Were you? Oh, I thought you meant. Oh.
I think Soteris had not accelerated at the exit of a corner to allow Ben to drive underneath him, and Ben had just come out the throttle, out of the corner and pinned it, and together the two came.
What a nightmare. So that was the first heat.
It was. That's the end of qualifying for those.
Oh, good point. Yes, they can now go away and work out what to do with their strategy for the two finals coming up later.
Yep. And that's a horrible feeling if you're on the bubble as well at that point.
Well, we've all been there. It's a nightmare.
Yes. It's worse if you're in sort of the penultimate heat and you do something in the last round which puts you into the A final temporarily.
Yeah.
And then you have to sit there and marshal, watching the people, particularly if it's FTD qualifying. That's obviously with round by round you can't really see it, but with FTD you can see someone, and not wanting to wish ill on any competitors. But every time they
no, you do. You literally vehemently in your mind they go crash, breakdown, thermal, whatever it is.
Well, you see that they'll put two wheels on a curb and you'll see the car hover there in slow motion, and you're kind of praying for it to go over on its roof and it comes back down on its wheels, and you sort of have that little internal curse to yourself. Obviously, very sporting bunch we are.
No, it's just being honest. It's life.
It is being honest.
You don't personally dislike the person who's ahead of you. You dislike their car being quicker than you, and you want their car to break down. You don't want them to have a bad day. You don't want them to have a bad time.
No.
But you just don't want them to beat you.
No. They're two different things. And obviously being BQ or being pole for a final...
You've done a lot BQ, haven't you? You've been quite BQ-hatted.
Yeah, but it's the worst possible place to be as well. Because quite often you've given up your good tyres to get you there as well, because you've had a shot of making the A final, and because you've been on the bubble, you've decided to go for it. So
they're off and away.
They are off and away. So running with the...
Let me ask you, you're running a 4. Would you save a set for the finals then? Would you always do that, or would you just...
It really depends where I was after round 3. If I was in the middle of a final, if I was in the middle of like the B final or the C final or whatever, and I didn't have any chance of getting out of it...
Or falling out of it.
I would save the tyres. I wouldn't. I wouldn't risk them. If I was in danger of falling out of the back of the A final, or if I was currently at the front of the B final, you have to look at the round scores and see what's achievable, and work it out from there. So there's no hard and fast answer to that. It's a gut feel. It's a gut feel thing as to what you'd do. it has been known, actually, if you do end up running a new set of tyres in the last round of qualifying, for the last final, you run the rear from both sets, because the front tyres take more of a hammering. So if you run rear in the second final, you can kind of manage.
They let you mix sets then?
You can mix sets, yeah.
So what's so if the front left just takes the most wear every time, why don't you just put a new front left on every time?
I think you'd have a massive. You can rotate them from corner to corner, so you can swap front left to front right.
Well, so, yeah, but so you've got 4 tyres.
Yeah.
And then you think, right, the front left, so you just put a new front left on, and then you put a new front left on. You keep rotating them round, so the tyres are going around the circle. That front left's going round.
I suppose it's.
Well, I think it sounds like I've come up with a much better strategy than any of you ever thought of. I believe I'm a tyre whisperer.
Quite possibly. You're welcome to try it if you want to.
I don't think I'll be in a situation where I'm trying to effectively use 2 sets of tyres in a touring car race anytime soon, to be honest.
But yeah, to answer that question, it's just looking at your overall situation at that stage in the day and making a decision based on that. Who are we running with at the moment? We have got Harry Jeffries, who is the leader. Harry, offspring of Ollie and Alice.
So, covering from the broken, or the displaced belt in the last heat.
Yep. Obviously
he's 8, so he's quite good for 8.
He is.
Casey's a bit older, isn't he?
Casey is a little older, yes.
I genuinely don't think I could beat him. I think I could beat him over 4 rounds. I think he'd have 8-year-old brain fade enough time for me to win, but I'm sure his fastest time is faster than my fastest time.
Well, I mean, Harry's car...
he's quite well prepared.
It's going to be well prepared, and that's half of the battle. But yeah, Harry's already looking sickeningly consistent going around the track.
This is quite clever because he's really trying to avoid any of the curbs because that's where the danger lies. And the risk and reward when you're at the lower level of a heat listing is, the risk is way, way more. This is actually really good running. He's best 10 laps averaging 19.35. His fastest laps an 18.4, both of which are 18.4 is 4/10 faster than anyone else in the heat.
Small mistake there from him, but even then it didn't cost him a huge amount. He realised he'd gone wrong.
I think that Ollie will get him into some 12 because that'll get his brain for 8 minutes then, you see.
I believe Ollie has already had him driving a 12 scale car. No doubt he will be beating us all soon.
Not me, because I don't do it anymore.
Well, there you go. That's a surefire way to avoid being beaten, not turn up. But, yeah, really good run coming together from Harry Jeffries with 30 seconds to go.
Oh, just lost it again. He just lost the flow, didn't he, around the first corner?
He did, but even then he
didn't lose much time.
He realised he'd made a mistake and he backed out of it, let the car settle down and gathered it up. So that's showing impressive race awareness and racecraft.
Something there.
That's
get through.
Harry again.
There we go.
So really good run for Harry there. It's a 16-lap run.
$16,330. Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's a good run.
I think he had a little. I think it's interesting. I think the car just went away handling-wise last few laps. That's the thing you got to do. You got to kind of be able to adapt to that. Sickeningly, apparently 8 years old, he can do it.
Yes, he didn't try and push the car into something it didn't want to do. And it wasn't comfortable doing. Yes.
There we are.
As I said, sickeningly fast.
It's obviously hereditary.
Yes.
Should have worked out what my dad was good at. I could have kind of copied it.
Well, weirdly, Ollie actually shares the same birthday as me, which
really
he does. So
different year, I take it.
Different year, yes, but it's quite clear where the talent got handed out that day. So heat number 3 going out. Penultimate heat of 17.5. See Mark Payne gets himself to the line nice and early. The Alex Hagberg tribute.
Is that what he's actually done? I mean, obviously.
No, I think he just happened to have half a can of green and half a can of white. But
Is Alex still living in the UK? Or has he kind of had to decamp because of what's going on?
No, I believe he's in Portugal now.
Oh, his missus is Portuguese, isn't she?
She is.
She was a qualified nurse, so she could work anywhere.
Yes.
He just had to find someone that let him fly the Huddy Arena every other week. That's the wonder of a Spaniard and a Portuguese get together, thanks to. Well, I assume he met her through RC. I don't know.
He's not a Spaniard.
No, a Swede.
Swede.
A Swede. Sorry, and a Portuguese person. Spaniard. A Spaniard is not that rare, but a Swede and a Portuguese person is very rare. I don't know. I've no idea the makeup of various rarities.
Malk Hall leads away from Gareth Hobson. We suspected Gareth Hobson was on new tyres last time out, actually. Purely because of the pace that he went through the field. Running with Malk Hall at the moment, the all yellow coloured car. Let's move back one car, pick it up the car of Gareth Hobson. Neither of them improving.
Sorry, need a quick refill then.
Okay.
The question is though, if Gareth is still going well, how is it because he's got? You know, was he just fast last time? It wasn't new tyres.
He's not going as fast as he did. The car looks like it's got more understeer than it did have. Not a huge amount, but it just, I don't know. Well, definitely not as he pops it on.
He's down to fourth, so yeah.
Well, yeah, and he's
lot
just
lower
dropped
now, and
it
that's
on
all
the
it.
through. Let's pick up Gav Clinch, because Gav now running Gav one car back from Malk.
Car 9.
Car 9.
Multicoloured car. Just right in front of you now at the bottom dot. Switch back. He's lost it.
One car behind the plain yellow one. Just coming out onto the main straight now.
There we go.
There we go. So Gav having closed in on Malk. Again, Gav getting some fairly extreme rotation. The tail wagging the dog there. A little bit for him.
So these are 4-run tyres. What are they going to be feeling like then?
It'll just understeer. To be honest, it'll the car will just not feel particularly crisp on turning, and just want to go kind of straight on everywhere. It's not that, it doesn't feel that bad because they've gradually got worse and worse and worse over the course of the day. The big culture shock is when you put on new ones again. It's kind of like putting a new set of wiper blades on your car.
Ah.
You don't realise how bad the old ones have got until you have the new ones on there, because they've gradually got worse and worse and worse.
So this basically, he's driving a bit smeary at the moment, and suddenly it goes crisp.
Yes, exactly that. Exactly that. So the car's just, a little bit smeary across the surface of the circuit. But Gav.
And do you get more drop off on a hot day or a cold day, or is it more down to track, how difficult the track is?
You tend to go slower on a hot day. You don't really get more. It's easier to make an old tyre slide and make the car slide on an old tyre. So it's easier to overdrive an old tyre on a hot day, I think, is probably the term. Of course, knowing that you're doing it and doing something about it are two very different things, and it's quite easy to identify what you're doing. But Gav getting
with Michael Chapman there.
Yeah,
they actually are back in the second and third. Can we just make the second car more the focus, John?
Move one car back. So Michael Chapman then. trying to find his way, well, through Gavin Clinch, by the looks of it. Literally. So there we go. Gavin rather sensibly uses his many years of experience to feel that it's better not to fight that particular battle and get out of the way there. Michael obviously quicker. Gavin with a lurid tail slide coming through the D onto the main straight. You can see the difference in their approaches, the way they're sort of exiting corners. Gavin sort of driving neater, tighter lines, but not really playing an advantage at the moment. Michael easing away from him.
Cool. Did I just say it's got toastier?
Yeah. It what are we at the moment in
31, I think.
Yeah.
Worst one. I don't. You've done a cooker at Slovakia, haven't you?
Yes.
And we did the one in Portugal where it was the hottest day in mainland Portugal ever. 39.8.
That was like 40 odd degrees.
39.8 we did in the shade.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get in the shade.
No.
And all the fans had to be on the computers because that was important and we weren't.
Yeah.
The Slovakia one's been like 35, but they're a bit more muggy as well, which makes them unpleasant.
Well, it's like it's Central European heat, isn't it? Rather than it's.
Well, they'd love a bit of heat now, wouldn't they? At the moment in Central Europe, it's just rain, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, and hope none of our viewers have been affected.
Yeah, absolutely, good point.
By any of that.
So just a quick result there. Michael Chapman did win that in the end. Mark must have dropped off the pace towards the end. He won it by a second. Chapman from Hall, from Clinch, from Payne, from Cliff, from Passingham. Gareth Hobson, the star of the previous race on fresh tyres, I think had just one too many mistakes rather than was slower.
Notice also they were relatively close at the front there. Like you say, Michael Chapman managing to go away. So this is the last qualifying run for 17.5. Opportunity for everybody to go back to the pits.
Okay, I need to do some assistance for our cameraman, so I shall leave you to you do cameraing, and I'll come up with this. I'll say the stuff up. There you go. I say it on live because that's how we talk to him.
Okay. Cars forming up on the grid now for the top heat of 17.5. Last round of qualifying. Jay Westwood, Matt Quinless, Glenn Westwood, Billy Cavanagh, Stu Colby, Dave Ringsell, George Munns, Steph Abbott, Tim Langdell, Dan Morey. So the Westwoods going off at the front of this one. Been a bit of a double act between them over the course of the day. And Matt Quinless off sec. Oh, of course, yes, because their fastest time would have been in round one. Yeah. So although the Westwoods have been right up at the front, they obviously took heed of our mentioning of the British Leyland-inspired colour schemes last time, and decided to go with race paint. In fact, Matt Quinless leading this one. So if we go like one car back, the white and orange coloured car, make him the focus. This our leader. Started second, running second on the track, but leading because he is less than 1 second behind as we come to the end of the first minute. 3 laps in at the moment. So gap between the top 3 at the moment is... what is it? It's about half a second. I've mentioned that before. Front 2 going away again. Matt Quinless looking pretty racy at the front. Matt's still leading this one that we're running with. You can see Jay just out of the front of shot. Glenn might actually come back into this later. He sort of dropped, seemed to have dropped away a little bit at the start, but he could have been doing a Sergio Perez, I think, and measuring his pace before driving.
And then falling off at Cops? For Beckett's.
Beckett's, yeah. And
that was the wind's fault, apparently. He did
Okay.
very well keep it out of the barriers, in fairness.
He did. So what is it Martin Brundle describes as a fleet manager's dream, isn't it, with regards to looking after his tyres, but still running with Matt Quinlisk leading. Let's move the focus forward one car. In fact, Jay Westwood's got it now by, half a tenth. So
lauding it then.
Yeah, absolutely. It started out 1 second apart, and in fact, it looks like he's got that gap up very slightly more now. And I would think Glenn is actually coming back very slightly at Matt Quinlisk. Let's just see as they all cross the line where they are. So Jay fairly comfortable now, 1.5 seconds in front, and another 1.5 seconds between Matt and Glenn. So fairly equidistant, the top three. Not often you get to say equidistant in a...
It's not. It is a damn fine word. You should be proud of using it.
In a commentary.
Everyone keeps stealing our shade. We noticed this. We've become the most popular yard and a half. So our right is where they put the cars on the track, and then we have a stream of drivers just getting a little bit of shade before it starts.
Tiny bit of shade. Keep the temperature off. It's got to be hot up there on that rostrum.
It's murder, apparently, yeah.
Yeah, so feeling sorry for John up there, our cameraman.
He's got some cable ties now. He can try and rig up his parasol again.
Okay.
I'd like to say he was paid well, but... Remember we did a karting event February last year in the northeast.
It probably wasn't this warm.
It was a reverse issue. I had both the cameramen saying they wanted extra money because they were so cold. The wind was whipping round. It was just awful. It was mizzling. Well,
there was shortly after that extremely hot event you were referencing at the Huddy Arena. There was an event that we did in Casino in Italy. Myself, James, Parry, and Harry, I think, and. Giorgio, the track owner, very nicely, at the start of a 45-minute final, brought ice creams up.
Excellent, which you couldn't eat.
James could and Harry could, and took great delight in eating those in front of me.
Those sort of people deserve to be shot.
And then obviously eating my one so it didn't melt. Yeah, that was very impressed.
Well, no, I know. I shall find them next time they put an invoice in.
It's all right. We got our own back on Harry because the car that we had, the hire car that we had heated rear seats, and it was 40-odd degrees, but they were controlled from the front of the car. So you can probably join the dots and figure out what happened next. So we got our own back. Jay Westwood takes that one then from Matt Quinlisk. Jay looking like he'll be starting on pole from for the finals then. It's a 19-lap run for Jay and Matt. Glenn missing out there by about 4 seconds.
The end of qualifying for 13.5.
For 17.5.
17.5, very good point, well made. It's like 13.5, but 4 more.
There is 4 less.
No, it's 4 more turns.
4 less turns.
No, 17.5 has 4 more turns for 13.5.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, other way, yes. 13.5 is coming now and has 4 less turns.
It does have 4 less turns.
Yes.
We all agree on that, but the basic maths of my point is, I may be correct or I may not. That's a possibility, actually. I don't think around... Oh, I've got qualifying sum up here.
So who do we have?
Jay West was already on poles there.
Yes. Jack Collins, Victor Georgiev, Julia Bacogni, Tim Tims, Nathan Goodburn.
Go Tim.
Michael Penfold, John Gray and Paul Chambers.
Look at this, there's some top tie wrap work going on up there as we attempt to make the Lambert and Butler 1980s golf umbrella. Unfortunately, any way of showing you this would be the camera, and the camera, unfortunately, is the thing that's been covered by the Lambert and Butler. This is amazing. Look at this. It's like, this is wow.
I think Gavin's come to steal some of our shade.
Oh, look at this. This is a work of art. This bit of does it actually give any shade though?
Just stood next to him racing, and the sun on the back of my leg was like, yeah, do we stop now and walk off? It's so hot.
Has that worked? About to start the race. Race 5 about to get underway.
Indeed. Tim
Where's the
Timms
sun
leads
coming
away.
from?
The sky.
Accurate.
Let's see if we can pick up car 5. We haven't seen much of Nathan, have we? Tim Timms comes backwards through the D. Car 5, what is he? He's the green-coloured car. So this is Nathan Goodburn that we're running with. He comes through the D down the main straight.
He's actually giving himself a reasonable amount of shade there, you know. It's actually not. That's not bad positioning, actually, you know, John. Yeah, you want to lean it a bit further forward next time, but it's good stuff.
Congratulating the cameraman on his self-preservation.
Well, you know, I think there's a lot going on in the qualifying rounds where we can have a little conversation about the life universe and everything, including whether our cameraman's going to die of heat stroke or not.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, there's no issue if he dies after the event.
Well, can you get another one within 4 weeks? That's the...
Yeah, we're fine for that front.
Okay, that's fine.
I got cameraman coming up my ears for the event in Ada.
Ah, yes, because we're doing 2 events today, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're covering a couple of events.
There's a drift event with nine of the team on it.
9?
Yeah.
And whoever's left.
Well,
Here.
this is it. This is what's left. But apart from Matt, of course, because Matt Guppy lives in a ridiculous part of the country. He lives in deepest, darkest Devon.
Okay. Oh, I bet he had fun getting to Colchester.
He got a hotel night because we couldn't get there and back in a day.
No, I can imagine. That's... I mean, I'm thinking Ada for us. That's going to be a bit of a...
I can do Ada in a run. It's fine.
I've got an extra hour and a half on top of you.
All right, I'm hearing what you're saying. Honestly, it's like moan. You'd think that £9 and 4 shillings I give you would be enough.
Meh. It's all right. I have a cunning plan.
Oh gosh, no, that sounds worrying straight away.
That's all right. I'll drive to you, and then jump in your car. You drive. You drive down.
Sleep.
You drive down there. Yeah, pretty much.
It's not a bad plan, actually, in fairness.
Nathan Goodburn, the car we're running with, leading this
Wow,
one.
I've just looked up from the computer in the conversation, and I've looked everywhere I look, someone's having a crash.
Yeah, I think this is slight desperation
It's
creeping.
an S or bust go, is it?
Slightly. Yeah, this is also maybe the if I can't improve, no one can.
We've all been there as well. Car 7. Hello, did I say car 7? Car 7. I'm not sure if it's
John Gray.
let's just find car. I'm not sure it's the right heat.
No, car 7 is John Gray.
Let's go for John Gray, car 7. Where is he?
Let's have a look. Let's. Struggling to find. There's car 7, the Monster Energy liveried car.
Oh, not relentless.
No,
What, the big green car.
Yep, he's in splendid isolation at the moment.
Just going by the switch back, about to go through the link before the second camera was turned on.
There we go, down the main straight.
That is 7 as well. Well done for a second, because I have a problem reading these numbers. I thought it was 2.
No,
That
that's
is
definitely 7.
That's John. John Gray, his own fan club, showing off.
It is. The car looking like it's quite heavily dosed on caffeine as well, actually. It looks quite alert. I think.
So what you're saying is it's wired. It's
yes.
wired his car.
It does look quite... Yeah, it does look quite alert. It looks like it would catch your attention to drive
Quick,
it.
isn't it?
It's quick, but yeah, I suspect his eyes are out on stalks up on the rostrum.
You know why?
Driving that.
Too much monster.
Well, yeah, but it just looks. His inputs they look quite digital. I think it's not smooth, but it's getting around the track. It's getting around the track quite nicely. So
I think someone
Doing what
in
he
the
needs
next
to.
heat's about to run a vintage car. Because Car 6 has got Tamiya TRF. They've made those about 7 years.
no, there's a TRF 420. There's a
When was that? It's still 5 or 6 years ago, so they stopped making them, isn't it?
no. The 420's relatively recent. They stopped having a team.
Ah.
They stopped having a team with the. I think it was 419 was the last one.
It's
that,
a long time
that
ago when
Mark
they
Reinhardt,
fired Mark, yeah.
drove for them, but no, they're still producing TRF series of cars. There is 420 and there's a mid-motor conversion, aftermarket mid-motor conversion available for the 420.
Well, there we are. So you can go all the way. I think that was a mistake, by the way, but they've never had much of their commitment to racing was always sketchy.
Yeah. I mean the. I thought you meant mid-motor was a mistake.
No. I'm talking about Tamiya and dropping the team.
It's,
I realise that in the scheme of things, they will sell 1,000 TT02s to every race chassis they sell, but they've sold 1,000 people who, if when they move up, might want to stick with the brand.
It's a halo thing, isn't it? It's like it's TRF is like AMG is to Mercedes, isn't it? It's like M is to BMW.
Well,
it's
apart from that, they've dropped it like a stone. The others are pushing those brands as
well,
much as possible.
yes, but that's where it sits, or where it did sit. The Halo brand.
Going to re-rig the second camera in a second.
Okay.
It's had a bit of a cool down.
This the top heat of 13.5. Marcus Askell, Ash Whiffin, Billy Fletcher, Andy Murray, Ricky Copsey, James Davis, Bailey Graves and Charlie Colby. A few plain white cars out there this time. Marcus Askell off first. Let's run with him. In fact, Ash Whiffin goes off first. Ash leading away then, by dint of having set the fastest time. Let's see what happens as they all cross the line. Billy Fletcher leading. So if we move back 2 cars, John, to the second of the all white coloured cars, the one immediately behind the yellow car. Now in front of him, because that was Ricky Copsey getting it slightly sideways, Billy Fletcher moving in front of him. So this our leader at the moment, Billy Fletcher, running in the lead. Great start from Charlie Colby actually as well. Charlie running in from near the back in second place. Let's see if we can find Charlie. He'll be a white and green body shell. He is, where is he? He is just about to come out onto the main straight now. There we go. So that is Charlie Colby. Where's he? He's now running third in the heat. He is less than 3/10 off the lead, running in third place. So really, really close. Charlie, I'd possibly guess Charlie has gone out with a fresh set of tyres for this run. He's not featured at this end of the field before. Fair play to him if he can. Just seen fairly aerial accident for Ricky Copsey, but Charlie
Camera's back.
Camera's working.
I've
That's
got
good.
too hot. Do the emergency temperature.
Charlie Colby we're running with at the moment. The white and green coloured car out there running in the top 3. Ash Whiffin leading from Billy Fletcher from Charlie. Let's just see as they cross the line. Charlie is about 3/4 of a second off the lead at the moment. Lead still held by Ash.
Oof.
Charlie, getting away there with a bit of a slide. I'm pretty sure that he's going to be on new tyres. Just looking at the way that his car is hooking up and negotiating the track. Just looks like he's got that bite there that those fresh tyres give you as we're halfway through the run. Ash Whiffin still leading from Billy Fletcher. Marcus Askell in 3rd. What do we got between, there's like 1.5 seconds covering the top 4 at the moment. Small mistake there from Charlie. So let's go back to Ash Whiffin, car 2, our leader. He is one of the all-white coloured cars. He's the first of the cars just coming out of the sweeper now. There we go. Picked him up. So this is our leader, Ash Whiffin. He has got a lead now of around 6/10 over Billy Fletcher. So rear of the car just starting to slide a little bit for Ash there. Nice neat line as he comes around through the D. Clips a little bit of the curb on the exit, but doesn't cost him too much. Car rides it quite well. Ash Whiffin, our leader, as we come into towards the 4th minute.
Do you hate small children leaning on fences?
Oh, it's okay. It's not as bad as a car driving into the satellite about 10 minutes before the start of the final. Just to get your juices flowing a little bit. Ash Whiffin still leading this at 4 minutes. Let's see if we can move back 1 car to the number 3 car of, I think that is that Billy Fletcher? It is Billy Fletcher, who is running a plain white body shell. Billy now leading this one from Ash by, what's he got? Oh, just wait until they cross the line. No, 1/10 of a second between them at the moment. So we're running with Billy. A couple of seconds down the road, we've got Ash. And Billy looked very slow there. Is Billy lost drive momentarily? Maybe not. He just looked like he lost drive off of a corner.
Bit of a glitch, overheating somewhere.
Maybe. Just didn't look like it picked up. It seems okay. Odd. So looks like Ash has got that by just over half a second from Billy. Marcus Askell in 3rd from Charlie Colby. Ricky Copsey, Bailey Graves, Andy Murray and James Davis.
Okay, so next up is the modified heat. So I now have to go. I'm out of time walk over that blooming camera. Wish people could put it nearer.
Modified heat just going out for their last round of qualifying. Ollie Jeffries, Harley Eldridge, Chris Granger, Damien Giddins and Liam Brooks. Cars just being brought out by pitmen. There's Liam Brooks' car coming out. Chris Granger's car coming out. Ollie Jeffries' car just being taken around by Marcus Askell. Damien Giddins pulling up to the line. And there's Harley's car being taken to the line. See your dad Brian holding on to one of the rear wheels. What will be happening there, Harley will have applied a couple of clicks of trim to the car, just really to load up the diff. Brian holds one wheel and it allows the diff to spin up, any oil in the diff to disperse through it, bring it up to the kind of temperature that it would normally experience during a race. So the car is as consistent as can be from the start. You can see they all want the same piece of track. Ollie leads away from Chris from Harley then. Then it's Damien and Liam. Everybody running recognisable paint schemes here, which, apart from Harley's running one colour, but she's the only one running one colour, so we can
You heard me, but no one else did. So they've all gone for it now, have they?
They have all gone for it. So we have got Ollie Jeffries leading from Chris Granger from Harley, from Damien, from Liam. Although I would think Liam might be in front of Damien on the split. Looking at that.
Yeah, Liam put in a good run last time, actually. Liam scored third, and I think Harley was scored fifth. I think she must have an error in the early laps. This one's not really working out as well for Harley as Colchester did, where she was absolutely the on the pace, if not the pace of the field. Hotter weather, different track, not suiting her. Chris Granger's here, of course. He wasn't. Oh, and that's the example.
That's a big accident there from Harley, a fairly aerial accident. She just took too much curb into the sweeper and flicked the car up. And with these modified cars, there's that much energy going through them.
Can you find the bright pink car? Well, down the main straight now, Liam. Gosh, who's Liam?
Liam's
John.
racing.
That's what it is. Go on, well, he's out in the summer. It's my head that's gone.
This the car of Harley Eldridge we're running as we go through the D.
A lot of darty front nose on it. You see the front end there was.
It kind of needs to be quick. That's the it's the cars don't look so conventionally good, if you like.
No, they've got a much greater rotational ability than than a full scale car would have. I'm just saying that looked like it was on the edge of being nasty.
Yeah, quite often. I mean, that's the... For these guys, it's a good opportunity to experiment as well. They haven't got the pressure. You know, there's only one heat of modified. They know they're in the A final. So, to some degree, there's a chance to run something that you might not normally risk at a race meeting where you'd have a risk of dropping out the A final. It's a good opportunity to make some changes that have the potential to make the car better, but they could equally make it worse. You know, you're always, if you can get more steering, that's always good, provided it doesn't come at the expense of too much stability. So absolutely, this is the kind of meeting, you know, when you're presented with an opportunity like this, to make a change and see how you how it feels, and if you need to adapt your driving to cope with that. You know, it might be if the car's a little bit pointy and you've got sort of lift off oversteer, you can counter that by trailing the throttle slightly so you don't get the car pitching quite so much. When you lift off, it could be a change to the speedo settings so you don't have any drag braking, or you can have a bit of push braking so that when you lift off the throttle, it just wants to run straight on slightly. But running with Harley at the moment. Kevin Brunsden watching us as well, saying he loves West London. Maybe he'd make a return someday. Kevin now running 1/8 scale off-road, 1/8 scale buggies, rallycross. Let's pick up Ollie Jeffries again, the white, pink and yellow coloured car, Ollie's familiar colours. Just made his way past Damien Giddins, about 4 minutes in. Chris making a fairly valiant effort at hanging on here, actually. Chris is just over a second back.
You're 1.7, you're right. It looks like it's going to be a clean sweep of wins, 4 from 4 for Ollie.
It will, but Chris will be encouraged by getting a little closer. No doubt. Doesn't sound like anyone's improving particularly. But I think I heard Liam might be.
I think Liam's been working up to it the whole weekend, isn't he? I think the fact he had to ask us if there was another round kind of makes me think he's quite new to this.
Yes.
Not new to RC racing, but new to this particular competition.
Yes, absolutely.
That's it. This is the last lap. When Ollie crosses the line, he will be a 4-round winner.
He is, with
And
a
of
20-lap
course,
run.
You get 100 points for qualifying in the King of Clubs, so he's already got his qualifying points in the bag.
He has, there we go. Ollie's car picked up by Marcus.
Now, those of you who realise this is round 4, when we get to we're now going to have the Tamiyas and the Juniors and the Formula Ones. When we get to the finals, they loop it a bit, and the kids go first.
I think that's an attempt to get them finished
It
earlier.
is absolutely that. The idea is that therefore they'll be finished an hour earlier, and they can get home. So rather than going last, they go first. And obviously, there's not an awful lot of prep these kids need to do. So the fact they only get the 25 minutes of the break, it's fine. They don't need.
Yes.
They're not going to sit around moaning they haven't had enough time to
prep their
minimum of
tyres
1
or
hour.
anything,
Like
and
that,
they get home earlier. So I wonder if being out in an early final is like the modern day equivalent of like the Antiques Roadshow coming on or something like that, which makes you realise that you've got school tomorrow.
Yeah, that's. Oh no. I think these days, isn't the kids doing a lateral flow test? They realise they've got to school the next day.
Well, there is possibly that. It looks like we have a TT01 out on the circuit as well.
Yeah, we have someone has come out.
Sorry, a TC01.
Well, someone's come out with, as you say, with the brand new Formula E that was out at Colchester, but it's been skipped so far in this one. If I haven't changed to 8 yet. That's one thing I need to do. Oh, there's 2 things I need to do. God, there's so many little jobs you have to do when you're actually in charge of things.
So, Formula E car. Quite an impressive bit of kit, actually. New release from Tamiya. One of their very, very detailed series and detailed range. So let's run with the Formula E car. Martin Reeder leading away with it. Looks a little bit tail happy there. Obviously, he's not run that so far today. Looks a little bit difficult to drive. See if Martin can get himself into some sort of rhythm. Sounds fairly authentic for a Formula E car. It does.
Does it?
Yeah. It's got that sort of familiar, like milk float type whine.
Yes.
But,
Well, of course, it's their big day in the UK next weekend, isn't it? They've got the double header at the Excel Centre.
They have, yes.
Which is going to be interesting, really, because they've already said the track's too simple. They've had to reduce the power, the battery availability. Sorry. So, because it's quite a simple track.
Yeah, I think available battery power in Formula E is a bit of a hot potato, isn't it? After the efforts earlier this year.
The interesting thing about this car is it's obviously a standard chassis with a different body on it and a few adjustments.
No, it's a actual genuine. It's got lay down shocks with push rods at the front. Yeah,
but it's still the same.
No, it's a unique chassis to.
Is it not a TT02 adapted?
No.
Oh, blimey! Okay, I didn't know that.
No, it's.
I thought it was a TT02. Well, what they've obviously have shown, and admittedly, it's been driven. Whose car is it?
It's Martin Reeder's.
Yeah, Martin's got it much more on point this time. They had it in Colchester, where it was horrendously oversteering. And I just thought that's because most RC cars do need a wing. And of course, because it's got authentic bodywork, it hasn't really got that rear wing. But you've managed to get the tail mostly stuck, as you saw then with the.
Most. I mean, it looks. he does look a little bit frightened of the steering. I've got to. He's managing it, but he's trailing the throttle. You can see he's not. Certainly, some of the lower speed corners. I mean, he's fine here with the high speed stuff. If you watch it and pop it on the curb, but as we start to get round into some of this lower speed stuff,
It's over-rotating massively.
yeah, it's through. It's like this next corner in particular. He's a little bit scared of backing off the throttle there, and as a result, the car's just wanting to push on straight a little bit or head on.
Well, hopefully
straight
they'll be doing some sort of promo in London, and we'll see like 20 of these things going around.
Well, I mean, how awesome would that be to see, a bunch of these properly liveried at the FE event?
I'm surprised. I'd be surprised they weren't there. I'm sure it must have been done already.
Yeah, to get them done, but fairly lurid slide as he heads out sideways. Good livery. I mean, the Golf.
My money's on Stoffel Van Dorn to win, though.
You think so?
Well, he's quite a good RCer, isn't he?
A relative, yes, actually, yes. He's.
I mean, a lot of the races of that ilk do a bit of RC. I think Antonio Fiat cost us a bit as well, but Stoffel was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he's. I don't know. I mean, obviously, famously, Ayrton Senna was a.
I think more famously Lewis Hamilton.
Well, Lewis
who was
Hamilton
actually on telly when he was 6
he
or 7.
was. He was on Blue Peter. I think probably Pedro de la Rosa is the most successful.
No, Pedro de Rosa is by far the most successful. He's double European champion and second in the world.
Yes.
Well, he managed to fit in whilst then he must have gone to karts late because I think he was quite a bit of a prodigy. I think he was only 12 or 13 when he won the Europeans, or 13 and 14. So he was quite a prodigy anyway. And then he must have gone to karts. I mean, he made F1 quite late for now, but pretty average for then.
Well, yeah. I mean, quite late for now is
7 for 12.
Yeah. I could say if you started shaving, you're too late for F1 now, aren't you? Pretty much. But yeah, it's it is. I mean, it shows the value of what RC can do. That a lot of these guys are or have been involved in it at some point.
Well, a lot more people from RC have made F1 than or major motorsport than from sim racing. I'll just leave it there.
Yes.
I know sim racing is much newer, but sim racing's had how long has it had now? It's had what? 20 years, or I suppose 15 years.
And of course, there's quite a few.
And a lot of people have paid to get. They have been paid with competitions to get across, but who's actually really made it? Then they'll probably say that all these people do sim racing as well, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few, but not only that. I mean, there's quite a few RC racers who work in motorsport in general.
Absolutely.
So there's quite a crossover of skills.
I think it's a big. I think one of the things I would say is one of the things you learn the most about, especially with touring cars, is actually about the mechanics and the setting up of cars.
Yes.
Hey, the Alpha's back out again.
Oh, okay.
He's mended his chassis. I've been noticing now. The Alpha's back out again.
Is this kind of
The
taking on
Alpha
like a
snout.
Top Gear challenge kind of?
Well, it was snapped in half an hour and a half ago.
So we're not sure that it would pass an MOT.
Well, it's an Alpha, isn't it?
It would have several advisories. Let's put it.
Car into it's cut and shut, mate. It's a good old 1980s second-hand dodgy car.
Honest John's car dealership.
Absolutely.
Right, just making a slight adjustment here to the to the gazebo side.
Oh, you see, the Alpha actually has not been, it's not been repaired. Somebody had a spare chassis. And it's been stripped down and rebuilt.
Okay, so it's kind of it's triggers bruised.
Which, given the fact that the chassis in a TT02 is the entire car, is actually quite a big gig. That's quite a big job.
Yeah, it's not a quick rebuild.
By the way, your thing completely failed there. By the way, it fell down almost as soon as you took your eyes off it.
Ah, yes, okay.
I'm not taking any pleasure in that because I wouldn't have no idea how to make it work either.
Okay. That was a vain attempt. So
Yes. Heat 9 coming up, which will be the
F1.
Montec F1s, yeah. Oh, Ian Matthews, it would be nice to see the other cars in this race. We were talking about that, we hadn't seen him. We were talking about the excitement that is the Formula E. There'll be lots of time to see other things soon.
So heat 9, Michael Lee going to lead off with the yellow coloured car, the Jordan Renault. That was a particular combination that we never saw, wasn't
Which
it?
is odd, really, because then he sold that. We've got everyone else's engine in there.
Yeah, what did we have? We had Cosworth, Yamaha, Hart,
Mugen, Peugeot.
yeah, Honda, obviously.
No, only Mugen. They never had a full works.
No, they
Honda.
had a works Honda, 2002, 2003, when Sato drove for them.
Was it?
Well,
Okay.
there was a Pucker Honda in there at some point.
It wasn't as good as the one the BAR.
There was a Pucker Honda floating about at some point, but in there, badged as a works Honda. But yes, Mugen was their most successful period, sort of 98, 99. Michael Lee leading this one at the moment. In fact, Paul Ellis has got to the front from Aidan Gale. So let's. Paul Ellis is the Brawn GP coloured car.
Blimey.
So
The black car, the graphite grey car was left for dead for pace down the straight then.
obviously had DRS closed.
It's a bigger car, John, anything you like.
Pick a car, any car. Let's go for the graphite grey coloured car on the main straight now.
He's missed it. He's gone. Where are we going?
There we go. It's probably not the most...
Quite camouflage, isn't it?
Yeah,
It really has managed to find itself a way of not being seen by anybody.
yeah. And running black wheels as well for full effect as well.
He has noticed that if everyone else can't see it, he can't either.
Yeah, that's... I mean, what have we... Well, we've got a... What have we got out there? We've got a Rocket Williams as well. We have got... we followed Andy Murray for a bit, haven't we? There's also a... Yeah, sort of a silvery coloured car out there. A silvery blue coloured car.
Do you mean the blue one that's coming round towards us now?
No, that's the...
That's the Rocket Williams kind of car.
That is the Rocket Williams. Although weirdly, that's kind of got Ligier vibes.
Yeah, it's got. They obviously have gone for Rocket rather than Galois to make it more family friendly.
Yes, absolutely. Well, depends on your opinions of 5G, I guess. That's
That is very true. It could be it's melting our brains from far more than an unfiltered French cigarette ever would.
Absolutely. Got the lead two. Let's run with them. Let's pick up the brown coloured car, the white and chartreuse coloured car.
Oh, God, get you with your liqueurs. I don't think John knows what a brown coloured car is. You have to help him out again.
Last of the cars on the main straight now. I suspect there's only single diffusers on these, though.
I think there are no effective diffusers in either of them.
Well,
One nor two, neither's really doing an awful lot.
no. You could kind of do with a... Well, in fact, they've got a hole in the chassis, haven't they, in the right place, under the motor?
I don't think it's sucking the air the right way, though.
No.
Also, there's a point, isn't it? You need to be going like 26 miles an hour before it starts to work properly.
Yeah, that would help, but running at the moment around behind...
massive oversteer.
Big slide for Paul Ellis there. So Michael Lee back in front. Michael Lee still leading this one, but Paul closing in again at 4 minutes. What have we got? About 0.3 of a second between them. So Paul looking like he's less than a second behind. It's going to be pretty close between them as they cross the line this time.
Couple to go.
Yeah, a couple more to go. What's the gap between them now? It is about 0.7 between them.
So it's not even a mistake.
No, it's that's going to be overcooking it slightly at a corner. There's a good exit from the D there. For Paul, that's got the gap down to, in fact, the gap's gone up. It's about 9/10 now. Coming into 10 seconds, so they're just beginning the final lap. Traffic's not fallen particularly kindly for Paul there. That's definitely that shoulder barge that he's received.
Last lap.
Gonna drop him back, so I think Michael's going to take that one. Michael has got that one from Paul, but it was a good chase there by Paul. Andy Murray in 3rd place.
Oh, he's getting the hang of it. He's getting the hang of it.
Andy seems to be struggling in both classes a little bit from trying to do race two classes.
They're trying to do too much at once. It's always a bad idea.
Yeah, it's never helpful.
That's why I always constantly concentrate on doing as little as possible.
Normally helps. Nick will be pleased to know I'm out of my M&S water and back to normal water.
Thank goodness for that. Start poncing your water around.
So we have last 2 races, then we've got a break.
I think it's only 25 minutes or 20-25 minutes.
20-25 minute break.
That's my guess. I might be wrong. Been wrong before.
So who do we have here? Archie Matthews, Finley Lanaway, Kenny Hyde, Ethan Webb, Poppy Hyde and Harry Standing. Six cars out there. Car 2 of Finley Lanaway leads away.
Quite crunchy of Lexan there.
There he is. Let's move back to the blue and yellow coloured car.
Battle for second.
We've got the all blue coloured car showing an improvement on lap 1. Always a good feeling to hear that you're improving as you cross the line.
In every way.
Absolutely.
Well.
So we've got the blue coloured car of Kenny Hyde leading at the moment. He is behind, in fact he's now in front of Finley on track. And a little bit of a coming together. Just tips him over onto his roof, back onto his wheels. So good overtaking manoeuvre there as well from, I think that was Archie. Oh, that was... I think that term we used earlier, robust, was probably comes into play there.
Yeah, but I almost doubt it was deliberate.
There's a dead car in the middle of the straight. That's been now been picked up and cleared. So what have we got? We've got.
Who's in second then? This is we were Finley or were we Kenny?
We are running with Kenny at the moment.
Yeah.
So this is Kenny. Finley is the like the silver-coloured car.
Archie behind, haven't you, in the one?
Yeah, Archie behind with the
Drop
yellow
back
and
one,
blue-coloured car.
yellow and blue for Archie for a second.
This is Archie Matthews. He's 3 odd seconds off the lead.
Oh. Who's the silver car? Have we shown them?
Silver-coloured car is the leader. That is
That's Finley, is it?
That is
And then
Finley.
you've got that's second. That's the gap to second.
Yep.
That's Archie. We're with in third. Drop back one car. So I think that's Harry. Is it next?
This is Harry standing.
Yellow and blue.
Yep.
And we only got 4 cars circulating at the moment.
We have got 4 cars circulating.
The others have succumbed.
Succumb to the heat.
Now they feel.
Yes, indeed. It is rather warm. Just heading out into the middle of the circuit now. It's well negotiated. Successfully navigating his way around the barriers. Down the main straight once more. It's kind of a, or it's a bit more of a rarity now, this sort of track layout, although Colchester is also the same, where it's like a rectangle of tarmac with multiple different layouts available. Quite often now circuits are a bit more prescribed in their layout. Maybe have a shortcut through them, but there's many layouts that can be run here at West London. This the traditionally referred to as the GP layout because of the Grand Prix that has been run here for many years. But several different layouts. Most common tweak is not running the D and actually just taking out that barrier there, which has caught out many a famed driver on occasion as they've driven straight into that barrier, mentioning no names, Matt Vara. Yes, on his first lap out ever on the track, and came out there, pinned the throttle straight into it.
We've all been there.
We have all been there indeed. Finley is going to take the win in this one then. From Archie. Car that we were running with there, Harry, just crosses the line to finish. One more car to finish.
Okay, getting to this, the end of qualifying. This is the last heat of qualifying here today at West London.
It is.
Heat 11.
Thank you for joining us. If you are just joining us, we're RC Racing TV, bringing you coverage from the King of Clubs, supported by Tamiya Junior E, Schumacher and MB Models. End of qualifying, then we've got a bit of a break, around 20-25 minutes, I believe.
I hope so, because that's what I'm guessing.
Before the finals. So who do we have? Tyler Standing, Maverick Adams, Elliot Griggs, Amelia Adams, James Binney, Elliot Smith and Frankie Fletcher in this heat. Had a good race between Tyler Standing and Maverick Adams actually last time, didn't we?
Yeah, a couple of quite close ones.
3 cars out there at the moment.
One that's got reverse.
Always worries you when you're out there and you see another car reversing.
We've got 3. We've got 4.
We've got 4 cars. So 1 from 5 from
Let's
2
take
from
the
4.
the red, white, and blue one towards the back. Who I think is, I don't know who it is. Is that Amelia?
I think that's Emilia. Is it? No, it's. I think it's Jane. Is it? It's Emilia. Yeah, it's Emilia's car.
I know we haven't seen that one too much recently. Oh, it's getting worse. Could do some major. It's my job to do this. I should do repairs whilst you carry on talking.
Okay. Just watching Emilia now, as heading down through the middle of the circuit. Heading back towards you. Always a bit of a challenge to new RC drivers in figuring out exactly how, or the fact that the steering changes direction when the car's coming back towards you. Takes a little bit of getting used to. Soon becomes second nature.
Well, normally. Every now and again you think about it, don't you, and then it goes horribly wrong.
It does, yeah, it can do. And that's, well, assuming people hold the transmitter normally. We've all seen people
Backhand transmitter holders, yeah.
Yeah, that's more prevalent with steer wheels, obviously, than with sticks.
It's ridiculous. So there's people who are quite ancient like us and then decide to change to a steer wheel.
I drive steer wheel.
Did you change to it from stick?
Yes.
God, really? That's the weirdest thing ever. Why would you want to make life difficult for yourself?
Well, I kind of, through what I drove a lot of steer wheel with work anyway, so it became relatively natural that I can drive either. But 2 minutes in, we are still running with Emilia at the moment.
Let's go forward 1 car, please. John, to the Petronas colour car. Which is the 5, which is the 7, isn't it? Is it Maverick? Is it Tyler or Maverick? I can't remember.
This was Tyler.
It's Tyler, yeah. It's all totally confused. I can't remember anything in this heat.
No.
Yeah, so you decided to go to steer wheels, which is ridiculous. People of our age should not get involved in that.
It was quite a long time. It was over 10 years ago that I changed.
But did you just change because you do it for work or what?
I don't know. Well,
it's very American, isn't it? It was very American
no,
steer wheels, and it was the Japanese and the Brits had the sticks.
I think I'd identify. Oh, we've got retirement there by the looks of it. For what have we got?
Okay.
It looks like a. Oh, that
Let's
would
go
be
again.
steering link had popped off by the looks of things. So pop back on. Yeah, I think I identified that with sticks I wasn't driving particularly cleanly, but I did it automatically, and it was almost like I felt like I needed to learn to drive again. And the easiest way to do that.
How you feel now?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
But obviously, after my year off, I'll have to come back and try something different, and then I'll be way quicker.
Yeah, but it was kind of it was an opportunity. I could drive steer wheel, and it's kind of learning how to do things again. So that was where that came from. Not that it's really done me any good, but
oh, I don't know. You were doing quite well at one point, some years ago.
Yeah, like I said, yes, many years.
I remember when we televised the 12th National back in I think 07, I think it was, and you were dreadful, and I was in the main final. You were like 2 finals below me.
Yeah. And
about 3 years later, you were in the A final. I was still where I was before. And that was
yeah, but that always happens, doesn't it? You always see, like as I said earlier, I used to be.
We weren't really young. I mean, this is only like 13 years ago. You're still in your late 20s. You weren't like a 12-year-old going past me.
No, but it's kind of.
Bloody part number going past. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, I think it's that must have been when I was relatively new to the class. I mean, 12 to go was an odd. Well, back then it was an odd class in terms of needing quite a lot of experience. It's got a lot better now. I think more people are able to
too
build.
easy. It's all too easy now.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I can't believe it. I mean,
Back
in my day.
In my day. Absolutely. What have we got then? Last 20 seconds of this, Maverick leading.
From Amelia, from Tyler, from James. Now the kids will be out first in the finals to enable them to go home. I'm not totally sure the modifiers are the last thing. Or they actually run last. They run the.
I think they run all the A finals last, don't they?
They do. They rotate it so you get B, B, A. I remember this because I remember Matt moaning. He had to keep typing a lot for these. Every time he changed the name of the file, he had to type a lot.
Right. Could you not like open up a separate document, not like Notepad, and just copy paste?
You'd think so. It's not easy. You see, when we have the proper My RCM interrogator, it does it for you automatically.
Yes.
But this is not My RCM.
So that is it.
Hey, qualifying over.
Maverick took that from.
So we got a short
Maverick
break
got that from
now.
Amelia. Then Tyler. We do. We have a short break. So are we dropping off air? For
Oh yes, because someone needs to come down and get cool and everything else.
See a table being carried out onto the track.
There's a raffle.
Okay.
Oh, I've got to do texty things, haven't I? This is where I wish I'd done this before.
Good opportunity
There's
to.
new text. Look, it actually says new text on it, which is really embarrassing.
Ah, yes.
Oh, no, I've rotated it by accident.
You text at an angle.
Anyway, I'm rotating. Hold on, this is quite amusing.
It could be more embarrassing and appear in like Comic Sans MS or something.
Jeez, this is just. Oh. Right, I've undone the rotation. That's a good start. Hello again. Back a bit earlier than we thought. A few minutes earlier for the finals here in West London. Kia Clubs Round 4, brought to you by Tamiya Junior E. And this final we're seeing here is one of those. And then Schumacher and MB models. 4 cars for the junior version. So there's a rookie version and junior version. Junior version is even younger than the rookie version. We've got Philly Lanaway, and it's gone again. Archie Matthews, Kenny Hyde, Ethan Webb are our 4 drivers.
Getting ready for the start then. Finley having picked the yellow grid slot. Got a choice here at West London.
They're away for final day. I'll let you do as much of your magic on these ones.
Okay, well, it's a good start there from Archie, actually. Cleanly away from Archie, just slid nicely through the inside. They sort of both had a clean getaway, but Archie leads away from Finley. A little bit of a coming together between the 2 leaders. And then they head down the main straight. There's a bit of a headwind coming down the straight, actually, now, which... certainly on a normal touring car, actually, I don't know how much it affects these Tamiya cars. Their shells, although very realistic, not necessarily quite so aerosensitive. But certainly with a normal touring car, you can feel a difference. And very sportsmanlike there.
It's a decent race going on here. What I have noticed while I let you give us the first couple of laps is that all 4 of them are driving way better than they were in the heats.
Yes, I guess there's there's not a mixture like there was in the heats. Plus, you're aware of where everybody else is. You're not necessarily, but yeah, there's some good racecraft going on there. I think Archie had a little coming together with Finley, and they're doing a really good job of avoiding each other, these front 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
Little half spin there from Archie, but continues going. We're running at the moment with Finley, the sort of silver-coloured car. Just in the back of the shot, you'll see Archie, the yellow, orange, and sky blue-coloured car. In fact, they're both in the same shot, really. As we're coming up towards the 2-minute mark. So running order 1, 2, 3, 4. So in that sense, qualifying has worked, but it nowhere near tells the full story. And I've just seen that Archie has launched it over the D, but is still back out and running. Looks like we've got...
It's a classic bit of tortoise and hare. And I'm not actually calling Finley a tortoise, but Archie's got theoretically a lot more speed. But he's finding it more difficult to put it down consistently. And a lot of it down, I think, to the inconsistent handling just goes. I think it's because he's perhaps being a little bit aggressive on the steering, and that's causing the car to oversteer.
To oversteer and over-rotate. But also, as they're coming through the traffic as well, that's affecting things. Finley being quite calm and measured as he approaches traffic. He's not taking any risks, not making any dives or lunges. Let's have a look. What's the lap times?
2.2 seconds is the lead last time round.
2.2 seconds. Fastest lap, yes. As Nick said, Archie's fastest lap is about 4.5 tenths faster. In fact, exactly 4.5 tenths faster at the moment. So he's got some serious pace in the car. If he can consistently do it, obviously it's no good lapping half a second a lap quicker if you then the next lap you make a mistake that costs you 1 second. So it's just a matter of keeping it consistent and keeping it clean. Running with the leader at the moment, still at the 3-minute mark. Finley still leading this one. Coming up to a lap, the car of, it's the blue-coloured car of number 4 car. In fact, he's coming up to lap both of them. Lap cars 3 and 4.
That is amazing how all 4 cars managed to get back together again, because Archie's not far behind.
It is, and that was.
There's not much you can do about it, really. In fairness,
there wasn't, and Finley needed to get through.
Oh, that's not helped him.
That has not helped him.
Archie has got to get past both these cars, and has just put again a couple more of those little strange oversteer flicks he's been doing the whole way through.
He has. He could do with getting a bit of a cleaner run through this traffic, and that was a He's made it through the D, okay. He managed to make it through the D, okay, without any issues. Lead gap now looks like it's just around 2 seconds.
John, drop back to the chaser. That's the yellow and the yellow car basically that'll do, which is Archie. Finney's put in some great laps. He's been very, very consistent. I think, again, the faster stuff he seems okay on, and then it just gets...
He does a really good switchback there, actually.
Slower stuff, he gets his snap oversteer, especially actually in the corner leading up to the D section. That doesn't help. That wasn't really his fault. But this next corner here, he's had the thing out the back about 3 times so far. Controls it this time, but he's lost a lot of time, and he's going to carry on losing time with the back marker issues.
He is. So looking relatively comfortable now.
10 seconds to go. Let's go back to our leader, the silver machine. You've been with him. He's in the middle of the track.
He is.
That's it. And the next time across the line will be the leg 1 winner. It's 2 leg finals, so it's not all over. But it's taken. The first leg goes to Finley Lanaway.
So Finley Lanaway wins that from Archie Matthews, from Kenny Hyde, from Ethan Webb.
Nice bit of racing, those two, I thought.
It was. It's good to see.
This all sounds unnecessarily complicated.
What's that?
Choosing the pole position.
It kind of works. There's 2 sets of grid spots, so you can choose the inside.
But don't you think you just decide at the start of the day that poles on the left or poles on the right?
Different, but the pole sitter chooses what one they...
Oh, no, I'm not saying that shouldn't happen. I'm just saying that it just seems unnecessarily complicated for each one to have to remember which side they're going to be on.
Yes. It's particularly good if you happen to be on pole and you're the last one round and all 9 cars have lined up. Just to be awkward, you can pick the opposite one.
Not that you've ever done that, of course.
No, of course not. Not at all. Harry Standing going to lead away in this one then. From Maverick Adams, Tyler Standing, Emilia Adams, Poppy Hyde, Frankie Fletcher, James Binney and Elliot Smith. A few more cars out there, so this has the potential to be a little bit more lively. Marshall's getting out there, putting the gloves on. Looks like we have 8 cars out there. So
full house, excellent.
Excellent.
It's a race, so away with the leader, please, John.
Harry Standing, the blue and yellow coloured car. Get away fairly cleanly at the front.
I'm interested in Stanley.
Harry goes a bit deep and hit the brakes. Harry's
well, he's got it all to do now, hasn't he?
He has. So not gone particularly well for Harry there.
Oh, and second and third clunk each other, and now the white.
So the
white car's in the lead.
I
don't remember seeing the entire time he's been here.
I think that was the number 5 car of Poppy Hyde.
Oh, is it Poppy, is it? She had a few problems. No, that's the number 2, 7?
7. It's the 7 car of James Binney.
Okay, well done, James. And a good first lap there, but the leader is
car
back.
number 2. It's Maverick.
Maverick's got back in the lead.
It's Tyler, sorry.
Tyler's got back in the lead, sorry. He's not in the lead now because it's James again.
It's James Binney again, leading. And we've got Emilia in 3rd by the looks of things. Battle for the lead comes onto the straight. So half spin there from the leader.
It's going to change there, but it doesn't because upside down is
So
Tyler.
I think who's going to come through to the lead? In fact, is that going to be our pole man?
I think that number's wrong because scored in the lead is Poppy Hyde. And James Binney's not scored as running at all, as neither is Elliot Smith. Have we got some...
We might have some
transponders. We've got 1, 2, 3...
We've got 8 cars. We had 8 cars on the grid.
We're only getting 6 scored.
So we've got a couple of transponders.
That's
not
no cause for
registered.
issues, isn't it? So we think that it's the Binney car, do we, or not?
No, it's 3 from 2. So
excellent.
it's Tyler from Maverick. they've got themselves back out in front after that. So Tyler, the Petronas coloured car, the silver, turquoise and black coloured car.
There are only 6 cars running at the moment, though, aren't there?
There are only 6
So
cars.
perhaps there isn't a problem. Perhaps 2 cars didn't complete a lap. I think that Poppy's car was that car we always thought it was James' car. I think it's got the wrong number on it. I think that white car with the yellow nose, I think that's Poppy's car.
That may
She's currently running, well, I think she may have dropped down. She was running in 3rd, and she's dropped to 4th now and having an accident off camera. So on camera in this and leading is still Tyler standing in the Petronas coloured machine.
And I think in 2nd we will have...
Poleman, isn't it now?
It is. It's Harry Standing. And actually, just caught notice of poleman Harry Standing down the straight. He seems to have some pretty good horsepower in comparison to anybody else.
Let's pick up 2nd place for a while. He's the blue with the yellow lower body, John, just going through the infield now. And in fact, he's just about to take the lead because there's been a crash from Tyler because it's absolute chaos at the moment. And actually into the lead has gone Harry, with Tyler sort of now with him. They've hit each other there.
So, yeah.
Some track reinterpretation was going on there. I've got no idea how much the track either of those two did, but there was a lot of accidents going on. But the net effect is they're pretty much close together.
There was. I think Tyler had to swerve several times before he hit him there. So
we've lost a couple of cars. It's unsurprising because he got
we've got some damage there for pulled over by the side of the track.
Marshall. So 2 cars off there in the same place. This is turned into a great video. I don't know why I shouted Marshall on the air.
So we've got...
Suddenly turned into a racer again rather than the commentator. They should never let me this close to the track.
We've got Maverick is out in front now. No, Maverick is not out in front, is he?
No, Tyler's in front.
Tyler's in front.
You've had a real problem all day with this green car being Tyler, not Maverick.
I have. Tyler from
Neither
Emilia.
of them is Goose, okay?
No.
So we're down to 4. So we've lost half the field.
My eyes are writing checks my brain can't cash.
Well, that's wait to get to my age. Maverick has just gone past an all-black car. He's in 3rd. Emilia is in 2nd in the car. So the
Emilia is the blue, white, and red car.
Yes, there's our lead. Drop back 1. That's Emilia there.
That's Emilia.
Going round the main. What's that called? First corner, top corner?
Sweeper.
Sweeper, thank you. So that's a sweeper. And she is on the same lap. So while she's absolutely doing the softly catchy monkey concept, we're going as slow as possible. She is absolutely going well there, I think.
She is.
She's just doing laps. I quite like it. I like kids who just do laps because that's how you learn.
It is, but you know that they're going to be the ones that will inevitably end up beating you. You can kind of tell,
Look,
can't you?
If any of these kids keeps it up for a few years, they'll beat us. Sorry, James.
Well, yes, there is that.
That's just the way of things. And we sagely look at them and go, well, we'll try and outspend you then.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's the end of the first of the Tamiya GTE races. I now have a massive great bit of typing to do. We go to 17.5 touring Blinky. So I'll leave you to do the results.
So results of that then. Tyler Standing wins that from Emilia Adams, Maverick Adams, Harry Standing, and Frankie Fletcher. Then we had a retirement for Poppy Hyde. Just getting ready for race number 3, the D final of touring cars. Bryce Little, Casey Granger, Ben Webb, Niall Quinlisk, Pete Timms and Anthony North.
Also, the Battle of the Suns, Harry must have won that because he's got out of the bottom final.
He has. Harry is in the C final. Harry qualified 9th in the C.
Oh, that was a mistake last time. I keep making mistakes. Disappointed in myself a lot of the time today.
Would you be making any less mistakes if you were on the track?
No, and I've been making less mistakes. It wasn't quite so bright.
Or if you were more bright.
Yes, actually, that's a very good point. Well made. Bastard.
So Bryce choosing the white grid slots. So this a change from what we've seen earlier with previous two finals having chosen the yellow grid slots. Obviously yellow gives you the inside line into the first corner, but it makes it a more acute angle. White is the sort of more racing line that it gives you. Gives the option if someone does get a good launch off the line, sends it up the inside. We're going to stick with the leader. It's Bryce Little. Going to lead away from Casey Granger. Bryce gets away well. Fairly clean down into the first turn. Casey giving chase. And a move there from Casey, so Casey into the lead. Casey clearly learnt some moves from his dad there. Now leading. So Casey leading from Pete Timms. Pete will no doubt wanting to be ruin Casey's day. But he'll make the pass clean if he can. There he goes, down. Oh, good racing going on here between these two. Pete now to the front. So Pete Timms leading this one from Casey Granger. Good start there from Pete Timms. From P5 on the grid. Maybe some sandbagging going on by Pete, looking at how the car is now going. A little bit wide there from Casey. And our pole sitter, Bryce, is currently running in third position. So Pete Timms going away at the front. We're running with our leader. Pete done many, many laps of this circuit, so we'll be well familiar with it. Tail of the car starting to look a little bit loose, and he bins it through the D. Ooh. So on its roof. Back on his wheels, he maintains the lead, but Casey's going to be right back on him now. Pete's lead is, what is it? It's about 0.7 of a second. Casey right with the leader now, and there's a change of lead. So Casey back to the front now. Casey Granger back in front. This battle between Casey and Pete Timms. Pete looked like he had the early pace whilst Casey settled into it. But a mistake and another mistake from Pete there. That's given Casey a fairly decent lead. And our pole sitter is up. I think Bryce is up into third place, is he? Or is it Niall Quinlisk with the 4 car up into third position. So battle for the lead comes through the D. Pete Timms inventing some U-shapes behind Casey there. Coming up to some traffic. There's a change for the lead, so Pete Timms back into the front. Pete backs it off through the D. Casey gets a good run on him. Still this battle for the lead going on. Looking at the way that their cars are lapping, you wouldn't think that, well, if you said one of them was a young driver and the other was an experienced old hand, you wouldn't know which one was which, looking at the way that the cars are going. But it's Pete is the one with the experience. He's the one that's made the mistakes, though. Casey hasn't really made any mistakes. Pete's managed to get back in front of him and has got a faster lap, but is the one who has been making the mistakes. So Pete Timms leading as we come towards the 4-minute mark. We're running with him now from Casey Granger and Niall Quinlisk. These two, best part of a lap up on anybody else. So Casey fairly comfortable in second. Pete leading this one quite comfortably now.
Oof.
Pete slowing as he crosses the line. He's not travelling very quickly, is he? Is Pete waiting?
I think that's a bit cocksure, to be honest, if you're going to do that.
I don't know. I mean, is he...
Oh, no, he looks like he's lost a lot of oomph.
Yeah, but it looked like it suddenly picked up then. I don't know if he's...
No, it's not, is it? It's being eaten really quickly.
No, it's gone again. Coming together there between the two leaders.
So some sort of electrical problem for Pete. Casey got past him, though. He has now, hasn't he? Yeah.
Casey has now got past him.
You need to go forward. It's the car ahead that's leading, John. Those two are battling.
They're battling for the lead.
Pete's still got a chance if he keeps the car pointing the right. Oh, that doesn't help.
That
but
doesn't
Casey's
help.
got one corner. He's a lap. Oh, look at that. Suddenly
Look at
the
that.
power's
So
come
Pete
back.
had to go.
The power came back, and that's it.
There we go. So Casey takes that then from Pete.
Took it by, in the end, we won it by 0.2 of a second.
Very, very close.
I've no idea what happened to Pete's car there, but it obviously was having some form of control or electrical issue, wasn't it? It just wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. It's almost like it was cocky. It was almost like he had a sensor lead problem.
In the spirit of the Top Gun conversation from earlier, perhaps he lost that low end feeling.
Oh, jeez. That's really good / really bad.
I know. Sorry.
Lost that there.
So
what happened?
I told him he was going to win it.
Do you have a problem?
No, I just slowed down and let him catch me up.
No.
So
There you are. Pete's being nice.
So Pete suffering some electrical problems. The throttle wouldn't open fully there.
I thought he deserved to win it. He was keeping up with me as much as he could. That's the first time today my car's gone properly. I've had 4 DNFs.
Really? So Pete's had 4 DNFs, and now he's got things to go properly, but he decided to give a bit of love to Casey. So I don't know. I have to change one letter for this one, so it's quite easy.
This is and you will do next time as well. So this is Pavel Snarsky, Charlie Leonard, Chris Sheldrake, Guy Dean, David Standing, Emily Robbins, Luke Jury, Scott Hargrave, Harry Jeffries, and Trevor Little.
Well, if Harry drives as well as he did in the final heat, he'll be fine. If he drives like he drove in a couple of the finals last time, might not be quite so good. Well, I got 17,5 or 17.5. That's 17,5, isn't it? Terrible, terrible disaster.
Yellow grid slots this time. Pavel getting set to lead away from Charlie.
Have I got this right?
Pavel gets away off the line. Charlie, Charlie tries to move around the outside, and actually I think that's car 3 if Chris Sheldrake gets the lead. No, Pavel back in front. Pavel leading with the yellow-coloured car. In fact, he's got a fairly hefty lead. So the 1 car leading from the 5 car of David Standing. With our leader at the moment, Pavel Snarsky. He's got a huge lead. Actually, let's just see what it is as he crosses the line. He's got nearly half a lap.
How's that happened?
No one wants to run in second place. So we have got...
well, let's drop back to battle of second place, because that's actually happening. So
yeah, that is happening. So he's got a 7-second lead, has Pavel. So, yep, there's a battle for second going on with the orange and white-coloured car.
So it's Charlie Leonard from Luke Jury, from Harry Jeffries.
So Harry making a really good start from P9 up to P4. Dropped down to P5, but...
in a scrap with Trevor Little, Chris Sheldrake, sorry.
So settled down. Charlie Leonard had dropped towards the back. Let's see if he can... What's he? Still like 7 seconds behind Pavel. So Pavel will be rubbing his hands together, being 7 seconds in front. knows he can keep it relatively calm.
Yes, he's going to have to make a major error to cock this one up, isn't he, really? Because at this point, there's not that much difference in speed in these guys, and he's got half a lap free. So at this point, it's Pavel's to lose. Let's put some pressure on him. If that's possible, well, he's no idea we're talking about him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he could be listening via... He could, via
He'd be half a minute behind, though.
Well, okay. By a streaming service of his choice.
So we are still with the switchbacks. We must be the second place Charlie Leonard, I think.
That is Charlie Leonard that we're running with.
Roof. Drop back one more to the two cars behind, which is the battle between Luke Jury, or is that a lapping battle?
No, that is car 7. That's Luke Jury. Yes, Luke Jury
and Chris Sheldrake. And Chris Sheldrake, I think, is behind him. So I think that's unfortunately that blue car's a lap down.
That is.
Then you've got the orange car of Sheldrake and the multicoloured car of Jeffries.
Jeffries is currently running 4th. He 5th. Sorry.
This is one of those finals where there's actually not much going on, and it's quite difficult to work out who's doing what because there's a kind of they've managed to drop a couple of people into the mix. There's Mark there. So Mark Payne saying, I thought he'd broken down. He's just come to look at what's going on.
Yes. Mark Payne suggesting he's rather warm. Quite hot.
So it's still Snarski from Leonard, who I think is still on camera, isn't he? Is it Leonard on camera, or is it? No, it's not. It's now the orange car of Chris Sheldrake's on. So Chris Sheldrake and the orange car's on camera at the moment, going to the bottom of the track. Now, which number is our leader? He's number 1, isn't he?
Number 1, the yellow car, is our leader. He's just coming out towards the D now, so he's coming to put a lap.
Let's pick up our leader.
Harry.
The yellow car down the main straight now as the 8 car pulls over of Scott Highgrove. So there's Pavel, who's now getting through to lap up to 5th place. I don't know whether he's just had a fantastic run or he's in completely the wrong final.
I mean, that's kind of the... With round by round, there's always a danger that you end up with one good score.
He's just tipped Jeffries over.
He has. Just as he was lapping him.
Now he's got a tuck of his own, and I think the tuck's been knocked off again.
It has. So Harry being quite generous there and undoing the tuck that the leader had.
Despite having an absolutely terrible lap, he's still massively in the lead.
Yeah, I think he's going to lap the field, isn't he? If he's.
Why are you saying that? Charlie Leonard was scored first last time round.
So Charlie's got himself back to the front actually with the.
Is that the white and the orange?
Yeah,
right,
it
so
is.
We've got a battle now of me saying there wasn't one. We've got one lap to go after this one. So.
And actually, there's a battle for the lead now going on behind Harry Jeffries, isn't there? That's,
so there he goes through. That's so Pavel now. He needs to make.
Pavel
takes the lead. So Pavel's got the lead because Jeffries got turned around. Not because I'll do it because Leonard got turned around by Jeffries. Your go.
My go. Pavel takes the win.
Has it finished? Oh,
it has.
Just caught it. Okay.
Just caught it.
Jeez. So, yeah, Pavel threw it away despite saying it wasn't possible. Then it got thrown back to him. So, like a big fat fish, you got it thrown back to him. Like a sea lion sitting there going, have it back, please.
Arf, arf, arf.
Arf, arf, arf. I want to win the race. And he did.
He did.
Well, there we go. Never say
having led by Arthur Lap.
Arthur Lap, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a Arthur Askew Arthur Lap?
Arthur.
So, coming up now is the final A. B final. And after that, we have another B final, which is the 13.5
B final.
And then we do a run of A. So 17.5 A, Blinky A, Modified A, Tamiya A, and Montex A. So there we are.
We do. So all the A finals together. And then we go again with the Tamiya, the Tamiya Juniors out again first. Starting to get some viewers back.
Right, do we misplace them then? I think a lot of people are going to watch this after it's finished for obvious reasons.
Quite possibly.
I think quite actually.
So what do we got? Stu Colby from Gareth Hobson, Gavin Clinch, Fraser Tucker, Mark Payne, Dave Clift, George Munns, Mark Passingham, Steph Abbott and Ross Delander. There's at least 3 body painters in this one. Stu Colby gets away well then from Gareth Hobson and Gavin Clinch. This is the B final for those that will all have coulda, woulda, shoulda stories as they flow through the sweeper.
Oh,
small mistake there, and Gav makes a. So Gareth made a small mistake, and Gav. Well, there was a gap. Gav.
No, Gareth lost 3 spaces because he hit the curb, bounced out in the field. It's no one's fault but his own.
No, absolutely.
Some very multicolored. So everyone's put their best bodies on this, haven't they? We've got a lot of nice colours at the front,
and
apart from one solid green car further back.
Indeed. Gavin makes a mistake and drops to the back of the field, having been in a solid position.
Still Stu Colby leading.
It is Stu Colby leading.
He's a little bit being closed up by the incredibly multicoloured car of Steph Abbott. That has literally got every single colour under the sun in that one. Blue, pink, yellow, orange, bit of black.
That is that's a sale.
I've got all these tins left.
That's a sale at home base paint job, isn't it? That's a.
So Colby leads by 0.5 of a second, and then it's another second back to George Munns in third, and the 3 of them are staying equidistant at the moment. But actually saying that, it's a little bit of a gain there in the third. Drop back to second place, the every single colour in the world car. And that is Steph Abbott, who's under heavy pressure now for that second place from George Munns.
Heads out onto the main straight, this battle. The pair of them closing in on the back of Stu Colby. It's kind of weird when you're in that position as well, because if you're sort of running as second and third, there's kind of a... You kind of almost want to communicate with each other. Look, let's not battle now. Let us catch the leader and get ourselves back up to the leader before we start going at it 7 bells, because we don't want to let him get away. And we'll sort it out when we get there, kind of thing. There's a kind of an unwritten thing that after you've raced with someone for a while, you kind of develop that understanding that, yeah, you know what, we need to get back up to the front. And the pair of them are, looks like Steph is right back now with Stu Colby.
Tiny error from Stu there, and that was when you've only got, what, 3/4 second lead, a tiny half-second error, and that's it now on the tail, right on the tail.
Yep.
Steph looking at the run around the outside through the sweeper. Not going to happen
here. Not
here.
quite making it. Cuts back.
Double tight. Switch back. Oof. Blimey, how have they not hit so far?
I've got a feeling that George is going to be leading this fairly soon. From sitting back there in third place. But Steph gets another good run through the sweeper. Cuts back. It looks like he's tighter. Sort of exited it. He gets an opportunity to cut back. But he kind of ran out of space to make the move. He's definitely got a better run onto the straight. Stu, a little bit defensive and tight. Steph makes a small mistake there. So George up to second now. So let's see if Steph immediately goes for that, or if he just takes a couple of corners to recover, clean up the tyres a little bit, and see what happens with George having a go. And George now takes the lead. So George runs up from P7.
What you said happened, but not the way you thought it would.
No.
George just switched on the afterburners, just went past him.
He did. I think, Stu hit the brakes and he flew right by.
He's miles ahead.
He's not miles ahead, but he's
1.5 seconds ahead, which is the furthest anyone's been ahead so far this race.
He is. So he's obviously kept his tyres in shape.
Let's
and
go.
I think Stu's starting to suffer a little bit now. And Steph Could do with putting a move on him, but it needs to be clean. How long have we got left in this one? We have got 45 seconds left. George will not be wanting to do anything stupid. Stu won't mind too much, actually, with this one, because, I mean, in terms of the overall finishing second, if he'd finished second to someone who had started P2, it wouldn't be good. But
No.
finishing second to someone who started P7, it's a bit more acceptable, because the chances of them making it cleanly through the pack next time are a bit less reduced. So that sort of kind of playing on your mind that you don't need to do anything desperate. But Stu defending very hard now from the second place car, from the third place car, which was our P2 starter of Gareth Hobson. George Munns takes the win there.
So the result for that one was George Munns from 7th to win it. Stu Colby 2nd, Gareth Hobson 3rd, Freddie Stucker was 4th, Steph Abbott was 5th, Mark Passingham 6th, Mark Payne 7th, Gavin Clinch 8th, Ross Leander 9th, and David Clift was 10th.
He was. So what are we on to now? We're
B final 13.5.
Yes. So what are we going to have? Jack Collins from John Gray, Victor Georgiev, Paul Chambers, James Davis, and Julia Baccaglione. Six cars out there. Set to go then, Jack Collins going to lead away from the yellow grid spot. Jack Collins leads off. John Gray briefly drops to third, and in fact, John Gray ends up leading, so drops to third and then manages to just tuck in underneath everybody else and leads for the first lap round, although a little bit squirrely through the D. John Gray from Jack Collins as they cross the line by 7/100ths of a second. Jack Collins still leading this one. Sorry, John Gray still leading this one. Jack Collins applying some fairly serious pressure to him as they cross the line once more. And coming together there between the two leaders. As you were, John Gray leading from Jack Collins, Victor Georgiev now into third position, or maintaining third position. So the top three, as they flash across the start-finish line, covered by, let's have a look. In fact, John Gray is away relatively.
The microphone dance there.
Yes, indeed. John Gray leading from Jack Collins. So top three covered by 1 second exactly. John Gray, the Monster Energy coloured car, leading. This car looking a little less wired this time. Jack Collins still giving chase in second. Battle for the lead still going on, still less than 1 second between them as they come through the D once more out onto the main straight. Better exit from Jack Collins. Lead gap is, what is it? It is about 3/4 of a second. It's much less than that now. Two are together, and in fact, that's a change for the lead. So Jack Collins to the front from John Adams. So just as they pass some traffic, Jack Collins now leading as they flash past through the sweeper once more. Jack now looking a bit scrappy. John looking the one that's a bit more calm and composed. Through the D once more. Better exit there from John as well. What have we got? The gap between them that time is about 0.3 of a second. Both cars sliding. So they're fully on the brakes. Got it locked up. Little bit sideways there from John. It's giving Jack a little bit of breathing space. He could do with this traffic getting out of the way. He's past him. John's past him. Still this battle for the lead going on. Really good fight going on here in the 13.5B final. Running with the lead car of Jack Collins, followed by John Gray. Two leaders still together with 1.5 minutes left. Gap between them was about 1.3 seconds last time. John just starting to look a little bit like he is falling away from Jack. Jack managed to stem the flow there slightly. Gap is still pretty close. It's still around 1.5 seconds. Lead battle still going on. We've got, what have we got left? One and, well, into the last 10 seconds. So 1 and a bit laps, less than that now. John Gray looks like he's got this one relatively comfortably. John Gray going to take this then from Jack Collins. Race 7 coming next, which is the A final.
Where are we now? 17.5A, is it?
17.5 A final. So we will have Jay Westwood from Matt Quinlisk, Glenn Westwood, Ben Kane, Malk Hall, Soteris Liazzi, Dan Morey, Dave Ringsall, Michael Chapman and Billy Cavanagh. Let's see what colour body shell that Jay's gone with this time.
Hopefully it's not a Allegro unpleasantness.
No, he looks to have. He looks to be going race paint. As predicted, Ben Kane and Soteris made it here from the bottom heat.
In fairness, the driving's been okay in all of these heats.
It has, yes. They've been quite generous.
I know you do. I know you lose time anyway. You lose a bit of time, but you can lose a lot of time.
You can. They've been relatively generous. I think they were aware that there were two very quick guys in that heat. Jay leads away. Oh, there's a coming together at the start there. Oof. So Matt came together with Jay. So Ben Kane leads by Ben Kane leading from Malk Hall. So huge coming together at the front there. And I think Matt backed out of that one. Once he realised that he was the cause of an accident. So we've actually got Ben Kane from, is that Soteris? It is
Hall
Soteris
in second, Liazi, Soteris is third, Murray is fourth, but Jay Westwood, poleman, eighth.
Yeah, in fact, Soteris up to second place now. Jay Westwood has, he's retired, I think, from... So fairly big lead from Ben Kane there on P4. Malk Hall up into second. So let's drop back to this battle for second. Big accident there. And instant retirement with the universal sign.
I think we're on the battle for second.
We're on the battle for second. This is Malk Hall and Soteris Liazi. Both of them having done many laps around here. Soteris... Soteris has it coming together with a white car. It is...
Dan Murray, I think it was.
Yes, I think it was. I think you're right.
So the big lead again is time for Ben Kane.
So huge lead from Malk Hall, and in third place is Matt Quinlisk, actually, who's popped up in third here, the P2 starter.
Drop back one to the orangey car. That should be one more, I'm sorry, to the orange car of Quinlisk. That's it. So that's our third place, man. Is either going to go forward or come back. Sorry, James.
That's okay. That's actually fourth place, man. That's Soteris.
Well, it's now third place, man. That was Quinlisk. Sorry, I've got myself completely confused.
So that's Soteris that we're running with, the all-orange coloured car. Matt Quinlisk is the white and orange car. So he is one car forward from that, and he's closing in on Malk Hall. Ben Kane well away at the front of this, and of course it's going to be the first time that Ben and Soteris have run with these guys all day. Sometimes that can be a bit disconcerting because your car's felt quite good. You've clearly been the quickest car in your heat, and you're not aware where you're losing time.
Well, in fairness, Ben isn't running with this time either.
Well, he's not, but Matt Quinlisk and Malk Hall having a proper ding-dong battle. Let's have a look. We're following it now on screen. Malk Hall, the all-yellow car. Matt Quinlisk, P2 starter, had a coming together at the start. We'll see if there's any action from the referee after the event. No stop-go called or anything like that. So we'll have to wait and see. But Matt looking like he could be faster if he could get past Malk. I don't think he's got any chance of catching up to Ben Kane. As we come towards the 3-minute mark, Ben is way too experienced to let that one.
He's 7 seconds ahead again.
7 seconds. So, we've been here before, but I think Ben is way too experienced to let that one slide. Malk still holding on. Matt aware that after that first corner incident, there'll be some eyes upon him, maybe. So he is trying to make sure that he makes his way past Malk cleanly. And Malk made a small mistake through the D, so that's it. And and there we go. And
was that oversteer?
No, that was took too much curb. He pinched his line a little bit coming onto the straight because Malk had made a mistake. So Matt had slightly pinched his line going onto the straight and slightly out of place going through the sweeper. So he'll be kicking himself for that.
They're both a little bit overdriving now, aren't they?
They are a little bit. Soteris will be keeping an eye on that. And there's a coming together between them.
And a wait as well. And now
Matt waits, and Soteris is right in there. So we're looking at the battle for second, third, and fourth. Soteris now fancies a sniff at second place. What have we got? 4 minutes. Apologies to Ben Kane fans, but he's nearly a lap down the road. He's got to be 10 seconds plus down the road. Malk Hall makes a mistake. Matt Quinlisk into second. Soteris into third. Soteris now trying to find his way past Matt Quinlisk. Ben Kane, if I was Ben Kane, he's catching this traffic, but I wouldn't want to be getting involved in that. A small mistake there from Matt Quinlisk. Soteris up into second. So we're going to have first and second from all the way from the bottom heat, I think, in this first final. Ben Kane leading from Soteris Liazi. Ben Kane, where's our leader? Our leader's actually only one car back from that on track as we come into 15 seconds. So let's pick him up to...
Drop back one more.
Drop back one. There we go. That's our leader coming up to lap them. So Ben Kane is on his final lap. So Ben Kane's won it already. He's the only one that's made that extra lap. Soteris is going to come through to take second place. Malk Hall just hanging on to third from Matt Quinlisk. So there we go. We have got a 1 and 2 for the drivers from heat number 1.
So the guys with the local knowledge then?
Well, possibly. The guys...
Fair, I think Malk Hall's been here a few times.
Malk Hall has been here a few times. Lots of people have been here a few times at the front of that. But
there's just what you're saying, been there a few times. There's a lot of different optional layouts. Is this normally the layout they use for the big meetings?
This is always the layout that's used for the big meetings. They would, maybe for a club meeting, they'd use the same layout, but maybe minus the D coming onto the straight. They'll just pick up the barrier. Getting ready for the 13.5 A final next. So what are we going to have? Ash Whiffin from Billy Fletcher, Marcus Askell, Ricky Copsey, Andy Murray. Where did Andy Murray come from? He's been... Okay. Charlie Colby, Bailey Graves, Tim Timms, Nathan Goodburn and Michael Penfold. This could be entertaining. A few white cars. A few white cars at the front. Just 4 of the top 5. Ash Whiffin gets away then from Billy. Marcus running in third. Don't think Billy's got a number on his car. So Ash leading from Billy in second. Marcus Askell in third. Ricky Copsey fourth.
It's the white car from the white car from the white car from the lime green car from the white car.
That's it.
Brilliant.
Just follow the white car, John.
It's going to get very confusing. They get mixed up together. So it's Whiffin, Fletcher, Askell.
It is.
Car 8 appears to be a withdrawing of Tim Timms.
Yes, no doubt causing the life to flash before the eyes of the leaders as he drove across the straight there.
Whiffin pulling away.
I don't know, Billy's kind of going with him. Billy is not a million miles away. Askell kind of, well, I mean, the whole top 5 are covered by not a lot. In fact, Andy Murray's starting to look a little bit racy now on Ricky Copsey.
Top 5, 3 seconds.
Yeah, the front 2 are fairly close together, Whiffin and Ash Whiffin and Billy Fletcher. There's certainly less than a second between them. Billy had some good speed there out onto the main straight. Billy's car starting to look like it's coming alive a little bit. And small mistake from Billy there as he just rattles it over the D, but it doesn't cost him an awful lot of time. He embraced the mistake, as it were, realised he was going to make it and didn't try to get out of it, so just hop back onto the track. This lead battle still going on, way less than a second between them. Ash Whiffin leading this one. He'll be wanting that traffic to get out of the way. I think that's Nathan Goodburn. Nathan sees the pair of them coming and jumps out of the way of the pair of them. Billy Fletcher trying to find his way past Ashley Whiffin. Great battle going on between these two for the win in this 13.5 final. Billy tries the cutback, doesn't quite come off. Billy's looking left, he's looking right, he's trying to find his way past. Ashley's keeping the door fairly tightly shut. Billy popping over the curbs, trying everything he can. He's dropped back very slightly. This will be interesting. See how quickly he can drive up to the back of him. So we've got, what's that? The, okay, back marker gets out of the way. This battle for the lead is still raging at the front. Throw a blanket over the two of them. There's also a battle for third and fourth going on, but we can't really see that or look at that too hard. I can tell you it's another two white cars. So Andy Murray's in there. So
that's all from Murray, third, fourth.
It is. So we have. Is that a change for the lead? It's a change for the lead. So Billy Fletcher takes the lead. Small mistake there from Ash Whiffin, and Billy sort of slides to the inside, and a little bit of a touch of shells, but I don't think Ash can have any complaints there. That wasn't a dirty move. That was prompted by his mistake, and another slightly sideways moment there from Ash. That puts Billy to the front. Billy now leading. Traffic diving out of the way for this 13.5 A final, first leg. 4-minute call just going out, and we are watching Billy Fletcher leading this one from Ashley Whiffin. Billy's got a little bit of a gap now, just coming up towards lapping Charlie Colby. Charlie sees Billy coming, gets out of his way, gets out of the way of Ash as well. Battle for third currently headed by Marcus Askell. So it's the white car leading the white car, ahead of the white car, who is being chased by the white car.
Good day for white cars.
Yes, at the front of the pack. Billy leading still from Ash. Billy looking like he's got this one under control now. Ash not able to really put him under pressure as we come across the line. And in fact, Billy makes Billy's done it. He thought he was going to make the extra lap and give himself a victory lap, but doesn't quite. And I thought Billy was going to be proper pro then and not actually pull off into the dirt, so as not to get his tyres dirty. But Billy takes that one. So great battle there between Billy and Ash. So, yeah, I think Ash just took a bit more curb, didn't he? Had a little bobble and... So good drive there from Billy. Just catching up with him by the Marshall point. So we have got the modified A final. Ollie Jeffries, Chris Granger, Harley Eldridge, Damien Giddens, Liam Brooks. Ollie picking the yellow grid slots to lead from.
I don't think we're going to see the fantastic A finals we saw before in Colchester, because Ollie's got his act much more together.
It looks that way. I mean, Chris didn't have... Oh, okay. There. So Ollie leads away from Chris. Chris didn't let Ollie completely escape last time. He kept him honest, I think, was the description. And again, those two have made a break for it. Admittedly, Ollie looked probably a bit more comfortable. Ollie running at sort of 98%-ish, whereas Chris was fairly maxed out. But they're away at the start, and yeah, Chris's car looking a little bit tail happy at this point. Chris's car looking a little bit oversteery, like you'd maybe expect a car on new tyres to do. Might take a couple of laps just to come in. But those two gone away. Liam Brooks giving Harley quite a good chase in third as well.
Yeah, Harley doesn't seem to really have picked up the form on this temperature or this track. She's not really been literally on the race or in the races the entire time here.
No, maybe not. It's I don't know. Sometimes it just clicks at a particular track. I mean, Harley's obviously over the past few years has been very quick everywhere and getting faster and faster and faster. But it's those last little bits that get harder and harder to get. And you know what? At the front, I think Chris is.
Yeah, drop back one to Chris.
I mean, he's not letting Ollie have it all his own way.
No.
I think Ollie's possibly got a little bit in his pocket. I think the attitude of Chris's car suggests he's driving a little bit harder than Ollie might be, and pushing it a little bit harder. But it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that Ollie's just going to walk away. With this. Chris is closing Ollie down. I mean, I'd say that gap is that's less than a second. I would have thought. Looking at the clock, if it is a second, it's what is the gap?
0.7.
0.7. Okay, so it certainly looked relatively close, which is a continuation of what we saw at the end of the last round of qualifying. So Chris looking a little bit more comfortable in this heat, and actually he's closing up. I mean, I wouldn't think this is Ollie just maintaining his tyres and pace.
I don't believe either, because I think at this point you're within half a minor mistake, which anyone can make. You want to have at least a kind of a weird curb incident ahead, don't you?
You do. This is this doesn't look like Ollie just sort of maintaining pace at this stage of the race. This isn't a pace management run from Ollie. This is genuine pace from Chris. I'd say that is allowing him to make Ollie work for it. He's making him work hard for this. Small mistake there from Ollie, actually. So way less than a second now. This has got to be, what, 0.2, 0.3?
It's point nothing, you can see it.
Well, both cars in one shot, obviously, as they come round towards the D one more time. Round and... well, I mean, with these modified cars, the gap, you get that stretching effect, like that yo-yo effect as they fire off down the straight, purely because the top speed's so great. Not quite so high here as you would see at other tracks, but they're probably still hitting in excess of 50 miles an hour down the main straight. It's a shorter circuit than a lot of them that we see.
It's not the Huddy Arena with 78 miles an hour down the back straight, is it?
No, and not with a high-speed king. Chris actually looking up the inside, and Chris certainly looking like he could pull away if he gets a chance to go past Ollie. I mean, Liam Brooks will have got the call that the two leaders are with him, but Ollie definitely not managing the pace of this one. Chris starts to have a run. That's going to be like 0.1 as they cross the line. Is that the 4-minute call then?
Yep.
Chris, that was the 4-minute call. So
it was 0.09 of a second. So Chris has got 2 laps to get past, because obviously the advantage is always the person who qualifies in pole.
He has. Oh, small over rotation from Chris there. Is that enough? Has that given Ollie the breathing space? Both very experienced. I know if I was in Ollie's shoes. Oh, Ollie makes a small mistake coming through the D. Is that...
2 laps or lapping this one and one more?
This one and one more, I think. Yeah, I think that was a small mistake from Ollie through the D, and it was almost there. Chris was too close to him and couldn't get a run onto him. So they're about to start their final lap, I think. As they cross the line, Chris is trying everything there to get his way past, but this is the final lap, so they'll have heard the buzzer go. Chris knows that. Chris has heard the buzzer. He's going to send it. Chris gets it. Chris gets it as they cross the line. So little bit of an elbow through the D, and Chris gets that. I don't know what the outcome of that's going to be, but
nothing seems right to me. But
yeah, I think that might be.
I'm not the man doing the rules.
No, let's see.
Wow.
See
you were right. You see, I thought it was going to disappear away, but it was just a couple of laps to get the tyres in, then off he went.
Yes, that's sort of normally. Chris always struggles a little bit on new tyres. Looking at it, it makes the car a bit more edgy than he's normally comfortable with. But yeah, really good final there actually at the start of that one. So that's the modified final done. So now on to the Tamiya GTE A final. 6 cars out here. Getting ready then. Who have we got? Martin Reeder, Tim Harrop, Morgan Banks, Steve Adams, Carl Matthews, Gavin Lanaway. I think this time we are going to see Martin Reeder. He's abandoned the Formula E experiment.
I need to start getting on my various bits and bobs done after that race.
Martin Reeder looking to lead away from pole. The Alpha still on the grid.
Yay! He's repaired. It's marvellous.
Tim Harrop. Well, we don't know. I mean, the front and the rear could separate.
They're different cars.
Classic Alitalia Alpha colours. I'm not sure they ever appeared on a 155 though, did they?
No, but we don't care.
No, that was. In fact, he's taken the lead. So Tim Harrop leads from Martin Reeder as they cross the line. The cut and shut Alpha leading.
And this car really wasn't going very well at Colchester, but obviously it's got a little bit more oomph. That new chassis perhaps was long overdue, you know.
Well, it can be. You can sometimes have that. You can sometimes have a bit of an epiphany when you bolt something on. Not necessarily so much with a composite chassis, certainly with a carbon chassis.
Oh yeah, because they get bendy, you don't even notice.
Yeah, you end up with sort of interlaminar separation.
Oh, blood. Sounds very, very painful.
There's a big accident through the D there, and
actually it's carried on.
It's carried on. So
what is the Alpha waiting? It's waiting.
The Alpha was waiting for that. So
4 GT's leading.
Martin Reeder back to the front.
So it's 4 GT from NSX, from GTR that's been overtaken, to CLK from the Alpha car. The Alpha's down one body clip as well, which is slightly bad.
Has the GTR done a backflip on the straight yet?
Not yet, but that's still to come. It needs a bit of a kink. Probably if he were at the Hoodie Arena at the speed, it probably would, yeah. With our leader.
Go for Peter Dumbreck.
So the leader's the blue car, John.
Leader's the blue car on the main straight now. This is Martin Reeder.
The leader is Reeder.
Yes. Who have we got in second place? Second place at the moment is that Steve Adams? It is Steve Adams running in second place. Steve Adams actually giving chase. Looks like he's maybe closing in a little bit on Martin Reeder.
Drop back one, John, and we'll pick up the Adams family car. That's the Honda. Oh, and that's now got that second and third. So go with the car went past. Go with the Alpha. That's now second.
That's the curse of the commentator there.
So the Alpha just be trying to catch up again. He's got a back marker in between after massive accidents, or 2 accidents in a row, really.
And mistake from the leader.
They're right
you've got
together.
A very deformed looking wing. So 1, 2 and 3 right together.
So it's deformed looking wing against bent nose. So you can see that 1, 2 and 3 are right together. The only car that's actually still in one piece is the NSX. Well, structurally, bodily wise anyway.
Japanese reliability, of course.
Well, not being thwatted against the side of the track helps.
Well, yes, that tends to have some effect.
So the Alitalia should be the focus. The white car should be the focus, John.
That's the second place car that we're running with. So you can see the reader in front of you. And third place car of Adams just out the back of shot.
Oh.
Change for the lead. So we have got Tim Harrop leading. His body shell settled down. Yeah, it looks like it's popped down.
Being pushed down by the massive aero forces.
Or a tactical whack against the curb.
Yeah, that's the one.
Martin Reeder looking a little bit loose there, actually. So Tim Harrop, I don't want to say comfortable, but Tim Harrop is leading this one, and Martin Reeder is not climbing all over his rear wing. Well, he is now. So actually, Martin Reeder's got some very good speed in a straight line. So the Alpha looks like it might have dropped a cylinder actually on the straight. It's not particularly speedy, certainly compared to the other two. We've got the NSX of Adams up into second place.
Yeah, we've got another overtaking manoeuvre. They're just constantly swapping behind.
They are.
This is the last lap, I think.
So.
It's the last lap. It's going to be a win for the Alpha.
It is. Tim Harrop takes that, and second place then for Martin Reeder. Steve Adams into third place. We've got F1 coming up next.
How'd that mystery T turn up?
Mystery tea?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the hot beverage.
No.
So
John, just this time, we're recording this final, just this time. We're doing it's for another part of the documentary.
Michael Lee then going to lead away from Paul Ellis. Andy Murray, Dan Robbins, Jonathan Ellis, Andrew Thorpe, Darren Gale, Jason McConomy, and Aidan Gale.
This is the last final of the first round of finals.
It is. So we've got Michael Lee taking up the white grid slot with car number 1, the all-yellow coloured car. Paul Ellis with the Braun GP inspired car, the white and yellow coloured car, P2. Just waiting for the start as the anticipation builds.
I am beyond anticipated.
Off they go then. Michael Lee gets away quite nicely. Through at the first turn okay. They've navigated that one relatively well. Front two have already made a bit of a break for it. Michael Lee leading from Paul Ellis. Michael Lee and Paul Ellis, fairly huge gap already actually on lap 1 from, is that Andy Murray got away? Yeah, Andy Murray got away in 3rd. Andy Murray kind of looking like he's going to have a bit of a lonely run here.
They're all stretching at the moment. We've got the first stretching from second stretching from 3rd. They'll all come together later on after the second pit stop, and when the tyres are going off. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, wait. Different kind of F1 we're talking about here. Not a huge amount of strategy going on here.
Well, I'm sure that they'll try and pretend there is.
Front 2 going away quite nicely. Michael just gets it slightly sideways there, and I don't think Paul's going to let Michael have it all his own way. Paul Ellis trying to chase down Michael Lee. We're running with Michael Lee at the moment, all yellow car on camera. If we move our focus back 1 car, this is our 2nd place car. So he's trying to chase down Michael Lee. Through the sweeper once more. Closing in on some back markers already. This is going to be Paul Ellis's opportunity. Paul definitely closer than 1 second. See as they cross the line. I think Michael hesitated very slightly there as they started going through the traffic. Let's have a look at the gap. It is about 9/10. So front 2 have gone away. There's Andy Murray circulating all by himself. No one to be his friend to battle with in 3rd place.
Got no friends, no special friends. But the next challenge is when they come to lap, which is not that far away, is it?
Well, they've already started. The 2 leaders have already started making their way through some traffic.
There's a clump ahead, I think.
It's kind of fallen quite nicely for them. They're kind of coming one at a time, although they're not necessarily. Yeah, they've both navigated the sort of silvery blue coloured car. And they've navigated the Renault liveried car. Michael looking a little bit more comfortable now. He's pulled a second or so over Paul.
Have you driven one of these on tarmac?
An F1 car?
Yeah.
No.
I won't ask you what they're like then.
I've spoken to plenty of people that have and experienced them, and they drive a little bit like they feel. Like they do have an inherent understeer balance, I think. So they're a challenge to get around, and it's quite a specialised class. There's some guys that are sort of F1 specialists.
Michael Lee leading by just over a second.
Yep. So if we switch back to his car, the all-yellow car, just come through the D. We've been running with the 2nd place car of Paul Ellis for a little while. It's kind of, art imitating life, really, isn't it? It's been it's kind of a close battle, but not really a huge amount of action.
Yes. Can't argue with any of those. The lack of art or the lack of action.
There's not really been any sort of wheel-to-wheel battles going on. No one can really afford to make a mistake, but equally they're not snapping at each other's rear wings.
Last lap for them.
So looking like Michael is going to take this one. Paul's got the gap down and charging fairly hard. But Michael is going to cross the line to take that one. So Michael gets that one from Paul. And that concludes the first
round one of the final. It does. We go straight into the second round.
We do.
With a vast amount of extra typing I need to do.
Straight into round number 2.
Okay, so we are back at the Tamiyas again.
So what have we got? This was a good race last time, actually, wasn't it? This was the junior.
Yes, I've never explained the difference between the junior and the rookies. The juniors none of them have done more than 10 races.
No.
So if you've done obviously they're all very young, but if you haven't then done 10 competitive races, you're in the juniors, and when you've done more than 10, you're in the rookies.
So we'd qualify as rookies.
I haven't done a single Tamiya race since I've never done a Tamiya race on track. I've raced a Tamiya in off-road, a hot shot, all those years ago, and a frog even more years ago.
I'm not quite sure you'd qualify as junior.
Oh, you're so ageist.
Well, I don't think in fact, I'm pretty. Yeah, the combined age of all of those on the rostrum is less than my age. So that's.
Yes.
Yes. Distressingly.
Well, you see, the thing is, though, when you get home, you can have a beer, and they can't.
I can.
So that's the big advantage of it not being 7. So Finley from Archie, from Kenny, from Ethan, and all
that's
4
the
cars running. It's
third
changed
place
now.
car. Yeah, the third place car gets away. So Kenny leads. And
Comprehensively.
I think Finley tried to take that one back and gave the barrier a bit of a Glasgow kiss at that point. But Finley leading.
Kenny's leading, Finley second.
Sorry, Kenny leading.
It's all right. Normally it's me who's getting all 3 names mixed up in 2 seconds flat. So still, I assume these are mostly TT02s. And still leading, it is Kenny.
It is.
Oh, joined by the man who won the final, the modified final with a, what's the word for it? Check pass.
Yeah.
This is Chris Granger, who's admitting he check passed him.
It was a legal pass.
I know he liked it. That's good because he'd been walking away with it prior to this. Hey, back to the Tamiyas.
Back to the Tamiyas. We still have. Who have we got leading now? Leader is car
Finley.
number.
Finley.
It's Finley. Finley leads. I don't think Finley does lead.
Archie's leads. That was a big lap where we talked to Chris Granger. Archie's now leading.
Archie's leading.
Second and third are right together. Drop back to second and third. We're right together, John.
Second and third just coming through the D, out towards the main straight.
They were right together. I mentioned that. Are they right together now?
They are right together now, yes.
So they second now, Finley. Kenny's dropped to third. Ethan in fourth. Archie's just literally disappeared the distance. No, he had this sort of pace last race, but he had those snap oversteer moments which are causing him problems. He's now comprehensively pulled away from Finley in second. But I think Finley, I can't remember what the ultimate tiebreak for this is, whether it's the qualifying position or fastest time.
I think it's qualifying position. Fastest time would be a little bit challenging.
Well, I'm not overly sure because they do get points for qualifying anyway.
Okay.
So I was just wondering whether it might be the fastest time that breaks it.
Possibly. I mean, that's if that is the case, that throws strategy out a little bit because it makes it quite important then to save a set of tyres for the finals because you want to be able to do your best time.
We need to find out what the tie break is. 'Cause it might actually matter for the main final modified.
It may do, yes. That's a good question. We will endeavour to go and find that out.
I will find out.
Okay.
I'll leave you on your own while I go and find out.
Okay.
to talk about the other finals.
I think we've got Chris and Casey coming over in a moment anyway to have a bit of a chat.
Well, they only got a minute and a half. The next race starts. That's a problem.
Well, okay, but we'll be quick. We'll be brief. Still
I'm
four
not
cars
sure,
running.
because Casey's is in the one after next.
He is, yes. So won't be too long. Still got 4 cars circulating at the in this one with a minute and a half left. Archie Matthews, the number 2 car, leading still. This is
Only by 2 seconds though.
He is. It's the car that we are following.
So Finley's really putting in a bit of performance in nailing down the lead that was much bigger earlier.
Yep.
I'm not sure we'll see both cars in the frame as they pull out. Perhaps we'll see the
not
the
quite,
yellow
but maybe
car.
next lap
There you
round.
are. There's the yellow car just ahead of him.
Maybe, yeah. There we go. So,
Down to 1.8 this time. So if he can keep just driving straight, Finley could pick up a double win.
he could.
Archie also driving a lot more sensibly than before. The cork in the bottle is Kenny Hyde. They're about to lap.
And coming together between them there.
Oh, double coming together,
Double
upside
coming
down,
together.
through goes. Oh,
Change
dear,
for the
dear. So
lead.
Finley got through after that confusion.
So Finley
On the
now
lapping.
leading.
Oh, it's not gone well for Archie, that whole lapping incident, is it?
No, so Finley leading quite
But in
comprehensively
fairness,
now.
he's not done 10 races, and it's the hardest thing to learn.
Yes, sort of management through traffic is absolutely the hardest thing to get used to and to learn.
Ooh. Someone threatened with a penalty by Mike Haswell there.
That would be a bit cruel, given they have.
Like being savaged by a slightly drunk otter.
Yes. There's something in there about a chicken taka, isn't there? About chicken taka. It's like a chicken tikka, but it's a little otter.
Oh, very good. Honestly, that's obviously you had that joke pre-prepared, but you've used it at an apposite time. I'm very impressed.
Absolutely, it comes from the big book of jokes, or something like that.
Quick, Chris, come over here. Talk to him.
Hello.
There, into
Yes,
there.
into there. So got Chris and Casey with us. Well done on your win there, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Good pass on Ollie.
Yeah, it was good.
Your microphone technique is awful.
Sorry, does it need to be right by my mouth?
Nearer.
Nearer my mouth.
Nearer. Obviously, well, we've spoken to you plenty. How's Casey got on today?
He's done really well, I think. He's never been here before.
Okay.
So obviously he only had the 4-minute practice run this morning. And it's not an easy track, as you know. It's a hard track to learn, this one.
Yeah, I mean, me and Nick had this conversation. It's one of those places, it's quite easy to drive, but it's hard to drive fast.
Yeah, it's weird because of the corners and the way that this dog leg cuts into that chicane and you can straight line everything. Yeah, it is difficult. So I think he's done really well, to be honest with you, because he's basically driven around without really needing a marshal.
Yeah.
He hasn't troubled a lot of apexes. But,
Well, that's all right. I don't normally trouble a lot of apex.
Sorry, is that the idea then?
apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he hasn't really need marshalling, and he's gone round for 5 minutes each time. So have you enjoyed it?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
yeah. I didn't do too well on my third run. I crashed pretty hard and a bee landed.
Oh, yeah, you had a bee on your leg, didn't you? And it put
Yeah.
you off.
Yeah, it's a bit off-putting. I mean,
Insect attacks always are, as you know, Chris.
Well, I'm famed for my insect attacks. So
Obviously, it's hereditary now, isn't it?
Obviously, it's gone down through the line. It's a bee, not an ant. But you've enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a good day. We're enjoying the King of Clubs. So we'll let you get back to commentating on this next race.
And good luck in your final race, Casey.
Yes, good.
Got a
Thank
chance
you.
to win the final overall. Cheers, guys. Quick question. Do you know what the tiebreak is in the finals?
Not
Right, fine.
I would imagine it's fastest time,
I thought it was as well.
but I've no idea.
There we go. Even the man who might win it doesn't know what it is.
If it's qualifying, it's grossly unfair.
Because you've already got points for qualifying.
Exactly.
I agree.
Harry
We heard half the
standing.
conversation. Yeah, off you go. I'm going to go and ask some questions so you can do this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Harry Standing leading away then from in fact that's all gone wrong for Harry. Blimey, what's going off there? Cars going everywhere at the front. Who have we got out in the lead? It looks like is that Tyler Standing that's got away in front. I think it might be. Double check. It's the number 3 car. It is Tyler Standing who's got away out in front from Maverick. So Tyler leading from Maverick. We're running with Tyler at the moment. Maverick 1 car back. Maverick trying to close in on Tyler. So they come around through the D. Tyler being quite sensible. Maverick goes in there with a bit more speed, gets some understeer on there. His entry speed right in, checks that his front tyres can't cash. Still running with Tyler Standing, our leader. Tyler Standing leading from Maverick Adams at the moment, out in front.
The man I wanted to ask the question is marshalling.
Okay.
So that kind of goes. I can leave on to it. Everyone needs to know the story of the day, don't they? But you carry on doing the commentary of the day.
Well, Tyler Adams, Tyler Adams? Tyler Standing leading from Maverick Adams. Although a small mistake there from Tyler has let Maverick close right in. Oh, Maverick's put it on its roof again. Maverick back on his wheels. Let's drop back and pick up the car of Maverick. Maverick is the black car with the red highlights on it. He is just about to come out towards the main straight through the D now. So this is our second place man, Maverick Adams. Maverick hops over the curbs. Trying to get out of second place if he can. Not quite getting back to the front, but he is heading up to lap the pole position man, Harry Standing. We're still running with Maverick. Leader kind of out by himself too. Maverick ran the outside of our pole man. So still running in second place. Bit sideways. Maverick just in front of some lap cars now. So kind of in the danger zone. Pulling clear of that. Let's pick up our leader again. Leader, Tyler Standing. We've got 1.5 minutes left. Leader is the Petronas liveried car. He's just heading round out through the D onto the main straight now. Great to see these Tamiya juniors. This is their last track action of the day. But see some new racers coming into racing at a slightly more senior level than club racing. An ideal introduction to sort of regional, well, I mean, it's almost national level racing right up at the top end, but this series centred around the southeast. An ideal opportunity for drivers from these clubs to experience slightly larger race meetings. Tyler leading this one with 25 seconds to go from Maverick. Poppy running in third place. Some slight airborne action there from Maverick. Tyler just keeping it on its wheels. Looks like he's picked up a bit of understeer, but he's going to bring this one home. Comes through. In fact, looks like Tyler's got a bit of a hobbled car there. I can see the front wheel folded up inside it, but he's managed to bring it home. see sort of limping round. Maverick into the barrier as well. That breeze is quite refreshing.
It's a truly lovely breeze.
Indeed. So that is the Tamiya Juniors done for the day.
And they can go home now.
They
'Cause
can.
They did their trophy presentation now to give them a chance to get back in time for whatever kids that age do these days.
The Antiques Fortnight or something.
Yeah, they'll be obviously doing some sort of competitive something, competitive Minecraft or something. So touring D, coming around again. Oh,
that's not gone well.
Someone's car has crashed into something. Is it broken or has he just crashed it into himself at that point?
I think he's put his car down and turned it on, and then gone to walk towards
Ah, right.
the rostrum.
It's gone fizz at ping at that point.
It has. Slightly odd on 2.4 gig that cars do that, but still. Who have we got then? Bryce Little, Casey Granger, who we've just had a chat with, Ben Webb, Niall Quinless, Pete Timms, and Anthony North. Casey taking the win last time out from Pete Timms. Pete having some electrical issues. Get away cleanly. Bryce leading from Casey. Casey already out in front, so Casey having taken the leg one win. Casey leading from Bryce. Bryce running an antenna tube. I haven't seen one of them for years.
I doubt he's running a wired receiver. I don't doubt he's done 27 meg, but even so. Enjoying that tube wire.
It's quite retro.
That's what the kids are into now, isn't it?
Retro stuff. Casey leading this one. Pete Timms lurking in the background. Pete Timms disappears around backwards, so Pete Timms now up into second place. Casey leading from Pete. See if Pete has fixed his electrical issues. Small mistake from Casey.
Wish I'd sort out my issues.
Pete's trying to find his way past Casey. This is the battle for the lead we're watching. So they come out onto the straight. And Casey runs wide coming onto the straight. So Pete Timms out in front. Battle going on between Bryce Little and Casey Granger for second and third. Pete Timms has made a bit of a break for it now. Pete got up to the front last time, but then suffered from a bit of power loss. Dropped him back down the field. Still running with our leader, Pete Timms, at the moment. If we drop back to one set of cars, there we go. This is the second and third place battle. So Casey Granger and Bryce Little. Great battle going on between Casey and Bryce. As Chris and Casey were just saying, it's Casey's first time here. He'd only done 4 laps around here. So Casey made a small mistake there and ended up on the wrong side of the track, but did the right thing. He stopped and waited so that he didn't gain an advantage. So realised that it would take too long to get marshalled. Flick through the D. can see there a bit more of an exaggerated line, a more sweeping S for Casey. You see Harry Jeffries getting ready to, or queuing up ready to start the race, or the next final, the C final.
Nope.
Casey.
Wasting the petrol from somewhere.
Yeah, that'll be someone filling up their generator, I'd imagine.
Oh.
Casey still running in second. Well, we got 3 minutes 20 in. This is the battle for second and third place. Casey Granger and Bryce Little. Pete Timms is gone and is away at the front.
Checked out in a different postcode. He's finally got the car to work after a bad day.
He has. And if the tiebreaker is indeed the fastest time, this will probably get him the
Yeah, I think so.
the overall as well, because he'll have a first and a second, as will. Well, in fact, Bryce is in front of Casey now. First and a second would obviously beat a first and a third anyway, so the tie-break would be not required.
There's a lot of wandering about the straight going on there.
Fernando Alonso would be proud.
He would. They all broke the toe of each other at that point.
They did.
We've got so second and third have got a reasonable lead on them. So basically first is a long way ahead of second and third, or a long way ahead of fourth.
Yeah, this is kind of a very spread out final as we come into the past 5 or the last 5 seconds. And in fact, I think
Who missed Pete? We should have gone to
well,
Pete.
Pete's lapped.
Oh, right, he's come through.
He's lapped third. In fact, yeah, has Pete lapped the field? Not quite. I think he's
Yes, he
lapped
has.
Yes, okay. So Pete gets that from Casey, from Bryce. So
Still need to find out. Still can't see the person I want to ask the question to.
Well, we'll get our answer in a minute because it.
Oh, he's doing the awards for the Tamiya, isn't it? The Tamiya awards are going over there.
So it's given us the overall results for this final, and it said 2 was the. So that would suggest.
That's just it's on.
That would suggest it's on.
Grid.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean that ends up being the result. There's a result as calculated by the West London computer, which may not be set the same way as the actual results.
That is correct, but that's how it's calculated. So yeah, that would suggest it's the grid,
which is a really bad way of doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean it kind of yeah.
But anyway, it doesn't matter because we'll find out.
We shall. C final coming next.
It is. I need to change that letter. I completely loused up the titling earlier.
So what do we have? We've got Pavel Snarski from Charlie Leonard, Chris Sheldrake, Guy Dean, David Standing, Emily Roberts, Luke Jury, Scott Hargrave, Harry Jeffries and Trevor Little. Coming up towards 5 o'clock. Oh, the temperature has now peaked. It started dropping.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel that third of a degree it's come down.
No, it's dropped down to 30. It's from its high of 31.
Excellent. I'm sure that's. But John's actually managed to get a small amount of shade. I think his sunstroke chances have dropped down to like 70%. Kids, hey, who'd have them? Sorry, I was talking to Ollie there.
Pavel leads away. Pavel Snarski leading away.
Very
from
bad
Charlie
start for
Leonard.
Luke Jury. Oh, big accident up in the middle. And leading, as you say, is that the Pavel Snarski car? The car which got a huge lead, lost it, and then just at the end we've got a fluoro orange from a fluoro red from an orange and white. There's a bit of detritus on the track, which doesn't help. Being blown off stage, and just some tyre wipe.
Kitchen roll for tyre warmers. Although looking at it, it doesn't appear to be the best kitchen roll.
Charlie Leonard now into second place, so the first two have got back into first two positions again.
But, believe it or not, we have actually tested different types of kitchen rolls.
Doesn't surprise me. None of that surprises me. What is the best type then? Bounty.
Plenty.
Ah. And what is it that does it that makes it so good?
It just absorbs more of the. It holds more of the additive on the.
It's not because you'll find Mr. One Sheet attractive then.
No.
So Pavel, quite a long way in the lead now at the moment, isn't he?
He is. He's just coming up to lap
2
Harry.
2 seconds.
Coming up to lap Harry Jeffries.
Drop back to the two cars, the orange car with a white roof, which is our second place man, Charlie Leonard.
He looks like he's got some good pace in his car, actually, and he's closing in.
It's got a bit of traffic to get through first.
He's got Harry to get past, but Harry's been pretty good around other cars all day. And
more by luck and judgment that time.
Well. More traffic. Oh, that wasn't a little bit more patience required.
Let's open up a gap now, I think you'd have to say.
It has. No cars in between them, though, so it'll be interesting to see if that lap comes down at all. It won't this lap.
But
They're
chasing, he's 2.7 seconds behind.
Okay, let's see what it comes down to this time round. Or goes up to, even. Gap that time round was, let's have a look, 2.9. So it's gone up very, very slightly. Just coming towards the 3-minute mark. Last track action for everybody today. So last time they'll be racing. Kind of at this stage of the meeting, you just want to kind of get it over with.
Have an ice cream, but there aren't any.
There aren't any. We never got around to ice cream wars, did
well,
we?
I think we're going to have to hold that thought for a minute, and then you've got 2 minutes in the middle of these next two races to say about ice cream. Is it a 2-minute story?
It can be.
Excellent.
Pavel Snarsky still leading this one. Up to, what is it, 2 point... Oh, no, it stayed fairly constant, actually, about 2.7 seconds. I don't think Charlie, the car that we're running with, can necessarily do anything about that gap.
Let's go back to Pavel again. He's the bright yellow car just going through the switchback now underneath you, John, on the main straight.
He's heading towards a... Ooh.
It's only going to go wrong now for him if he has an accident. So
yeah, but I mean,
well done. He avoided that first one.
Oh, he's got a body tuck. No, that's come clear.
We've lost some time in this whole situation.
He has, but Charlie's got to make his way through there now.
Yes, he certainly lost some time in that time.
He
Leeds
did.
Dropped down to just 1.7 seconds now. But as you say, that amount of traffic has to be gotten through, which it was quite effectively.
I think Charlie might need to buy a lottery ticket tonight. Looking at that, they just sort of parted.
The waves did part.
They did. Gap between them looks like around. Well, it's 15 seconds to go. So unless Pavel makes a mistake, there's not going to be any change there.
Time up, last lap. So Pavel just has to take it through 3 more corners, and he will win this leg and the second leg. So he'll be the overall winner of the C final. Congratulations to Pavel.
Yes, Pavel has taken that one. So win there for Pavel Snarski.
Barrel from Charlie from David Stanley. Harry Jeffries was 4th. No, it was 5th. Luke Jury was 4th. Harry was 5th. Emily Robbins, Scott Hargrave, Chris Sheldrake, Hugh Little, Guy Dean. I'd like an ice cream. Why can't I have one, James?
Well, Ice Cream Wars. Yeah, that was the famous day here when 2 ice cream vans turned up. There was a bit of a turf war going on between two ice cream vans who both thought it was their patch. And things got a little bit heated, and there were some sort of fisticuffs.
Really? What between the ice cream men?
Between the 2 ice cream vendors. There were fisticuffs going on between them, and they had to be physically separated by a bunch of racers. So there you go.
And what happened there? And did in the end, because there's no ice cream at all here, so did they decide that it was not, didn't belong to anybody?
I mean, I don't know if it's no-go area now. If
it could be.
If it's been marked as a
So,
no-go.
So basically, this ice cream van A turns up, do 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 do, and then ice cream B van turns up and goes, "What the are you doing here?"
Yes.
And did they actually both set up, or was it literally as van B turned up, the problem started?
It was pretty much as van B turned up. And sort of saw that someone else was on his land, on his patch.
Get off my patch! Get off my land! It's my land to sell my ice cream on.
Yeah, pretty much. Although, I mean, obviously coming up from Cornwall like that.
It's a long trip.
It's a
Cornish
long trip
dairy
to
ice cream,
yeah. Other ice creams are available.
Well, obviously not, because there's no ice cream. I've been on the edge of wanting to buy you 2 an ice cream the entire time. Never had a chance with no ice cream to turn up. Well, I've got a sunburn. Shocking lack of ice cream. I don't know there's no other way of putting it. Still can't see the person I want to ask the question I want to ask them. Very depressing. Okay, Touring C final, last round. Off you go, James.
Stu Colby going to lead away. This is the B final.
It is the B final. You're absolutely right. I thought it was the C final. Lucky it says B final. I've actually written the right thing down this time.
Stu Colby leads away. Gav Clinch pops out in 2nd place from Gareth Hobson. Gareth Hobson takes 2nd back from Gavin. George Munns won this from P7 last time out, and he's already up to 4th. He's in 4th. No, he's dropped down to 5th, 6th, 7th. Steph Abbott, he of many colours.
I drove my car of many colours. Ooh.
Yes. Stephanie's amazing Technicolor body shell.
That's it.
Doesn't quite
works well enough for me.
Yeah, something like that.
The cars behind these two are absolutely having a mare. They're hitting each other left, right. Look at the gap now.
They are, but this is a good battle going on for the lead between Stu Colby and Gareth Hobson. Well, they've hit each other. So, Stu Colby's got a body tuck there, and has that freed itself up? It hasn't yet. Has it? Oh, I think he's just got away with that as he turned into a left-hander. It popped itself out. Gareth Hobson tries to get a run down the straight. Hear the telltale sound of Lexan reverberating as as a wheel arch is hooked up.
Not quite so worrying when you've got a rubber tyre than you've got a foam tyre. When you've got a foam tyre, you know it's destroying your entire world. When it's a rubber tyre, you think that's fine.
Well, it's still not good.
It was less bad.
Possibly.
Actually.
That's a night taking off that body shell and finding all of those foam shavings up the inside of the body shell. Great battle for the lead going on, though, between Stu Colby and Gareth Hobson. Is that Mark Passingham that popped out in 3rd? No, Fraser Tucker is. Mark Passingham's obviously a lap down. Battle for the lead still going on. There's nothing between them as they cross the line there. Stu Colby will be calling for more power.
More power!
More power, I think, as Gareth every time gets a better exit from the D and just seems to have a little bit of a run on him down the straight. Stu's car just looking a little bit tighter, a little bit more defensive than Gareth's car. Gareth's car just flowing through the corners a little bit better, carrying a little bit more speed. Stu's got a little bit of a gap now. Down the straight once more. Stu. Oh, he could have done without that. That's put the pressure right back on him. I was going to say he was looking fairly comfortable, but little bobble over the barrier. It's you wouldn't necessarily quantify it as a mistake a couple of years ago, but that's all it takes. Just a little run over the curb, and all of a sudden, the two are right back together again. Lead two. Bit of a mistake there from Gareth. Still these lead two going at it. Stu looking a little bit more comfortable.
Third is Fraser Tucker, 4 seconds back. Then Steph Abbott, who's just behind him, 8 back. Then Mark Payne in 5th.
Mark Payne maintaining social distance from 4th, I think.
Well, how good of him?
Yes. Looks to be the case. Gavin Clinch pulls into retirement, I see, out of the corner of my eye.
He's not old, is he?
Well,
yeah.
Getting that way.
Wow.
There was a tap there between the two leaders. Stu maintains the lead, so slightly optimistic move there from Gareth. He did the right thing and stopped. But lead two all the way back together. And actually, that's possibly going to put car 4, Fraser Tucker, kind of into the picture.
It would need a big accident.
It would, but he's, what is he? He's probably a second behind. I mean, they
1.5.
1.5. They might not. Oh, well, that's a mistake. Well, all of a
now,
sudden, that's less than, how long have we got? 15 seconds.
They might get another one.
Maybe one more lap after this one.
Yeah, they are going to just get another one.
Top 3, and Fraser quite fancies this, I think. So Fraser. Fraser into second. Great move there from Fraser. Can he get the move on Stu done? I don't think he's close enough, but great move from Fraser there. Great move from Fraser. He probably needed a couple more laps. He had some awesome pace there at the end. So Stu Colby gets that from Fraser Tucker, from Gareth Hobson. Gareth's going to be gutted by that.
That didn't go well, did it, really?
It did. I mean, he was in second place and challenging for the lead all the way along, and just had a little bit of a wobble on the last lap, and Fraser Tucker just got him.
Right, I'm going to try and find the answer to this question.
Okay. So here we have the 13.5 Blinky B final. Last of the B finals before we start into the A finals. Obviously we've had the A finals of the Tamiya classes. So Jack Collins, John Gray, Victor Georgiev, Paul Chambers, James Davis and Julia Baconnier. Jack leads away from John. These two had a good battle last time out. Jack still leading this one from John. The Monster Energy liveried car running in second place. Jack Collins leading from John Gray. Like Victor Georgiev got away in third place, I believe. Let me just double check, that's the number 3 car. No, it's the number 4 car, Paul Chambers. Paul Chambers running in 3rd place. Everybody relatively equidistant from one another. Certainly the first 3.
Tiebreak is unfortunately qualifying.
Okay.
That means that Chris needs to win again to win it. But that's possible, obviously.
It is, absolutely. I mean, given, obviously, it looked like he'd made a step forward in the last round of qualifying and had obviously made an improvement in that last final. So we'll wait and see.
Very well with Andy. He's going to change it for next year's championship. Actually, what I said to Andy was we had a discussion. We should make it 3 and 3 rather than 4 and 2.
What, 3 qualifiers and 3 finals?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 3-legged finals are
the best.
That doesn't mean that you're tied to the person next to you on the.
That would be absolutely fantastic. You had to do that. Right, I'm competing. Yeah, how you compete? Well, I'm actually tied to Barrett. Oh, right, okay.
It just makes marshalling a little awkward.
All part of the skill.
Well, okay. Given the physique of a lot of RC racers as well, I don't much fancy their chances of getting up the stairs onto the rostrum.
Yeah, get 2 of them side by side could be a big issue. You're absolutely right.
Jack still leading this one from John Gray. Should we move back 1 car to John Gray, the green and yellow Monster Energy car?
I think so. It's a green alien monster then.
Not quite.
Go to 5:15 here in the UK, and the sun is still shining beyond brightly into blooming heck. That's really going for it.
Yeah, it's warm. It's and Brits don't deal very well with heat.
No, don't do well with many things, to be honest.
We don't. It's quite. I mean, the Europeans as well tend to know that we're British. I mean, I remember going to.
I think it's the pasty skin and the sunburn normally gives it away.
Yeah, I remember going into a supermarket in Trenching by the Huddy Arena and not saying a word to anyone. And when I got to the checkout, they spoke to me in English.
I reckon that's probably because you were buying loads of water, because Huddy massively overcharged for water at the arena.
Well,
they charge you like 9 times what it is in the shop 40 yards away.
Yeah, but it's optimised. It's filtered through...
It's filtered through, yeah, Martin and Marek's legs. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of good things about the hoodie. Well, there's a huge number of good things about the hoodie and the hoodie arena. The pricing structure, no. Fair enough, charge going rates for pizzas, but people need to drink. So water should be at a reasonable price.
They do have Yorkshire tea bags at the Huddy Arena now, though.
Yeah, they got coffee and tea. I don't mind paying for coffee and tea, but I think you need to keep people need to keep hydrated.
Yes.
Obviously, we're very much off topic now. It's really conversation. You and I, no one's going there for the last 2 years. So,
well, there is that. It was threatened that we'd have a 12 euros there this year, wasn't it? But
got called off like everything else.
Yes, it did. Jack Collins still leading this one from John Gray, who we're running with at the moment.
Should we find the leaders? Only half a minute to go.
Okay. Leader is the white and purple car. Not that one. Next one down the road. He is the last of the, or he's just coming through the D now. In fact, he's the first of the 3 cars just on the main straight. That'll be him. So we've got the leader there. Top work,
last
John.
lap.
Yes, it will be his last lap. Yeah, it will be. Flicks through the D.
And a win.
And that's the last of the B finals.
No more B finals.
No more B finals.
Only Wasp finals.
Absolutely. That was the old thing with the vinyl records, wasn't it? That you put it on and you just heard buzzing. It turned out to be the B side.
Honestly, how you haven't been on New Faces in 1975, I've no idea. You absolutely missed your vocation. You should be a club comic. My wife. You've done mother-in-law gags, the whole lot. Been brilliant.
Absolutely.
You steered
I
away.
said I want a wiper
if you-
blade for my Skoda. They said that sounds like a fair exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Etc.
Why do Skodas have heated windows? To keep your hands on when you're pushing them.
But I used to have a Skoda actually.
What do you call convertible Skoda? A skip. But this is, of course, all those jokes kind of faded in 1991 when they were taking over Volkswagen and started making decent cars.
So they did. Yes, I did used to have a Skoda. But
Have you got a fuel cap for a Skoda? Sounds like a fair exchange.
But yeah, yes, because famously that we had the blowout, didn't we, on the way to?
Oh yeah, I wasn't there, but yeah, I saw the pictorial.
The pictorial evidence. I think the worst part of that was Matt sat next to me, who, after I'd gathered it all up and sort of brought us to a halt, he asked me if that was a blowout, and I sort of vaguely nodded agreement as I peeled my fingers away from the steering wheel. And then he said, "It wasn't that dramatic, was it?"
Yeah, well, that's Matt. He's fabulous in so many ways, but he's not a great passenger either for good or for bad.
Yeah, that sort of, yeah, that was, yeah.
How fast did you go when it went?
It wasn't crazy. It was about 120k. So it was.
Oh, so it's nearly 70 then.
Yeah.
No, 75.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it
Which
was
is quite legal in foreign countries by everyone.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't going absolutely nuts, but I equally wasn't hanging around particularly either. So, but here we go. A final.
17 and a half.
17 and a half A final.
17.
Jay Westward, Matt
Who
Winlisk.
Started from pole, and I think came last, didn't he? Because
He did. Ben Kane won this last time from all the way from the bottom heat, and Soteris
was second, yeah.
was second. Got a few cars missing as well, actually, at the front.
Was Jay not bother coming out then?
I don't know.
The first two haven't bothered coming out at the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting. Rumours that Jay has Matt hostage somewhere as a bit of retribution are probably wide of the mark.
Or probably true. So I'm just waiting for you to get 30 seconds. I think they're holding at the moment for a question. Time has been held. First time I've seen it held for a long time, actually.
Yes. Is this voltage checks going on, maybe?
There've been a few voltage, apparently, irregularities. People have been failing the voltage checks.
Yeah, it's when batteries get
I've been
hotter.
quite surprised by it.
I think when batteries get warmer, the IR drops, and as a result, the voltage goes up. So it's quite easy if you set for temperatures at like 20 degrees odd. When you get a very, very high ambient temperature, it can be easy to push you from the point of.
Should be at no volts. It's over voltage.
Oh, okay. So sounds like we've got.
There's two cars that are over voltage. They've been maxed
Cars 1 and 2 over voltage.
It's car 1 and 2, which is Jay Westwood and Matt Quisling,
Yes.
who hit each other last time and now aren't allowed out because of over voltage.
Yes.
Whenever I've been over voltage, you've always been down because the charge has not been very good, not because I've tried to get an advantage, because like I could use 0.01 of a volt. We'll just set out and run it. I've just done that and run it like that.
If there's something like that, it's normally a fairly easy matter of turn the car on, hold one wheel, blip the throttle, and it's enough to drag the voltage down. Obviously, there is a point at which it becomes a little bit more than you're just slightly over. And
the reason there is a voltage maximum in these things is because lipos are not totally steady when you overheat them and overcharge them.
yes,
And they can go bump. So to stop going bump, we give them a nice safety margin.
we do.
Which is why you can overcharge them, because you move into the safety margin.
Yes. So the
Can't think you need to overcharge them on a 17.5 stock.
no, it's more important because that extra punch is actually quite important. It's modified where you, I mean, previously when modified were running full size batteries, they would typically only charge to around 8.2 anyway. Now they're running shorty packs in order to get the capacity. Then they now have to run them at 8.4, but shorty packs tend to have slightly higher IR anyway, so got a little less punch. But it gets the weight more centralised in the car, so they have a lower polar moment of inertia.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Just like polar bears. There's two kites, which are, by kites, I mean the birds of prey who are wheeling around just right near us. It's really quite nice to watch. It's always good to see a large bird of prey, and there's two of them swinging around. I think they're kites. They're quite large. What do you think they are?
They do appear to be kites, yes.
Almost extinct just 40 years ago because of the use of DDT in farmers' fields. And now, if you go down the M40, there's about 7 million of them. Oh.
Ooh. Okay.
No, there's a big row going on now about this one. This has all gone up.
So this is, drivers up there would already be pretty upset, actually, that their car's been sat on the line for that long. So clearly two drivers.
Ooh.
So this hold going on whilst...
Well, all this is doing is stopping us getting home because it's going to be a row.
Yes.
And these rows rumble on and on. So, yes, two cars failed their voltage checks, and they should, according to some people, therefore be excluded. And others, you should be allowed to run it off the excess. And they've held them all here this time, and everyone's got upset by it, and now it's an impasse.
Yeah, and... I mean, some people want it black and white. Some would say... at the front of an A final, these guys should know what they're doing and should know it's not on to have it. And if it was the bottom final,
Oh no, they're back out again. Looks like this is going to happen anyway.
So it looks like the front two going to sit this one out. Just a reminder to pick up some popcorn tonight so that we can check out Facebook.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there only 5 cars?
No,
6.
8.
Right, still out. They're not going to do that. They're not going to come in early because it would be a disadvantage.
It will.
There's always one who's good.
So some discussion still going on, clearly, as to exactly what is going on. So if you're just joining us, expecting to watch the... Okay.
17.5.
No, this is 13.5. This is it's
No,
going.
this is 17.5.
Sorry, this is 17.5. Yes. So Glenn Westwood, effectively the pole sitter, leads away from Ben Kane. There's going to be some cold tyres out there. Well, relatively cold.
I don't think anything got cold. Nothing got cold today. Even though they're ambient, they'd be at 40. So is it Westwood who leads? Glenn Westwood leads. Ben Kane, who won the first one, second. Then Mooney, Soteris Liazzi in fourth.
Indeed. And actually, because, I mean, realistically, Ben Kane can afford to sit there, given he had such a decent advantage. He can afford to sit in second because Glenn didn't finish second last time, so he doesn't need to pass him. To get the win. A 1 and a 2 is going to beat a 1 and, in fact, I'm not sure where Glenn ended up in the first leg. I know
we
it
never
wasn't
mentioned
second.
him once. So I think
it was towards the
he
back
was
of the
involved in
field.
that first corner muck up, which cost 3 or 4 cars their races.
Yes. So front two have already made a break for it. So Ben Kane looking fairly comfortable. Doesn't need to make a pass on Glenn. So we'll be quite content to sit there. In fact, they've got a huge lead. Over...
Ben took a
Trying to
large
think who
amount
it
of the boulder on the right hand side of the switchback.
With the D.
It's a D. It's not really a D shape, is it?
Well, the second part of it.
No, I
is-
suppose it's a D.
it's
It's like a D. It's more of a protractor, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
that was tired resignation. Yeah, fine. Whatever you say, Nick. You're talking rubbish again.
no, I agree. The first part is more of a protractor. Which could be it. I mean, it's like if you're a fan of Massey Ferguson, you could be protractor.
Well, obviously, as I'm the owner of a Triumph TR4A that has a tractor-originated engine in it, I'm a big fan of the Massey Ferguson.
So
tractor.
you're a protractor.
I am protractor. I'm pro-tractor engines, especially when they're tuned up.
So if you didn't like it, then suddenly would you be an extractor fan?
No, I'd be a detractor.
Oh, okay. Battle for the
I
lead.
tell you what, if they haven't tuned off by now, everyone's going to tune off after that little sequence.
Little segue into.
Yeah, I think what everyone's learning now is the dangerous thing is a dull final, because then we just talk about anything.
Well, this isn't particularly dull, but Ben. I mean,
He's going for it now.
yeah, but he doesn't need to. That's he'll have that knowledge
He's
in
a
his
racer.
head. Yeah, but
He's right on his backside now.
But
Jay Westwood.
unless it's an absolutely nailed-on pass, I don't think he won't risk it. He won't do a percentage pass. If he needed to make this pass for the win, this would be good. But I think Ben is experienced enough to know that he doesn't need to beat Glenn and will be content to bide his time and sit there. Okay,
Massive chaos back there.
That's Soteris, and
A part of a car has fallen out of someone's car.
yeah, that's someone's lost a wheel.
Right, someone's got 3 wheels.
Is that a wheel?
Yes,
Yes, it's a wheel.
Is it? Okay, that's not
It
gone
is
well.
a wheel.
That involves tightening things up normally.
No, that's not. That's. I suspect if you look inside that front wheel, there'll be a
Oh,
hub and a drive
oh
shaft
dear.
attached.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's expensive loss of a wheel.
Maybe not. That could just be a cracked caster block or something like that.
It's still money.
It's still money, but I mean, a caster block isn't.
An undone screw. By the way, all that time Ben Kane's got massively in the lead, isn't it? Because that was Westwood who got involved in that accident. He's now 9 seconds behind him.
Yes.
So, again, Ben Kane benefits from everyone else just losing it.
So Ben Kane leading with the orange-coloured car with the Halfords.
Halford?
Halford sponsorship on it.
Is he just doing a bit of British touring car sport sponsoring of the old
Well, the Honda, the
Dynamics
Yuasa.
Honda? Yeah.
I don't know. It's definitely got Halford's livery on it.
He could work for Halford.
He could do. So only started with 8 cars. Never had a start for Joe Westwood or Matt Quinley. Some issue around voltage. Ben Kane takes the win there. So
To the race over.
this one
Ben
could
gets a back-to-back wins.
run for a bit.
I'm sure there may be some complaints happening, but that's in the books now. So what they're going to do is that I know it's not the way, but it's weird actually because I've never seen this. Obviously, I've not done touring cars for a long time. This over voltage thing, it's like, oh, you're over voltage, go away and get under voltage. You don't know what it is, and they're saying that's it. You got to go and that's it.
It is a difficult one. Certainly at the. It's an easy thing to fall into, to be just over the limit. But equally, you can make the argument that right up at the very front of the A final.
Well, it shouldn't be over the limit, but these things happen.
They do.
You have to kind of decide: is it a deliberate attempt to cheat the system or optimistic charging settings?
Yeah, and I think you have to bear in mind the experience of the driver
Yeah.
as well at that point in that as well.
So 13.5 A now.
Indeed.
Ash Whiffin, Billy Fletcher, Marcus Ascot, Ricky Cospel, Andy Murray, Charlie Colby, Bailey Graves, Tim Timms, Nathaniel Goodman and Michael Fenn, run by Billy Fletcher last time.
It was.
With Ash Riffin in second.
It was.
But if Ash Riffin can win this one, he'll win it because he's got better starting position.
Yes. So, bit of a sort of cat and mouse. I think Billy bided his time last time. Just sort of waiting for a pass on Ash.
Oh, this is the white car final, isn't it?
Yeah, but one of the white cars has gone yellow.
Excellent. Obviously, the single that particular rattle can wasn't rattle canny enough.
Ash gets away quite well from Billy. So they both know what they need to do. Billy knows he needs to pass Ash, knowing the tie-break rules. Ash knows he needs to keep Billy behind. Marcus just keeping a watching brief there. He knows that those two out the front need it. They both need it. That in itself could present an opportunity for him. Small mistake there from Billy. Got away with it, just rode too much curb. You saw the front of the car flick up. He's 13.5 powered cars, 13.5 blinky, flowing around West London. Not quite sure where Billy was going there.
Not quite sure why they race blinky either. Because that's why you have to over voltage your batteries, because it's blinky. If you've got an open speedo, you haven't got to worry about the batteries as much.
No, but becomes a bit more of an effort in programming the speedo.
Yeah, but is it any more an effort than the effort that goes into correct preparation of tyres or correct preparation of anything else?
Maybe, maybe not, but Billy now trying for a pass on Ash, looking like he could pull away if he got past. It's only going to take a slight ball. Oh, there we go. Great move from Billy. So Billy just, I don't think, to be honest, I'm not sure he knew an awful lot about that. I think Ash just checked up very, very slightly in the middle of the corner, and Billy just
almost parallel parked in front of him.
He did. Ash now trying to find his way past Marcus Askell, just keeping a respectful view of this battle going on in front of him. Obviously, Marcus is not going to want to see Billy escape, so if he starts pulling away from Ash, Marcus will step forward and try and get into that gap. All making their way past some traffic. I think that's Michael Penfold that they're just battling their way past. Billy still leading this one. Ash giving it everything. Billy looking relatively, I don't want to, it's not completely comfortable, but a mistake would put Ash right back there, but Billy's got a little bit of a gap. Ash within definitely trying. He's attacking the curbs pretty hard. Problem is when he's attacking like that, he'll edge a tenth closer. He'll edge a tenth closer. He'll do that for 3 or 4 laps, and then he'll hit the curb very slightly too hard, and it will drop him back half a second. And all of that work that he's done, you just lose in one corner. You spend 3 or 4 laps trying to gain all of that, but they're now catching up to traffic. This is Billy will get a little bit tense, just hoping that they've seen him. They get a call from the ref. Billy leading from Ash. Moving past the green car, I think that's Nathan. It is Nathan Goodman. Small mistake there from Ash in second place. We've heard the 4-minute call now. Ash starting to charge hard to get back on to Billy, but he's got to catch him and pass him. Passing him would do the trick with the pole position for Ash. Coming up to 20 seconds to go. So they'll have, what are they going to have? Oh, I think the lead two will make it onto an extra lap. Not sure beyond that. Billy would kind of be hoping they don't know they will finish. So Billy Fletcher crosses the line to take that from Ash.
Double win for Billy there. That makes it easy for us to work out that he is the overall winner.
It does.
We like the simple stuff. I don't have to do complicated calculations. They're far too much of an effort.
So Billy gets that one. That is race 8 done.
And race 9 is the modified touring, which was decided on the last corner last time.
It was. Very, very close. Chris Granger just getting it last time. Obviously with the tie break situation, he needs to do the same again. Did you mean that pass? Did you mean that pass, or did you just turn in and pop out in front of him? Yeah. Oh. So, yeah, as we... so, Billy making his way through, not necessarily completely planned, but took advantage of a small mistake from Ash there and just dived through. So, race number 9, Ollie Jeffries, Chris Granger, Harley Eldridge, Damien Giddins and Liam Brooks. Really good race last time. Ollie edged away at the start. Chris caught him, reeled him in, and made the pass with a couple of literally on the last corner as they came through the D.
Camera 2's too hot again. Let's hope it carries on working. Okay, this is going to be all about Granger and
Granger v Jeffries.
Jeffries. Now, don't forget, Granger dropped off Jeffries last time and then made it back in the course of sort of the second minute.
He did.
But they'll have old tyres on this time.
They will both be on, I believe they're both on second run tyres. Oh, mistake. Oh, straight away there, a move from Granger on Jeffries. So Chris Granger leads from Jeffries. It was a small mistake from Jeffries.
And if you can hear a dog in the background, that is Ollie Jeffries' dog barking away. But Granger
doing everything he needs to.
Turning back time here.
Down the main straight, this lead battle going on. Checked out from the other two. Many, many battles across the years between these two. Really close, really respectful racing between them.
Certainly in the UK, you'd say, on the whole, Chris has got the better of it. Not for the last couple of years, but the preceding 8 years.
They have, but Ollie is trying everything to find a way past.
And because oddly, internationally, it was always Elliott who did best.
Yeah, and I mean, of the other UK drivers sort of that era, if you like, Andy Moore was the other one.
Well, Andy Moore was the ultimate one because he won the World Championship, but he then decided to go and live in Bangkok. It was nicer.
Well, yes. Although it's quite possibly been warmer here today.
Yes. And it was Andy's birthday, wasn't it, this week? I think he's probably about 40 now.
He's slightly older than me, I think. I think he's a year older than me, so yeah. But
how time flies.
It does indeed.
You have an image of him winning the 2006 World Championship, Andy Moore, and now he's not an old man like me, but he's pretty ancient. And these young whippersnappers are coming up to, well, the sons of the drivers, isn't it? We've seen them today.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's this battle at the front. I think you're going to see plenty of Granger versus Jeffries battles in the future as well, going on with Casey and Harry. And we're watching Chris and Ollie at the moment, and both keeping it very, very clean. Ollie knows that he needs to make the pass clean. Chris just knows he needs to keep it tight. Oh, small mistake there from... That's it.
And Granger there just took a tiny bit of curve. It bounced in wide, and the lead has changed.
All he needed. Let's now see if Ollie can pull away from Chris, or if Chris can apply the pressure. You know what? Harley's kind of keeping a watching brief. She's having quite a lonely run in third.
Yeah, she's been off her pace, not the pace, off her pace. I'd say all day. And I think she's going to sit down and go, what went wrong? Because she's just not, she's been right up with them. Right, she might not have beaten them, but she's not even right up with them. She's in a subclass, isn't she, of her own?
She is. Don't forget that. I mean, she's running the Yokomo car, which is in the UK. There's not as many drivers running it as there are with other cars. And today, being that this is a track where there isn't a national being held, it's a good opportunity to maybe test some things that you wouldn't ordinarily try. So it could be an opportunity to sort of take one step.
Well, Granger, though, it just isn't really letting go from Jeffries. Jeffries has got away, had a good lap, stretched out. Since then, it's been back to cat and mouse, but the other way around. It's Ollie leading Chris. Of course, if Ollie stays ahead, Ollie wins the final.
Oh, Chris through the D. That's a great move.
Again, but will it stay? Will it stay? Will it stay? Oh, that's inside there.
So a little wobble there from Ollie, and Chris
got him.
Coming together. Let's have a look. And Ollie.
Yeah, that's very good from Ollie, because it was he did cause the accident. So great driving by both of them again. And he got the inside again, and now they're outside again. That's the 7th time they've changed the lead. Fantastic racing by these two veterans of British touring car expertise.
Absolutely.
Only Elliot and Andy were here as well. Andy more difficult than Elliot.
That would probably complete the battle.
Oh,
Chris very sorry. Oh, Ollie. Ollie had to completely check up on the brakes there. What do we got? 30 seconds left to go.
I think it's this and one more. Might get two more, which get two more, which is bad news for Chris's car, looking a little bit leery. Jeffries looking and again, that's twice Jeffries tried the same move at the same corner.
You know what, Harley's
and now Harley's virtually there. There's an extra amount of drive. Now, has that accident actually going to take them over? Is it they're going to finish or not? No, still get the extra lap.
They do. Harley makes it too. No, Harley doesn't make the extra lap.
So it's down these two. It's Granger versus Jeffries. Whoever finishes first will finish at first overall. Coming through the D for the last time. Chris has got a gap. Chris is going to do it. Chris is amazing, completely against the runner play. Granger rolls back the years for a victory at the Kia Club's round 4 in the modified. Fantastic stuff from Chris. Remarkable in many ways.
Chris takes that from Ollie. Awesome drive. Chris has got his eyes watering. But, that was a great display of racing there from two world-class drivers between them, and sure both having a conversation as they're heading away, both fully appreciating the effort that each other went to there to make that a fair race. Race 10 coming up then. Martin Reeder from pole. Tim Harrop, Morgan Banks, Steve Adams, Carl Matthews and Gavin Lanaway. This is the Tamiya GTE A final. So we have got... Well, we had the Alpha win last time, didn't we?
I know. I hope the Alpha wins again, but I need to type in the names of the race.
Tamiya GTE A final.
Thank you very much.
Martin gets away cleanly from Tim.
Given the fact the chassis is cracked, was cracked, there's an excellent front end on that new version of the Alfa Romeo. Look, he's got the ability to turn much, much tighter than the Ford GT. So it's the 2015 Ford GT, the 1995 Alpha.
Do you think it's the Alfa Silverstone that's got the controversial
I'm pretty
extended
sure it has.
front splitter?
And the wing in the boot.
The stanchions for the wing in the boot, yes.
I think the CLK, when was that? That was 90, wasn't it? Or 89, the CLK which flipped.
No, that was late 90s.
Oh, no, it's 96. You're right, it's 98.
98.
No, you're right, yeah. Absolutely.
Late
The
90s.
Raybrigg NSX, when was that? Drop back to the second and third battle. The Raybrigg NSX was, it's on the that's quite old, I think, because it was on the early Gran Turismo, so that's probably again early 90s.
That was early 90s.
GTR, that's a modern car now from 10 years ago to now. They've been selling for 10 years, so we've got a good selection of shells.
We have. On the subject of an NSX, did you see apparently Sergio Perez has managed to acquire the red NSX of the Senna Suzuka film fame? You know, the one where he's seen driving around Suzuka in loafers.
Yes, doing all his pedally thing. Oh, well,
doing
well
his
done.
pedally thing.
Well done. Sergio, obviously, hopefully would help him stay on the track a bit longer. But
in brown loafers and socks.
Realistically, how else? And slingback driving gloves. It was of its age.
Well, absolutely. But with his characteristic sort of pump the throttle technique.
Spiking the throttle, yeah.
Yes.
Which wouldn't work now.
No, that was...
It's clever. I mean, I'm not saying he would have found something else to do, obviously, but...
Well, I think he did that to keep turbo spooled up, didn't he, to minimise turbo
I think
drag.
it was also... Again, it was about weight distribution as well. It was super clever. I remember that, well, these people just do it by natural feel.
Yes. Absolutely. But we have got Martin Reeder.
With his natural feel and his Ford GT.
Yes, and he's leading.
Literally straight. We haven't seen this sort of form from him in the entirety of the event. He's gone miles ahead. Move forward one to the green and white Honda. Thank you, John. Who is, last time round, it is Steve Adams. And last time round, he was 6 seconds behind.
Well, every time round, he's been Steve Adams.
That's true. Well, they could have changed it, yeah, but he's 6 seconds back.
A big lead for Martin Reeder. Looking pretty comfortable out there. Steve Adams looking fairly comfortable in second place.
Yeah, I'm surprised we've not seen the Alpha. I haven't heard him crash much. It seems to have lost most of its pace. I don't know, he's cooked his motor or something. But he's not showing any great extra speed.
Just randomly lost a cylinder.
You made that joke last time.
Okay.
You have to use a different Alpha fault now.
Well,
Gearbox has rusted through.
probably.
So still leading by a country mile, Martin Reeder. Country mile being 6 seconds still. Steve Adams, then Tim Harrop, then Morgan Banks, Carl Matthews and Gavin Lanaway.
Do you think he maybe has an electrical fault where the conrod sort of smashed the alternator off the
really
crankcase?
wouldn't let this go, would you? That's a Honda thing. That's not an Alpha thing. That's a Honda thing. Yeah, it's got an electrical fault. Why is that? Well, the engine, the cylinder came out the side and took off the alternator.
Yeah. It's been known.
No, there were no Honda ICE failures ever in the entire time of the turbo era. It never admitted to one.
No? The current hybrid.
They admit now because Red Bull threw them under a bus. That's why. Well, not recently because they sorted the engine out this year, but previously Red Bull threw them under a bus on it the whole time. Now, in fact, actually, it's very rare now that the uppy-downy bits go wrong, as I say, but there's so much attached to it that's so fragile.
Yes.
Because you think about it, you've got a 1.6 litre turbo, but they're only revving at what? 12,000. It's hardly pushing it.
No.
Because then they were doing, what, 21,000 at the height of the 3 litre era, 3.5 era.
Was it 3.5 then, or was it...
No, the threes.
The 3 litres, the 3 litre V10s.
Yeah, 21,000.
That was the BMW.
That was before they stuck the rev limit in.
Yeah.
Which apparently when they were doing 21,000, they were past the theoretical limit for piston speed. Or piston, the point about it is the change round when they go from that to that. that acceleration deceleration. It was beyond the theoretical limit, but they were found the theoretical limit wasn't correct.
Okay.
And as you can tell, this race wasn't very interesting because we haven't talked about it.
No.
But Morgan has won. Pick up the
Martin's-
blue card. Pick up the blue card. Going through the switchback now. Make up Ferrari the ability to do this properly. And there's our winner going across the line.
So Martin Reeder takes the win there. And
Last race of the day.
Last race of the day. The F1 final.
The Monotex. Right. Last time I have to change this damn title. Right. Oh, absolutely not least. Do 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 do. So, in this one, we have Michael Lee, who won it last time.
He did. Michael Lee won it from Paul Ellis.
Andy Murray third, Danny Robbins fourth, John Ellis fifth, Andrew Thorpe sixth, Darren Gale seventh, Jason McConomy eighth, and Aidan Gale is ninth. And it was pretty much a processional final, so we need to find something to talk about for this one.
Yeah, it was going to. The front you checked out. Andy Murray was
Trying
very
to around
lonely.
in third, yeah.
In third position. Michael Lee gets away nicely from
Oof.
Paul Ellis again.
Formula One car flies off the end of the track. That was a massive accident behind everyone. Second and third looks interesting. Drop back to second and third, John, as Andy Murray gets feisty with the orange Schumacher icon up behind the brawn of Paul Ellis. Lost the Rocket Williams already. And he appears to be getting more on top of this car each heat, doesn't he?
He does. Is it me or does he rear
Having
wheel
said
look a
that,
bit-
having said that, it's really what's wrong with it?
His rear wing looks a bit bent.
Oh well, yeah. I'm not sure. So we are with move forward to the second place man. White brawn and the orange nose. He's having a little bit of a challenge to the yellow, not at all Renault of our leader, Michael Lee. Those who are wondering where our second camera's gone, it's overheated.
It's actually a decent battle going on for the lead here. Kind of makes you wonder if maybe Michael Lee bolted on new tyres last time.
I don't know what the rules on tyres for these are.
I think it's same. It's 2 sets. 2 sets of slicks and 1 set of wets, I believe. Obviously, you wouldn't want to be running wets.
You have to use both compounds in the race.
No. And clearly, no one's used wets today.
Well, no. Yeah, the first two much closer together this time around. They've comprehensively dropped Andy Murray again. I think it's probably due to a couple of errors Andy's making. Car doesn't look like it's flowing, to be honest.
No. Andy's car looking like it's a little loose at the rear.
Problem with Paul Ellis is even if he gets past Michael Lee, he won't win.
No, because Michael will perhaps still have a first and a second.
So he needs to get past Michael Lee, and Michael Lee to have some sort of massive incident where he falls behind Andy Murray, who is in third place, but something in the region. I'm waiting for him to cross the line now.
It's like half a lap
I
back.
have to say how far behind he is. It's 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Which, interestingly, is pretty much half a lap.
So effectively at this point, Michael knows that he can quite comfortably let Paul Ellis go.
Yeah, but obviously you want to win, don't you?
You do.
You want to win the heats. You want to win the finals. You want to be
do.
the winningest person on the track.
You do, but ooh, that's
Doesn't help.
no trying to get the.
Oh,
it's coming together.
And now
there
it's come
between-
together. And that was very generous of Paul there, I thought.
Yes,
Waiting.
I don't really think that was Paul's mistake there, if I'm honest.
No.
Um,
That was a kind of a carryover from the issue with the McLaren painted car.
it was.
Oh,
and,
and Paul made a mistake. And that's... Has he got damage? Or he's just got dirt in his tyres. And that's not our leader. Our leader now has a chunky old lead with 3 minutes down, 2 minutes to go of about 4 seconds. He's going through the switchback, through the D or the protractor, we're going to call it now.
down the main straight, you can just see the rear of the car hopping around there.
Zopping mad.
It's actually surprisingly bumpy. This.
But something I did notice when I was watching in practice and watching them go is this is not a very flat track at all, is it, West London? It's got a lot of micro bumps.
Yes. Yeah. Get in the car to ride the bumps is.
I mean, it's been down for a long time, so it's going to have moved around, won't it? The surface will have moved. I mean, how long has this track been here? 15 years, 20 years? It's one of the first of the tarmac cars tracks, isn't it?
Oh, it's been more than 20 years. It got resurfaced, I think, early 2010s. But it used to be a tennis court.
Surely 4 tennis courts.
Well, yes, sorry, 410. Yes, but it used to be a municipal tennis court that was given over to the club. Who have I mean, it's one of the best tracks certainly in terms of layout. It's a fantastic layout to drive. Really, really rewarding when you get it right. You get a car hooked up. It feels really, really good around here. But yes, the little bumps, the little ripples do take some getting used to.
Yeah, but it is, of course, the same for everybody.
It is, and I think once, certainly with a touring car, once the progressive shocks were made available, they became a bit of a game changer for it. With let you have quite instant response to bump damping at sort of low speed, or lower piston speeds. Assuming you have pistons, of course. I mean,
No,
Chris Granger's. Well, no, I mean.
No, we go back to friction dampers, yes. But over the top goes and the win for Michael Lee, and you've got lever arm dampers, of course, now, haven't you? Which is weird, really, because they've been completely eschewed by
the automatics. It's rotary dampers and leaf springs.
I know, which has been completely eschewed by real cars.
Yes.
That's a classic car, that is. Because I've got rotary. I took the rotary dampers off my TR4A and the leaf springs off it, and I put coilovers and telescopics on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's gone completely back to retro of many years ago.
Well, that's it, really, isn't it?
It is.
Can you point the camera at me? And James, obviously. James, we'll try and see if we can say hello, goodbye to everyone. And there we are. We'll come out a little bit. Hello.
Oh, hang on. My umbilical cord's not necessarily
All
that
right.
long.
All right. Well, that's it for today. Thank you very much for joining us, the King of Clubs, here at West London. Be sure to join us in 3 or 4 weeks on the 15th of August for the final round in hopefully sunny Ada. It's a long way south.
It is. It's a very long way south.
So say thank you to Andy Hyde, and thank you to the Park the Bus, but also thank you, of course, to Tamiya E, to Schumacher and MB Models, and we are very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much from me, from James Stewart, from the man behind the camera, who is John Ergin, and he looks like he's not dropped dead. We'll see you all in a few weeks' time.
Well,
Cheerio.
rigor mortis may have set in.
Good point.